Good morning. I'd like to call to order the August 22nd meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Supervisor Capps.
Here.
Supervisor Nelson.
Here.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Here.
Supervisor Hartman.
Here.
And Chair Williams.
Here. At this time, please stand and join the Board of Supervisors in pledging allegiance to our flag. Ready? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible. The next item of business is the approval of the minutes from the July 18th regular meeting and the July 19th special meeting.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Minutes are approved. CEO's report.
Good morning, Chair Williams and board members. I have a couple of one announcement, and we want, following that, an update on our emergency response for this past weekend. But first of all, I just want to congratulate and thanks our public health department. We have our director Hamami in the audience this morning. They held very successful back-to-school health fair events hosted in Santa Maria, Lompoc, and Santa Barbara earlier this month. In partnership with more than 100 community organizations, more than 1,600 people were able to receive free health education and screenings. 500 children were provided free backpacks containing school supplies, and more than 90 attendees received a health care service, varying from sports physicals to skin cancer screenings and vaccinations. So congratulations and thank you to our public health department and Director Hamami. Appreciate it. The next is an update on our emergency response. As you know, there was a fire, an earthquake, and a flood over the last 3 days. And so this morning we'll receive an update on emergency response activities for the past several days from the plant fire, and also Sunday's tropical storm. So with us is Kelly Hubbard, our Director of the Office of Emergency Management, Walter Rubalcava, Deputy Director of Water Resources for Public Works, Garrett Huff, our County Fire Division Chief, and online we have Under Sheriff Craig Bonner if there's any questions. Kelly.
Good morning. We can add tornado start if you saw Scott Fire's PIO Twitter last night. No touchdown. So we'll start with the plant fire, and I'm going to turn it over to Garrett. But really quickly, if you are a resident who was impacted by the plant fire, we know that there was the Buckhorn took in residents and assisted residents, and so there was no shelter operations. But I did want to make sure residents knew that the American Red Cross was available for support if they need support. And I wanted to give that phone number. So if any residents from the plant fire need support, 833-583-3111. Did I get that? 3111. Okay, so those are for the residents. I'm going to turn it over to Garrett for an update on the fire.
Kelly. Good morning, Chair Williams, members of the board. My name is Garrett Huff. I'm a Division Chief with County Fire, and I have been the Deputy Operations Chief on the incident. So as you know, the plant fire started on Saturday about 1:30 in the afternoon, and it grew very quickly to 5,464 acres in the matter of a few hours. So that just goes to show how strong the winds were out there that day. We had a very quickly went into unified response or unified command with the Forest Service. We had other agencies help us, like Cal Fire, Forest Service, Orange County, LA County, Ventura County quickly came. At its height, we had about 678 firefighters, and today we have about 300 this morning. Fire sitting at about 75% contained. We're just trying to close the loop on two areas in the forest that still have some open line. Obviously, we were helped by the rain and the weather over the last couple days. It did downpour at moments, but it was interesting how it would downpour in one area and not right next door. So then, with the rain, that actually presents other issues with mud and other mitigations that we have to take place. But our PIO, Scott Safechuck, he held a few public meetings that were very well attended, and the community was very, very happy. We talked about home hardening, defensible space, and the importance of evacuations. Also, I want to thank the people of Cuyama for opening the high school for us, the rec center, and the library. Because of the rain, we had to get our crews under roofs to get them out of the weather, and the community, the outpouring from the community was great. All evacuations and road closures have been lifted. There's just the area where they're doing the investigation of the cause that's still kind of flagged off. The cause is still undetermined, but we have quite a few people out there trying to figure that out. That's the end of my report, unless you have any other questions.
I just want to, on behalf of the people of Cuyama, thank you for your work, and also thank the Buckhorn for providing accommodations free of charge. It's a good place to get a cappuccino too. But I really appreciate the team effort out there to protect the community from
Thank you.
From a fire.
It definitely was a team effort. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Williams, members of the board. I'm Walter Bacava with Public Works, and I'll start off with an update on the plant fire as well, since we just spoke about that. For Public Works, it was relatively minor. Squella Street is being used for staging for the fire. That was really the only road that was impacted. I do want to mention that one of our maintenance workers, Steve Lundberg, who works out in Cuyama, he proactively went out and helped residents with livestock and cattle, trying to get them out of the way. He proactively did that, and he just embodies community service, and I just wanted to mention that. Their hurricane, again, was relatively, it was less than expected, which was good, but some of the rain amounts in the western watershed, it was very little to none. Generally 0.25 to 90 on the south, or 0.9 inches on the south coast. And the San Ynez watershed, it was about half an inch, again, pretty small. And then Cuyama Fire Station was about 0.82, which helped with the fire situation. And then maxes were about 1 inch on the eastern edge of the county. And then peak intensities were fairly light, about 0.15 inch per hour was the max. And then on the earthquake, again, pretty minor for Public Works. We did have Rincon Hill Road Bridge in Carpinteria. We have seismic gates on that bridge, very similar to what you'd see at a railroad crossing. And those are activated when there's a seismic event. Those were lowered, so when that happens, we go out and thoroughly inspect it, and that happened yesterday. It's been reopened, the road's reopened, and the bridge is reopened as of yesterday afternoon. And then just for the El Nino prep, kind of looking forward, and I know Kelly's going to give more report on Guadalupe, but Public Works will continue to support OEM and Supervisor Lavanino on our efforts out there to try to get equipment into that river and try to get something cleared out there. Transportation of the 170 damaged sites, 50 have been reopened, and we continue to chip away at those. Flood control, 15 basins have been cleared, including 3 in the North County, and 5 completed dredging operations. Again, every year, Public Works continues to plan as if El Nino is coming, so that's we will continue to do what we normally do. I just want to mention there is an executive order that you guys are all familiar with, N1023. We're trying to, it really helps us on the environmental permitting side, so we're looking for every opportunity to take advantage of that executive order and get work done. And then just lastly, we continue to encourage residents to visit our water resources flood control website. It has good information there, guides for private property owners on how to protect against rains, and also how to help with the creeks, especially for those areas that are privately owned. So thank you.
Okay, a little bit more clear up on the rains here. We know that the tropical storm did not hit our county as hard as it could have. And so one thing I just want to emphasize with our community is that we were lucky in this storm. If you look at what's occurring down in San Bernardino, Riverside, I think we really were lucky in the sense that the storm stayed south of us and east of us. And so I want to reemphasize the community to prepare. We have El Nino this coming year. The county's taking preparations. We'll be doing a report to the board later on as we get closer to the storm seasons. We'll give you an update more on Guadalupe at that time, on Santa Maria River. But I want to encourage our residents. I know we kind of lucked out. Doesn't mean next time when we give these warnings not to prepare, and make sure you're taking those proactive precautions. Also, if any residents were impacted by the February-March storms. So we know January we had a FEMA declaration for individual assistance for our residents. For the February-March, we just recently were added for what is called a SBA, a Small Business Administration Rural Agency Disaster Declaration. And so even though it says rural, our entire county qualifies. So all of our residents qualify. This is for if you had damages or business interruptions or losses from February-March storms, okay? And so residents who may have had those, it includes low interest loans to assist with repairs, replacement, and other economic impacts. It does also include business assistance. So if you had loss of revenue, loss of business concepts, there's potential low interest loans there as well. That information, there's a lot of details in there as to what the dates that qualify are, what the deadlines are. There's different deadlines based on which loans you're applying to. All of that information is up on Ready SBC. So I just want to encourage residents that if you were impacted by the February-March, that's an opportunity for some fiscal assistance. And then I'll close out with the earthquake. So we did have the 5.0 centered close to Ojai a couple nights ago, and many people in our community got the emergency alerts on their phones. If you were me and you had two phones next to me, I was slightly napping in the afternoon, I'll admit, after all the chaos, and it woke me up, startled me. But I just want to let everyone know that those did not come from the county. That was not from OEM, Office of Emergency Management or Dispatch. Those are from a couple different places. If you can have a app called MyShake on your phone. If you have an Android, it is built into your phone. And then USGS now has a system within California where you automatically get notified if a certain level of an earthquake is predicted. So these are supposed to be early warning notifications. The idea is that it's telling you prior to the earthquake getting to you. And so, you might go, oh, wait, I didn't feel an earthquake. It's because it's still coming. And so I want to encourage residents to be aware of that application that's now on most phones, all phones really. Unless you have a really old phone, it might not be activated. And it's kind of similar to a wireless emergency alert. It pops up on your screen, and then I know people say, oh, it disappeared. If you swiped it, there's some instructions that Office of Emergency Management, we're working to get that on our website so that people who have questions, they can see that information. But just so everyone's aware, that's what that is. 4.5 or greater is the MyShake app or the Android. I'm not sure why, but USGS is 5.0 or greater. And it's not clear how they determine how far it goes. It's supposed to be if you have the potential to feel it. So there's a little bit of science there that I don't understand, but that I don't have all the background on. But just so you know, if you receive those, that's what those are. And as Walter indicated, we just had the one concern with the bridge, and now that's wide open again. So if there's any questions, that's all I had. I know it was a lot.
Any questions from the board? Thank you so much, Kelly.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, are there any announcements or changes to our agenda?
Chair Williams and members of the board, I do have a few announcements this morning. Administrative item number 16 is from the County Executive Office, and it is to consider the appointment of Nancy Anderson, Chief Assistant County Executive Officer, to represent the County of Santa Barbara as alternate to the Board of Directors of Public Risk Innovation Solutions and Management, also known as PRISM, and instead this should state appoint Nancy Anderson, Chief Assistant County Executive Officer, to represent the County of Santa Barbara as alternate to the Board of Directors of Public Risk Innovation Solutions and Management. And this quick announcement can just be added to the balance of today's agenda. Additionally, for the Board of Supervisors' methods of public participation and to provide public comment on general public comment or an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of today's agenda. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at area code 805-568-2240. Again, that's 805-568-2240. And lastly, since I know we have quite a few members of the public interested in a few of our departmental items today, I wanted to just announce for departmental item number 2 regarding the Pacific Pipeline appeal, we are anticipating that item to begin around 10:30 this morning. So again, if you are interested in the Pacific Pipeline appeal, departmental item number 2, that item is anticipated to begin around 10:30. And for members of the public wishing to speak on departmental item number 4 for the annual Truth Act Forum, we are anticipating that item to be in the afternoon and beginning around 2:30 p.m. today. So again, for the annual Truth Act Forum, departmental item number 4, that'll be this afternoon around 2:30. And that concludes my announcements.
Would any board members like to pull any items from the administrative agenda beyond what I have is A46, and I have A11 from the public? And for clarification, you don't have a speaker on A16, do you?
Chair Williams and members of the board, that is correct. I do not have a speaker on A16.
Any other items need to be pulled?
Chair Williams and members of the board, those are the items that I have in my notes as well, A11 and A46.
Can I get a motion on the consent calendar except A46 and A11? With the amendments to A16. So that's a motion by Mr. Lavanino.
Second.
And a second by Ms. Hartman. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Then let's go to A11.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item number 11 is from the Community Services Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding the Sanctuary Center's Hollister 2 Affordable Housing Development, 115 West Anapamu Street, City of Santa Barbara project, approval of loan documents, security instruments, and this is in the 1st District. And we do have one request to speak on this item, and we are going to Zoom with Frank Thompson. Frank?
Good morning. Frank Thompson representing Sanctuary Centers of Santa Barbara. I submitted a request to speak just in anticipation. I don't really need to say anything else except thank you very much for your support.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Can I get a motion on A11?
Move staff recommendation.
And so first by Hartman, second by Lavanino. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It's unanimous. A46.
Thank you, Chair Williams. I pulled, you need to use the rest.
Excuse me, my apologies. Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item number 46 is from the Social Services Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding a Santa Barbara County System Improvement Plan for 2022 through 2027.
If I may just give context for why I pulled this, I just wanted to give support and shine a light on the amazing work of how our county takes care of our most vulnerable children. And this report was quite expansive, 100+ pages with tons of stakeholders who do a self-assessment every year as required by state law on our foster care system and rates of returning kids into permanent housing. And so I don't need to belabor this, but I just wanted to give a bit of airtime to this important work that happens often behind the scenes, and thank you for just maybe giving one or two highlights from the work.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Capps. Through the System Improvement Plan is the culmination of our 5-year process looking at how children are doing as they're engaging in child welfare and probation services. And it represents a tremendous amount of work from our staff, from all the feedback from our stakeholders, our resource families, our families who are participating in our services. So it really helps inform us moving forward as far as where do we need to focus on doing better, because it is really all about safety, permanency, and well-being for our kids. So it's something that we're constantly striving to do better in, even though I'm very proud that we do well, I think, typically. But there's always room for improvement, especially for our most vulnerable kids. So that's what we're focusing on, is looking at those strategies to try and move the needle and do better, improving outcomes. Yes.
Thank you.
And I also just want to thank you for long, hard work. This has been an area of board concern and emphasis, and obviously your leadership and your whole department's leadership has helped make a difference, in these lives of some of our most vulnerable. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Williams. We appreciate the support.
Okay, can I get a motion on A46?
I'm happy to move approval of A46.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. All right. Got a very special resolution to be presented. Administrative item number 55.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item number 55 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution honoring the city of Lompoc on its 135th anniversary of incorporation. And joining us in person today, we have Mayor Janelle Osborne. And if Janelle would like to go to the podium, anyone that may be accompanying her, I'll go ahead and read the resolution into the record. Whereas the city of Lompoc is surrounded by beautiful rolling hills in Santa Barbara County, California, and has a rich history that dates back thousands of years to when it was first inhabited by the native Chumash, who have continuously resided in the area for at least 10,000 years. And whereas the origin of Lompoc's name derives from the Chumash, with various translations that reference lakes, lagoons, estuaries, and where the land meets the sea. And whereas in 1874, the Lompoc Land Company was formed, paving the way to incorporation of the city of Lompoc on August 13th, 1888, as a California general law city. And whereas throughout its history, Lompoc has flourished with innovation from various industries, including agriculture, flour and flower seed production, mining of diatomaceous earth, space technology, tourism, viticulture, and the arts. And whereas Lompoc has been a major contributor to space technology with the establishment of neighboring Vandenberg Air Force Base, now Vandenberg Space Force Base, in 1958 and is now a premier global launch facility. And whereas the city of Lompoc, a full-service business-friendly city, has continuously evolved with the times and currently enjoys the status of being a wine and arts and culture destination, attractive to residents and visitors alike. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors of Santa Barbara County does hereby honor the city of Lompoc for its significant contributions to the county, our nation, and the world for the past 135 years, passed and adopted today.
Just a quick thank you for the recognition. I am very proud to represent a resilient pioneering community with a long history with the Chumash, and am very happy to still honor it through having it named Lompoc. We have proven that through the ups and downs, we are a resilient community. And in fact, the 135th birthday celebration really was about the fact that we are finally seeing the light and is not a train. So we thank you for the recognition. We're looking forward to continuing to improve our community for all and the partnership that the county has with us. Thank you.
And just because we have some real substantive items later on, it's a good time to just let everybody know that the only time that our rules provide for clapping is during resolutions. So just let's remember that later. And now we have a very special resolution, A56.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item number 56 is sponsored by Supervisor Capps and Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming August 26, 2023 as Women's Equality Day in Santa Barbara County. And I will now turn it over to Supervisor Capps and Supervisor Hartman.
Thank you. It starts, whereas Women's Equality Day is observed annually on August 26th to commemorate the ratification of the 19th Amendment to the United States Constitution, granting women the right to vote. And
Whereas Women's Equality Day serves as a reminder of the ongoing struggle for gender equality and the empowerment of all women, regardless of their race, ethnicity, socioeconomic status, sexual orientation, or other identities. And
whereas gender inequality persists in various forms, including unequal pay, limited access to education and healthcare, underrepresentation in leadership roles, and systemic discrimination hindering the progress of societies worldwide. And
whereas recognizing that achieving gender equality is not only a matter of human rights, but also crucial for sustainable development, social justice, and global prosperity. And
whereas governments, organizations, and individuals have a collective responsibility to work towards eliminating all forms of gender-based discrimination and violence, and to create an inclusive environment where everyone can thrive. And
Whereas empowering women and girls involves promoting access to quality education, ensuring economic opportunities, enhancing reproductive health and rights, and eradicating harmful practices and stereotypes.
Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors will commemorate Women's Equality Day on August 26th as a national day celebrating the importance of the women's suffrage movement and the work to secure and expand equal rights today in Santa Barbara County.
Passed and adopted by the Board of Supervisors of Santa Barbara County, State of California, this 22nd day of August 2023 by the unanimous vote of all members present.
Do we have any of the folks from Zoom?
Yes, I'm Vicki Allen. I have some of my colleagues here on Zoom, and the president of the Santa Maria League, I believe, Virginia Souza, is there in person. So I'm a member of the board and leadership team of the League of Women Voters of Santa Barbara. Thank you to the Board of Supervisors for this resolution, recognizing that the fight which began over a century ago is not yet won. The League of Women Voters of both South and North County are honored to have this recognition on the occasion of Women's Equality Day. To observe the day, the League of Women Voters of the United States issued this statement. On August 26th, we're demanding our rights be restored and protected. We call on Congress to pass voting rights legislation, add the ERA to the Constitution, restore reproductive rights. For the 60th anniversary of the March on Washington, this Saturday, the National League is joining hundreds of partner organizations for a march to continue building a future of equality and justice. On social media for August 26th, the League is using the hashtag WID23 for Women's Inequality Day 2023. So again, I thank you to the board.
Thank you, Vicki.
And I'm Joni Jones, and it's a privilege to speak to the board. Thank you for recognizing the important work of the League and that the League continues to do in our local areas and in our state and in our nation. And we really appreciate the recognition. Thanks.
Thank you, Joni.
I would like to, My name is Sandy Grasso Boyd. I'm also a member of the Santa Barbara League of Women Voters. And I also want to say thank you for this recognition. We really appreciate your support as women and men to see that we have our equal rights recognized, and also our unequal rights in our march recognized as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy.
I guess I better pop in too. This is Diane Black, and I'm on the with the board of the League of Women Voters and also on the leadership team. I don't know if you can see my T-shirt, but I think it says it well. Women's rights are human rights, and we really appreciate the resolution today. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. We will go to A57.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item number 57 is sponsored by Supervisor Williams. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the month of August 2023 as Breastfeeding Month in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Meg Baird and Teresa Solis. And I will go ahead and read the resolution. Breastfeeding Month in August 2023 focus is on breastfeeding and employment work. The goal is to educate on the impact of paid leave and workplace support on breastfeeding and engage our communities to play their role in empowering families and sustain breastfeeding-friendly environments in the post-pandemic work life. And whereas decades of research indicate that mother's milk is healthiest for children and breastfeeding benefits both mothers and babies, the optimal nutrition in breast milk contributes to reduction in the incidence and severity of diseases such as type 2 diabetes, respiratory and ear infections, obesity, asthma, and sudden infant death syndrome. And whereas breastfeeding plays an important role in managing the double burden of malnutrition in addition to providing food security and reducing inequalities. And whereas breast milk contains 3 million germ-killing cells per teaspoon, recent studies demonstrated COVID-19 antibodies in the breast milk of vaccinated or recently infected lactating mothers, which can potentially pass along protection to the breastfed infant. And whereas Santa Barbara County Public Health Department Nutrition Services, Women's, Infants, and Children, WIC, has some of the highest breastfeeding rates in California and the United States, along with a multitude of lactation education staff and 7 international board-certified lactation consultants, IBCLCs. And whereas Nutrition Services, WIC, pioneered a 2-way breastfeeding texting program that is nationally and internationally recognized. The innovation and comprehensive services provided in Santa Barbara County is looked to as a model for other California WIC agencies to follow. And whereas Nutrition Services WIC works diligently to meet the breastfeeding goals of our low-income population, including the ability to assist in increasing and sustaining milk supply in light of formula shortages. And now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors does observe the month of August 2023 as Breastfeeding Month, passed and adopted today.
Thank you, Chair Williams and members of the board. Good morning. I'm Meg Beard. I'm the breastfeeding coordinator for Public Health Department Nutrition Services and WIC program. And some of our staff today is Teresa. She's a lactation consultant in South County. Chantel with baby Kai, our regional breastfeeding liaison, and Andrea with her daughter Ariana, lactation consultant up here in Santa Maria area. So thank you for your time and support. Our Nutrition Services WIC program is internationally recognized for our breastfeeding services. Like it said, we have some of the highest rates in California and the United States. We have a first of its kind 2-way texting program. Lots of our staff have 2 to 5 day lactation courses. We have 669 electric breast pumps that we loan out to participants for free. Last year we issued 1,271 electric breast pumps. So quite a bit. Helps families. We help working families and families that go to school every day, which is our theme for this month. Also, for the county of Santa Barbara, there's 15 lactation locations throughout our county, and for employees to express breast milk, along with our breastfeeding friendly workplace and lactation accommodation policy. This helps employees feel supported when they return to work, and they also come back sooner when they know they're supported for breastfeeding at work. And this helps with workplace retention and engagement. And thanks again for your support, and thanks again for recent increases in bilingual pay, and I have a proposal in for trilingual pay, so we'll see where it goes. Thank you. Have a great day. Thanks.
Thank you. I just really wanted to thank you for your work. It's so important when so many of our babies are born in, not having all the advantages of life, in poverty, with potential health inequities, to help get those babies started off with all the advantages that we could provide for them. And of course, it's also wonderful to highlight something that not many people know, which is that the county provides breastfeeding education and services to our clients. So thank you so much. We'll go to A58.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item number 58 is sponsored by Supervisor Williams. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming August 2023 as Child Support Awareness Month in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Meta Richardson. And I'll go ahead and read the resolution into the record. Whereas August is Child Support Awareness Month, an annual time to raise awareness about a critical income support program that helps millions of children and families, recognized in California and nationwide. And whereas in partnership with 46 county and regional child support offices, Santa Barbara County Department of Child Support Services understands that every co-parent has different wants and needs for their children, but all have the same shared goal: to see these children thrive. And whereas the services accessible through California's Child Support Program have adapted and modernized in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, and technological advances like virtual court hearings and simplified online enrollment have made it easier for parents to access the service they need. And whereas Santa Barbara County Child Support Services is dedicated to assisting parents with services that are designed to be neutral, helpful, and fair, and served nearly 11,000 child support cases in 2022, collecting and distributing $29 million in support to families and children. And whereas in August, Santa Barbara County Child Support Services is hosting an informational virtual workshop about virtual court, offering training on child support services to the Good Samaritan Shelter, and Herencia Indignia sponsoring a license release campaign for eligible child support customers, distributing school supplies at the Santa Barbara County Public Health Department's back-to-school health fairs, and in a tri-county collaboration promoting the child support program at the Consulate of Mexico in Oxnard. And whereas Child Support Awareness Month underscores the critical importance of providing families with the vital support they need, and remembering that while every family has different wants and needs, we all have the same shared goal, protecting and uplifting the generations of our future. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors proclaims August 2023 as Child Support Awareness Month in Santa Barbara County, passed and adopted today.
Good morning, Chair Williams and members of the board. I am Meta Richardson, Assistant Director of the Department of Child Support Services, and I'm here today with Lucy Reyes, our Child Support Services Project Manager. We are excited to be before you during Child Support Awareness Month. Child Support Awareness Month is a statewide and national initiative to help inform families about child support and the services that are available to them. To reflect every parent's goal of seeing their children thrive, this year's theme is Different Wants, Different Needs, One Shared Goal. Santa Barbara County Child Support Services is dedicated to assisting parents with services available to dads, moms, and legal guardians, designed to be neutral, helpful, and fair. At this time, Lucy will provide more information about our August Child Support Awareness Month activities, as well as recent departmental initiatives designed to increase access to services.
Thank you. To commemorate Child Support Awareness Month, we are offering bilingual informational sessions about what to expect and how to prepare for a virtual child support court hearing. The sessions are offered weekly and at 6 p.m. throughout the month of August. And further information is available on our website or by contacting our department. In addition, we have scheduled presentations about child support services to Good Samaritan Shelter and Herencia Indigena. We are also participating with San Luis Obispo and Ventura counties in a presentation to staff and a month-long display at the Regional Mexican Consulate in Oxnard to promote child support services. In support of the Public Health Department's back-to-school health fairs, we distributed school supplies and backpacks to children throughout the county. Children are our future, and we want to help students prepare for a successful school year. Lastly, customer access to services is key, and we are thrilled to share two of our recent initiatives with you. Customers can check in via a self-service kiosk in our North and South County offices and connect with staff virtually. In addition, Meet Now with the Caseworker is a unique feature available on our website that instantly allows customers to Zoom with child support staff. No matter where you live in the county, you can conveniently have your child support questions answered. Thank you all for helping us celebrate Child Support Awareness Month.
Thank you for your presentation. I'll just add, please don't make these wonderful staff chase after you. Pay your child support. It is not about your ex, it's about the kids. Thank you. Let's go to A59.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item number 59 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution honoring Esther Jacobson Bates upon her retirement from the Elveroy Museum in Santa Barbara County. And joining us on Zoom and receiving this resolution is Esther Jacobson Bates. And I will go ahead and read the resolution into the record. Whereas Esther Jacobson Bates served as Executive Director of the Elveroy Museum of History and Art in Solvang, California, beginning in 2003. And whereas during her time as Executive Director, Esther guided the museum through a period of significant growth and expanded public engagement. And whereas Esther was instrumental in the transfer of ownership of the museum from the city of Solvang after being gifted by the Brandt Erickson family to a nonprofit organization known as Solvang Heritage Associates. And whereas Esther worked tirelessly through grant writing, outreach to donors, planning of events to fundraise for the museum, and building a community of supporters of the Elveroy to bring the museum to improved fiscal well-being and long-term sustainability. And whereas Esther led the effort to renovate and update all interior and exterior spaces at the museum and brought new life to the museum's art gallery, having curated many exhibitions ranging from local artists to national and international artists and renowned historical artists, including Rembrandt. And whereas Esther built cultural bridges working with the Embassy of Denmark in Washington, D.C., bringing ambassadors, musicians, performers, athletes, educators, and members of Denmark's royal family to Solvang. And whereas Esther displayed total commitment to the museum, making herself available for the museum activities and support at all times, and treating all visitors to the museum as she would guests in her own home. And whereas Esther guided the museum during the COVID-19 pandemic, projecting a calm positivity that kept museum staff and volunteers engaged, exhibiting a nimble responsiveness to ever-changing conditions, and collaborating with other local museums to find solutions to challenges, which allowed the museum to continue to thrive. And whereas Esther worked with San Ynez Valley native Ann Dittmer to co-author The Spirit of Solvang, a comprehensive book documenting the history and evolution of the Danish town. And whereas Esther retired from the Elveroy Museum on June 30th, 2023. And whereas the County of Santa Barbara recognizes and appreciates Esther's nearly 20 years of dedicated service to the Elveroy Museum, the city of Solvang, and Danish American culture and history in the San Ynez Valley. Now therefore be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors honors Esther Jacobson Bates for her exceptional career and recent retirement from the Elveroy Museum, passed and adopted today.
Supervisor Hartman.
Thank you. In Japan, they designate exceptional people who contribute to their community as national treasures. And in the San Ynez Valley, Esther would be one of our valley treasures. She has really built up the Elveroy Museum in a way that connects people to their Danish heritage and helps define who they are. And it makes all of us want to be a bit of a Viking, even if we don't have that in our blood. She's been, as the resolution noted, really an honorary ambassador. When Danes come to this country, they want to come to Solvang, and she often also goes there representing our interests to their government. One of the things that's been extremely exceptional is the international quality art that she brings to the small Elveroy Museum. And in addition, she's created a community of artists and giving them a place to display their art, people who live in the valley. And so it's been an extraordinary career. We're eager to see what she does next. And you can see from that picture with her grandchildren and her husband, Mark, who has at thousands and thousands of events that she's hosted and attended, been right there by her side.
Go to A60.
Esther may want to say something.
Oh, yes. Esther?
Chair Williams, Supervisor Hartman, and board members, it really has been an honor, and I am very proud to receive this recognition. Thank you for all those kind words. Leading Elveroy over the past 20 years, I carry with me so many great memories, both professional and personal, of my time spent at this community gem. And if you haven't already been there, I hope you will make it a point of visiting. There have been so many wonderful things as I reflect on my time there and the accomplishments achieved and the obstacles overcome. And of course, it's about the people. It's all of those hardworking volunteers and others, and their contributions made me look good as well. And I think there's a saying that really applies here, that good people make good places. And I had the privilege of being surrounded by the best. They schooled me, lifted me up, and enriched my journey in so many ways. I'm immensely proud of the museum's trajectory and the incredible people who have contributed to its success. Thank you for this honor today.
Thank you, Esther. Administrative item number 60.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item number 60 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Courtney Stockton of the Fire Department as the August 2023 Employee of the Month for Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Courtney Stockton and a few other members from our fire department, including Shauna Jorgensen, and I will go ahead and read the resolution into the record. Whereas Ms. Stockton exemplifies the county's organizational values of accountability, customer focus, equity and inclusion, innovation, trust, and ethics. And whereas Ms. Stockton models the transformative behaviors of collaborative problem solving, alignment with the county's vision, risk-taking, data-driven decision-making, and strategic thinking. And whereas Ms. Stockton, as the only executive assistant in the fire department, performs the duties of what would easily be 3 separate employees. And whereas Ms. Courtney Stockton directly supports the fire chief, deputy director, deputy fire chief of administration, deputy fire chief of operations, training, EMS division chief, and facilities and dispatch division chief seamlessly and flawlessly. And whereas Santa Barbara County Fire Department would like to extend our gratitude and acknowledgement to Courtney Stockton's husband, Matt, and her children, Josie and Ryder. Their support and understanding have undoubtedly played an instrumental role in Courtney's dedication and success. We recognize and appreciate the sacrifices they make, which allow Courtney to excel in her role and serve the community with utmost professionalism. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors recognizes Courtney Stockton as the Employee of the Month for August 2023, passed and adopted today.
Ladies and gentlemen, Chair Williams, and esteemed members of the board, I stand before you today on behalf of Chief Hartwig, who was unfortunately not able to make it. Nevertheless, it is my privilege to be here to partake in the celebration of an exceptional employee, Courtney Stockton. Since joining the fire department in 2014, Courtney's journey has been nothing short of inspirational. Her commitment, dedication, and tireless efforts have significantly enriched the fabric of our department. Chief Hartwig eloquently put it, Courtney is the heartbeat of our department. She is an indispensable force that propels us forward. Indeed, her seamless multitasking and coordination across various roles enable us to achieve feats that would otherwise be insurmountable. Recognizing Courtney's remarkable performance would be incomplete without acknowledging the vital role her family plays. Therefore, we'd like to express our heartfelt gratitude to her husband, Matt, and their charming children, Josie and Ryder. Their unwavering support and understanding and sacrifices have amplified Courtney's ability to contribute the best to our department. As we gather here to celebrate your well-deserved recognition as County Employee of the Month, let us also acknowledge the profound impact that you have on our department. Thank you, Courtney Stockton, for your unwavering dedication. Your contributions embody the essence of our mission, and we are truly fortunate to have you.
Thank you very
very much. I feel very fortunate to be a part of the fire department family and to have such great support from the executive team. And thank you.
Now is the time for members of the public to speak on items that are not on the agenda. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak on general public comment?
Chair Williams and members of the board, yes, we have 3 requests to speak from the public today. And we will begin here in Santa Maria with Andy Caldwell, to be followed by Jacob Moskowitz. And I just would like to note for the record, apologies to Andy, there was some miscommunication on the speaker form, but at least we have you down. Thank you.
You're welcome. Andy Caldwell representing CoLab. What I was going to speak on was item A4. This is a budget revision request by the Auditor Controller, and on page 65 of 65 pages was the purchase of the ambulances, $3.4 million. And again, for the record, I've said this 100 times, we didn't care who got that ambulance contract. Just simply didn't care, didn't speak during the hearings because we believe both the AMR and County Fire were qualified. But my job is to serve as a government watchdog. We've never seen a $3.4 million sole source bid not go before the board for approval. We keep asking the question, how did that happen? How did a $3.4 million sole source bid not come before you? Plus, it was a $3.4 million bid for ambulances with no contract. It's a fair question. We've not got an answer. In fact, I think I'm up to about 900 pages in our California Public Records Act request, and we still don't have an answer to that number one fundamental question. But we did find some other stuff. And again, I don't care if fire gets this, but one of the things I am thoroughly convinced of, and I've read every single document in that dump, is you do not have enough time to pull this off by March. And let me give you a couple of quotes from that document dump. This is from the Citygate contractor that set up this whole thing and is going to be hired by County Fire to help run this. We are of the opinion that a permit application system that sets up competition between public and private is just another type of RFP round, and it does not serve the public interest to ensure integration, clinical care performance, and economic responsibility. Here's another one from a county executive. The fire department's going to be the service provider. I'm profoundly concerned about the ability of the LEMSA to perform its statutory duties as a division reporting to a service provider. Does your county family have the permission to speak freely to the board? Do you know about these quotes? Here's another one. None of the timelines in this timeline to get this thing up and running in March account for the presumptive legal challenges we expect to face. Not to be a fearmonger, there is a very real risk of the failure of the EMS system on its current path. How is that? You guys did this right. Mona Miyasato should be congratulated. You set this up right originally. You spent 2 to 3 years developing an RFP. 2 to 3 years. AMR gets the contract, you cancel the RFP, and then what happens? Listen to this quote. Much like the RFP, we designed a system and then solicited bidders. That process was structured. As it stands today, we're soliciting providers through an ordinance, and then we will design the system. It's not ideal, and it could lead to service gaps. This is from your staff. They're not freely because they're being bull rushed into this thing. The only word for this is a bull rush. And you've got to hire 40 dispatchers and upwards of 70 paramedics and get a program up and running that's never run before, be done by March, and you don't even have the permits out. So one of your staff members in the document dump said the wise thing for you to do, give AMR another 3-year contract and do it right. Thank you.
We will remain in Santa Maria with Jacob Moskowitz, and then we will go to Zoom with Brian Rosen. Jacob?
Thank you. Thank you for the time, and thank you for your service. Short story. 5 years ago, I applied with our Sheriff Brown for a concealed weapons permit in Santa Barbara County. That is the permit for an ordinary citizen to carry a concealed weapon. 4 or 5 years ago, I was denied based upon a legal justification at that time called lack of good cause. At the time, the law stated that you had to prove a need. Your life was in imminent danger, or you were in law enforcement, or a jewelry salesman, for example. June 22nd of last year, the Supreme Court struck that down as unconstitutional. It was a leap forward for constitutional rights, in my opinion. I then applied. To my dismay, I now found out that I had no good moral character. Sheriff Brown found another way to deny me. A little bit of background about myself. First, in the application process, you have to provide letters of recommendation. I provided 4. 1 from a retired prosecutor from the DA's office from this county, 1 from a retired chief of police from Monterey County, and 2 from the sheriff's own lieutenants. I don't understand how we don't have confidence about judge of moral character from people he's personally promoted into his ranks. We're talking about brass. He's also using the determination that there was an error on my written application, which isn't written, it's done online on a portal. Because of that clerical error, it is determined that I have no moral character. That policy is a sheriff's department policy. It is not rooted in penal code. Therefore, my denial is a direct result of the sheriff's policy, which means the reliability lays on him solely. It is not laid with the state. There is a provision within the state penal code that lying on an application is a criminal charge. I've yet to be charged with it. So am I guilty of something that Sheriff Brown didn't even bring to the DA? Or is he just going based on his policy? I've been in the professional firearm industry for over a decade. I've personally trained some of the sheriff's deputies. I've been through law enforcement background checks as part of the employment screening for their own employees. I have passed those background checks. I've passed federal background checks through the Federal Bureau of Investigation. But because of a clerical error, I'm attacked and I have no personal character. That's disgusting. In the middle of May, if I'm correct, the middle of March, Sheriff Brown was served with a tort claim by me. He has since ignored it. I have gotten no response. Given another month approximately, he'll be served with litigation. Okay, I'm not going to let this go. I think you can feel the passion. I'm relatively upset that somebody would attack me and go after my character.
Thank you. That is your time.
Okay. I ask that you not fund his defense. Explain to your constituents why he can pay for it himself or bring it out of his own budget instead of providing county counsel for his defense.
And we will now go to Zoom with our final speaker, Brian Rosen. Brian? And Brian, we do see you are using a touch-tone phone, so you may need to press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. I want to thank you and for listening to me the other times I've come in front of you. And I want to especially thank Doss Williams because his aide reached out to the trustee and William Jones and his attorney, Randall Fox, and was given the promise that we would get a distribution of our inheritance within, 30 days. At least a draft distribution agreement. Well, guess what? Now they're delaying it for another 30 days. It just, the more fees every time Doss's aide, wonderful person, Katie McShirley or anybody speaks with the attorney, they're going to probably charge our estate about $500 or maybe more, but a lot. It's really difficult. They have every incentive to drag this thing out, financial incentive, but they're charged with acting in the interest of the beneficiaries. That's their duty. But they have every interest to keep dragging this out. And originally, the trustee back on June 6th told us, June 1st, he told us it would be within a month, and it wasn't. That was witnessed by my friend Patty Pageling that works with Sousa Francina on environmental issues. But then it just goes on, and it should have been taken care of a year and a half ago, but we had to object to their extremely low list price. I owe about $2.5 million for this Montecito house that finally sold for $3.7. So they have every incentive to keep churning up the estate for themselves, and they're not acting with fiduciary duty. We're even paying for the time that Mr. Fox said in court that they never heard of a roof leak problem, even though we had all that evidence already submitted to the court. And the Judge Stearns basically saved the house and got it covered right before the big storm. So I do want to thank DOS and your aides for their kindness, and it's just an ongoing matter. It's troubling. That they can just, we might have to get a court order to get our inheritance. The good news is I'm getting a loan at 10.5%. So I have a property up north that the person I thought was taking care of it completely trashed it. So it's unlivable, but I'm going to fix it up so I can get moving on with my life. And I guess that's about all I have to say today. But I can't thank Doss enough for his kindness and for all of you for listening with such attentiveness. It just shows what's really important in life. It's not money, it's kindness, it's concern, and I've been showered with a lot of that. So anyway, thank you very much, and I guess we're just going to have to see what happens. Hopefully we don't have to go to court to get our inheritance, and hopefully they don't drag it on. They've been dragging it on been over 2 years since my mom passed away, and I'm very unhappy about it. They can give a preliminary distribution. They just don't want to. That's what I sent a copy of that to Katie.
Thank you, Brian. That is your time.
I sure appreciate it. Thank you very much.
And that concludes general public comment.
Okay, we will go ahead with departmental item number 1.
Chair Williams and members of the board, departmental item number 1 is from the Public Health Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding an extra help service and retirement waiver for the Public Health Department.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Supervisors. As you know, nursing shortages and challenges in nursing is not unique to our department, nor our county or our state, and especially if we are talking about specialty nurses. We have Nurse Pappas who retired after being in our women's health program, and due to vacancies and challenges in recruiting, we would like to request a waiver to keep her as an extra help until we find another candidate so we can maintain our women's services at our clinics.
Questions, comments from the board about a motion?
I'll make a motion just with I think this is just not only for your department, but for all departments, that there are new rules as far as extra help, and I think everybody's starting to realize those. So just with that, make sure you go into this with eyes wide open, but I'll make the motion to move staff recommendation.
Second.
Motion by Lavanino, second by Hartman. Any requests to speak from the public?
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have no requests to speak from the public on this item.
And then Mr. Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. I'm sure this employee is doing some great work, and it's no personal reflection on her work for the county, but it's a long-standing practice of myself to vote against these. I think that we need to be looking forward towards planning further in advance for these types of vacancies, and I hope in the future that we can be on top of that. I see that most departments are getting their arms around that. I'm also very interested in the future about some of these employees potentially just come back as contractors instead of as employees. I think that might be a more appropriate venue instead of what we have to do through post-PEPRA type of legislation. So I'm going to be voting no. Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
4-1.
Thank you.
We will take a brief 10-minute break and then take up D2. calling the meeting back to order. Before we go forward with departmental item number 2, Supervisor Hartman has a brief announcement.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This pipeline runs adjacent to the northeast corner of my property, so to avoid any conflict of interest, I must recuse myself from this matter.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. Madam Clerk, will you please read departmental item number 2?
Chair Williams and members of the board, departmental item number 2 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the applicant, Pacific Pipeline Company, appeal of the Planning Commission's April 26, 2023, denial of the existing oil lines 901 and 903, valve upgrade project amendment, case numbers 23 APL 22, 21 AMD 9, and 22 CDP 48. And this is in the 3rd and 4th districts. And Chair Williams, members of the board, before we proceed with the item today, we do have one matter to take up, and we have a number of documents to be voted into the record. Chair Williams and members of the board, I did speak with our CSB TV when we were on break, and unfortunately the room volume is up as high as it can go at this time. I will talk very loudly. Chair Williams and members of the board, before we proceed with staff's presentation, we have one item to vote in. We have a number of items to vote into the record, and that were received afternoon on Friday. And per board policy, anything received after Friday over a page in length will need to be voted into the record. The first is a public comment letter from Warren Powers, received Friday, August 18th at 5:12. Second public comment letter from Cindy Naughton, Sunday, August 20th at 2:30. The third is a public comment letter received by Robert Almy, Monday, August 21st at 4:24. And the last item be voted into the record is a public comment letter from Seth Steiner, received Tuesday, August 22nd at 6:23 a.m. And in order for these 4 public comment letters to be included in the part of today's record, the board will need to take action on that.
I will entertain a motion shortly, but I just do want to, while it is our practice to vote these into the record, sometimes folks push the envelope because the idea that a supervisor can read a long public comment letter that was sent at 6:23 for a hearing that begins at 9 o'clock and the other kind of side of the county is kind of defies reason. So I just want to urge members of the public to get in comments that they want to be read in the record with enough alacrity that we can read them. I'll entertain a motion to enter these into the record.
I'll make that motion, and I did read Mr. Steiner's email from 6:23 a.m.
I wasn't going to call out names.
I got it.
Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion to accept all the items.
And I'll second that.
All those in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Okay. We will go to staff presentation.
Mr. Chair, members of the board.
Before I go there, let's do ex parte communications. This is because the appellant is the former applicant. We are only disclosing ex parte communications with the applicant/appellant. Anybody want to start? Mr. Lavanino?
Thank you. I met with Mr. Steve Gregg and Mr. Andrew Craig of the appellant/applicant last week, discussed some issues, and then of course I received all the emails that I think we all received together, which were probably over 150.
Mr. Chair and members of the board, just for clarification on ex parte, I would recommend that you disclose any information you receive that's not in the public record that relates to this particular permit application.
I think everything that we discussed is in the public record.
Mr. Nelson?
Yes, thank you. I met with Steve Gregg over the phone yesterday on the 21st. Also met with him in person as well as Andrew Craig on August 1st. Had a meeting with the new head of California operations for Exxon, Nathan Franca, on 7/31. Also met with Steve Gregg and former Exxon operations manager Brian Anderson on May 17th. Also had a conversation with Exxon and Steve Gregg on May 19th, 2021. Also had received an email from Ken Huff from SPCAN, as well as the extensive amount of form emails that came through, and the other emails that are also in the record.
Yes, Supervisor Capps.
I might be answering this too broadly, but here it goes. My office and I met with Steve Gregg and Brian Carlin representing Exxon. We met with the Environmental Defense Center, Anna Citron representing the Gaviota Coast Conservancy, as well as Brady Bradshaw, Center for Biological Diversity, Marisa Sullivan, Vice Chair of the Coastal Band of Chumash, and Kevin Schmidt with the Washoto Foundation. We also spoke with my planning commissioner a few times, as well as UCSB's Environmental Affairs Board.
The on the strictly ones that are the applicant, met with them on 2 occasions pertaining to this valve project. Once was yesterday, 8/21, and another was 7/26. Since everybody's doing the laundry list, I have also talked with Tim Taylor and Katie Davis is the Sierra Club, and Linda Kropp on the EDC on several occasions about this. In addition to those, we had several remote conversations with both Mr. Capello and Mr. Grieg about time limits for the hearing. It was strictly time limits from the hearing. And a meeting with the state fire marshal and council, Josh Cleaver and Jim Hosler, on the 3rd of August. Okay, staff presentation.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. As is indicated by Ms. Alexander, the item before you today is the appeal by Pacific Pipeline Company of the Planning Commission's denial of their proposal to install safety valves along pipelines 901 and 903. This item was first heard by our zoning administrator. It was improved in August of 2022. That was appealed, and then it went to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission denied it, and then that was ultimately appealed by the applicant. I'd like to introduce the staff that's here today. We have John Zorovich, who's the Deputy Director of Energy Management Compliance. We have Katie Nall, who's the project planner, and Aaron Briggs, the supervising planner. I also wanted to note that the Office of the State Fire Marshal is here today. We have Jim Hostler, who's Deputy Director or Deputy Fire Marshal, and then Josh Cleaver, who's the counsel, the Fire Marshal, and they have a presentation they'll be making today as well. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Ms. Nall, and she will make the presentation.
All right. Good morning, Chair, members of the board. My name is Katie Nall, and I'll be presenting the Pacific Pipeline Company's Line 901-903 valve upgrade appeal. The appeal is in response to the Planning Commission's denial of the project. The applicant proposes to amend the original major conditional use permit and final development plan by installing 16 new valves on the existing 901-903 pipeline system. Approximate locations are shown on the map. The project includes 5 check valves, which use an underground system that automatically closes when pushed back on, and 11 motor-operated valve stations, which use an external power system supplied by either solar or a connection to an existing power line. Motor-operated valve station equipment would be located within a chain-link fence enclosure, as shown in the bottom photo. The project is necessary to comply with California State Assembly Bill 864, which mandates that operators install the best available technology on existing pipelines to reduce the volume of fluid released in the event of a line failure. Staff prepared an addendum to the originally approved EIR pursuant to CEQA Section 15164 for the project. The impact areas analyzed are listed on the slide. Additionally, the project can be found exempt under CEQA exemptions also shown on the slide. As previously stated, on August 22, 2022, the amendment and coastal development permit were conditionally approved by the county zoning administrator. 3 appeals were submitted by members of the public and were later heard by the Planning Commission on March 1st and April 26, 2023, where the appeals were upheld and the project was denied. The appeal before you was submitted by the applicant, and the next slides identify the 8 appeal issues and staff's responses. Appeal Issue 1. The applicant states the Planning Commission's denial contradicts the purpose and findings of AB 864, where the intent is to increase the safety of the pipeline, because the valves were identified in the risk analysis as the best mechanism to do so. In response, the county's role is to ensure compliance with county code. The county does not have a role or a responsibility in determining compliance with AB 864, which is reserved for the Office of State Fire Marshal. Appeal Issue 2. The applicant argues that inland valves were denied with coastal findings. However, findings for denial were made for both inland and coastal zoning ordinances pursuant to the sections listed on the slide. Appeal Issue 3. The applicant states that the Commission's finding for denial contradicts the only expert evidence provided on the record, which is the September 29, 2022 visual impact analysis. Staff acknowledges the analysis focuses on 6 motor-operated valve stations within the Gaviota Coast and concludes 3 are minimally visible and 1 is distantly visible when traveling on Highway 101. Appeal Issue 4. The applicant states the coastal denial findings for visual incompatibility is not applicable to check valves which are located underground. In response, the valves are reviewed as one project under CEQA, and the findings for approval or denial are made for the project as a whole, not for each valve site independently. Appeal Issue 5. The Planning Commission determined that the pipeline's integrity has degraded beyond what was originally analyzed in the EIR. The applicant argues this denial was based on speculative conclusions about the safety of future pipeline operations and that there is no evidence that they would be detrimental to the safety of the neighborhood. In response, the risk analysis concludes the proposed valves would reduce the baseline worst-case spill volume by 48%, therefore making the pipeline system safer. Because this is a de novo hearing, the board has the discretion to determine whether the required findings can be made. Appeal Issue 6. The applicant states the denial disregarded the applicable CEQA exemptions, which would negate the Planning Commission's findings for denial. However, the Planning Commission's denial was based on administrative findings for the inland and the coastal land use ordinances. They are not CEQA related. CEQA does not apply to projects that a public agency disapproves. Appeal Issue 7. The applicant states the Planning Commission cannot deny the project based on increased spill potential because the original EIR already acknowledged spill-related impacts would be significant and unavoidable. In response, the Planning Commission's denial determines that the original findings could not be made for the current project because the risk of spill is greater today than originally analyzed. Appeal Issue 8. The applicant states the denial overlooks the Office of State Fire Marshal's exclusive jurisdiction because 1, it focuses on pipeline safety instead of valve construction, 2, it denies the applicant's vested right to restart, and 3, it breaks the 2015 settlement agreement between the applicant and the county, which states that the county has no authority over the construction and operation of the pipelines. In response, the county's role is to review the project for compliance with county code. The project is proposing modifications to the existing pipeline, so the county review is focused on valve installations and does not involve review of pipeline restart. However, the applicant is correct regarding their vested right to restart and the county's restricted authority over the design of the pipelines. So there's been a lot of discussion on if approval of the safety valves would directly lead to restart of the pipeline. So this slide breaks down what is required. In 2020, a consent decree was filed between the applicant and state and federal agencies outlining the actions that would be required prior to restarting the pipeline. The outstanding items include anomaly repair, where all external and internal anomalies must be remediated, compliance with AB 864 regulations, which is the project in front of you, preparation of a restart plan for the Office of State Fire Marshal's review and approval, which includes things like additional surveillance, technology, and corrosion prevention. And finally, a state waiver approved by the State Fire Marshal to compensate for the limited effectiveness of cathodic protection. The state waiver or special permit is an order that allows the use of alternative methods to meet the intent of a state-adopted regulation. Extensive technical analyses are required for approval of a state waiver, and detailed conditions are applied based on the approved alternative measures to ensure that an equal or greater level of safety can be maintained. These waivers are valid for 5 years before being renewed. They may be revoked at any time, and their intent is to increase the safety of pipeline operations. Staff recommends your board make the following: grant the appeal, case number 23 APL 22, make the findings for approval of the project, including the CEQA findings. After considering the environmental review documents, determine that no subsequent EIR or negative declaration shall be prepared for the project, and grant de novo approval of the project subject to the conditions of approval. This concludes staff's recommendation. We are available for questions, and once again, we also have representatives from the Office of State Fire Marshal who are making themselves available for questions as well.
Any questions from the board before we do the State Fire Marshal presentation? Thank you.
Chair Williams, I had a question.
Yes.
I just want some clarity on. So slide 13, if we can go back to that for a moment. So I just want to make sure I understand this correctly. So before us today is just the safety valves. So the restart is not before this board and has no authority.
Supervisor Nelson, that's correct. We are only looking at valve installation.
Okay. So any discussions beyond that, or that part of the, I guess maybe it's for county council. I just want to make sure that I understand what we're focusing on here as we make these decisions. Or do we have the ability to consider those outside, whether this is how the restart might impact this project or how this project might impact the restart?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Supervisor Nelson, the project before you is for installation of the valves, and so what you're considering today is whether this proposed project, whether or not you can make the findings. So it is limited to their proposed project.
Okay, thank you.
Then let's have the State Fire Marshal make their presentation.
Good morning. Morning. My name is Josh Cleaver. I'm staff counsel with CAL FIRE and State Fire Marshal's Office advising Pipeline Safety Division. Chief Hostler will be giving a presentation, but chairs up here, I'll be down here, but I'll help him answer any questions you have at the present.
Thank you.
He's also here to keep me out of trouble, which I'm very good at getting into. So my name's Jim Hostler. I'm the Assistant Deputy Director. I'm the Chief of Pipeline Safety for the state of California under State Fire Marshal. I also run several other programs for the state as well. Chair Williams, members, thank you for your time today. So Office State Fire Marshal, we are the sole regulatory authority for intra-state pipelines within the state of California. We also manage the federal program for pipeline safety for intra-state pipelines. to give you some history there. So we've given you a quick presentation here, hopefully to answer some questions you may have, to give you some documentation to look at. So we are the sole regulatory for all hazardous liquid pipelines and CO2 pipelines in the state under the federal program. Currently, the state does not have CO2 regulation. We do not grant permits. We do not deal in CEQA. We deal with the pipe structure, the safety of the pipeline, the operation of the pipeline, and those guidelines. As for siting, we don't have any authority of that. We can provide information to local counties and agencies, such as we're doing today, so that it helps better inform you of the activities that possibly would take place for the safety of the pipeline. In this specific case, we reviewed and approved a plan to retrofit the existing pipeline with best available technologies that will reduce the volume of an oil spill. AB 864 primarily deals with reduction of spill volumes using best available technology. When the regulation was put together, we worked in a group with operators, public, local responders, of course, our office, and we developed the regulations, and we identified specifically as one of the items is valves, and specifically also motor operated valves. So that is a solid block in a line should a line start leaking. Slide, please. So this is a very engineering intensive process when trying to look at spill volumes, where to place these valve locations, where also to make sure that the most benefit is gathered from the location of these valves. That is placed on the operator. Our office doesn't determine that. We don't decide where the valves go, but we say what is the greatest impact to reducing spill. Pipelines are required to install best available technology. Now, once again, that's not rocket science. We don't expect an operator and it's actually stated in the statute, off-the-shelf technology. So leak detection, fiber optic sensing, valves. Valves was high on the priority list because it's an immediate stop and it actually stops the flow. So it has an immediate impact. Detection is a key item as well. So they must limit the volume. That's a key word in this statute and the regulation, limit the volume of spill. And that's our goal as our office, is to limit the exposure as much as possible, but also that the operator can produce or do their business within the community safely. With the risk analysis provided to us, and reviewed it through an engineering study through our staff, and was also brought to my attention. We reviewed it additionally, and then at that time, we did give approval for the plan that was proposed before our office. Next slide, please. So pipelines are a very complex nature in many ways because every pipeline is different. It's the same, but different. And each offers in a unique situation or conditions that must be addressed. Our whole mission is to ensure safe operation. Pipelines compliance with state and federal law. Our office thoroughly evaluated the risk analysis. I believe we probably did more exemplary action on this particular item because of the concerns in the past history. But of course, it is our job to ensure safety for all California. The OSFM believes that if there is a failure on this line, we believe that the valves will reduce the spill volume significantly and represents best available technology, along with other tools. It is important to note that pipeline must meet and pass additional safety requirements prior to any restart of the pipeline. Part of the restart is also looking at what best available technologies have been applied. Next slide, I think that's it. Yes, so any questions you may have?
Supervisor Capps.
Thank you to the Fire Marshal for being here. It's nice to have you. Yeah, I appreciate how you clarified. I just would, if you can zero back in on the purpose and function of the valves. This sounds like an obvious question, but if there's no flow of oil, would these valves be?
Let me maybe clarify your question. If the pipeline is not operating and is not full of oil, or if it is full of oil?
If it's not full of oil, would these valves be a safety measure?
No. If the pipeline would not be operating, it would be non-functional, and the risk to the environment at that point would be very minimal because there's no fluid in it.
So these valves are needed for the safety of all of us if there's a restart to this oil.
They are required that if the operator were to put material or crude oil back in the pipeline and there was a hazardous chemical in the pipeline, yes, it would.
Thank you.
Supervisor Lavanio.
Thank you. And by the way, thank you for being here because everybody has quoted you, but it's nice to have you here, let me tell you. Both sides. Hey, the fire marshal said that, fire marshal said that. So it's great to have you here and hear it straight from the horse's mouth. So, and this is, I think what Supervisor Capps is getting to is a question I've also heard that, okay, why are we putting safety measures on a pipe that doesn't have anything in it? So question, I guess, goes to, so there are active and abandoned pipelines is what I'm understanding. And where does this one, I guess, how does this, what status is this pipeline in right now?
So under our rule, we recognize two different pipe statuses. In the past, and there was a problem, but it's been reduced as defined by PHMSA, and our state agrees. There's active pipelines and abandoned pipelines. And between active and abandoned, if it is to be abandoned, it must be void of all hazardous materials or liquids as much as possible, separated from pump stations, isolated, and put with an inert material, such as nitrogen, water, which we don't like, or mud. An active pipeline can be an empty pipeline that an operator has said, we may want to use this in a future time frame. We may want to operate this pipeline, but we are going to keep it active, but we're to reduce our risk, or in this case, they had to remove the material, but they wanted to keep it active. This line has been considered active the entire time, but they cannot just restart it, cannot just put oil until they meet the requirement. So, I think to answer your question is if the operator intends to restart the pipeline, and I say if because we do not have a restart, have an approved one, they must have certain safety equipment in place prior to putting any oil in the pipeline to begin to restart the pipeline. And to also clarify, because I think this may be a question, is can they put oil in the pipeline without our office's approval? No.
And then, so you have the jurisdiction over the safety and operations on intrastate pipeline.
Yes,
correct, as you stated. Okay, so if we got to a situation where, so it looks like we're the ones making the determination whether or not we would approve this valve project. If we decided not to approve the valve project, and the applicant was still interested in using the pipeline, and you are the authority over whether or not they operate that, would they be able to come to you with a different plan that did not have valve?
I will answer that. There would be the potential that they could do that. They would have to submit another risk analysis to us why not having valves, which is required under law, would somehow bring them into compliance with best available. So it would be in a position where they need to comply with it, but are fundamentally blocked from it. How they proceed from there is going to be a decision.
Well, how would okay, I guess for our county council then is, how would our county be able to decide that if at that point it's out of our jurisdiction?
Supervisor Lavanino, your board's jurisdiction is limited in this circumstance, and so you're limited to having an application in front of you.
Right.
So if the board were to deny this project, as you stated, then the applicant could reapply with a different plan. After a denial, I think you have to wait a year, but that is possible. But otherwise, unless there's an application before you, the board doesn't have jurisdiction.
So theoretically, we could deny the valve project for safety, for whatever reasons. They could then put in a new application, whether or not they have to wait a year or what. It could then possibly get approved by the Office of the State Fire Marshal without any input from us. And it could theoretically open without safety valve in place.
Members of the board and Supervisor Lavanino, I do want to make one clarification. They can't apply for the same thing in less than a year.
It would be something different,
but
but I'm
they
not
apply
sure
for
what that would be.
something different. It might not. They might have to wait a year. They only need to apply to us if they're making a change to their existing permit. So it theoretically is possible that if they did not need to make a change to their existing permit, it's possible that that fire marshal's jurisdiction that they could get approval for something different.
And I think you wanted to weigh in on that as well. Yeah.
I did, thank you. The law, the state law, the statute, and our regulations are clear that valves are to be considered as denying the installation of valves would place them in conflict with state law requirement. Right, so if you deny it, then they would not have valves,
right,
which are required by state law, not necessarily. So you have a diaspora position between what they are required to do and what they can do, and perhaps they, project proponent will discuss that when they have a chance. But I don't see how they can come into comply with state law on something that says they have valves if valves are not. Thank you.
Okay. Seems like we could be creating a serious catch-22, but anyway, all right. Thank you.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. There was a term that you used, Council. It was fundamentally blocked. So that was when you look at another alternative. So would a jurisdiction like Santa Barbara County denying the installation of valves define as fundamentally blocked?
I think that might be a good question for your council. But from my perspective, our perspective at the Fire Marshal's office, if they cannot come into compliance with the law, it would appear that they would not be able to start the pipeline, right? This law was drafted in response to the Refugio spill on this particular pipeline, and it specifically addressed the need for valves on pipelines in general, but this pipeline too. So it is applicable, and without valves, it cannot. It feels almost logical that if it cannot comply with state law, there must be an alternative route that somebody's going to take compliance. But our perspective is that it must have these valves. Did I address where you were going with that?
Yes.
Okay.
I think so.
Feel free to ask more questions.
So I'd like to add it. So the entire intent of ABH, or Chairman Williams knows this well, or Supervisor, I apologize, is that to reduce spill volume. So, and it's usually a combination of leak detection, materials, valves, and the most effective way to stop flow is to put a block on a line or to close it off. So, as proposed, that we have seen, majority of the plans that have been placed in front of our office is valve. Also, additional tools. And it also depends on terrain, location to water. So there's multiple factors involved. Motor operated valves are the quickest because somebody doesn't have to be standing there 24/7, 365, and they can do it. Check valves, which I do not have the construction plans on the check valve, but they are minimal exposure or viewpoint to the external environment. but usually they are put above ground, but they don't require a lot of equipment because they're a force reactive device. So that is why our position is valves are a strong use of leak prevention or reduction.
An additional question here. Have you guys looked at if these valves were installed back when the refugio oil spill took place, what the effects might have been?
We have not done any studies in that effect, although I can say we did look at the existing risk analysis that was provided to our office, and we've looked at, I believe, I may be incorrect on my number, over 180 risk analysis of pipelines that are affected within the coastal zone or within a certain distance of the coastal zone. And all of those expressed spill reduction volume. I cannot give you an exact number what on this particular portion, if it would have or reduced it. There were several mistakes made, in my opinion, in that condition. So accidents do happen, unfortunately. But the proposed items in the plan offer a large or significant reduction of volume. I believe that it would help, but I cannot give you a specific answer of how much.
Thank you. Might be able to add a little bit to that. When a risk analysis is conducted on a pipeline, it's under the assumption that it will have what is called a guillotine-style rupture, where it is simply cleaved in half and product flowing freely, right? That is the baseline approach. And you would get based on your, the analysis and the modeling that you utilize, it will determine how much product variable from each pipeline, right? But I believe in the staff presentation, we saw a reduction of 48% spill volume based on the segmentation in places and block valve. That's probably the number you're looking towards. I cannot remember the exact, gallon or barrel amount of reduction, but that would be the analysis that we review and then approved as being best available.
And one last question here. Current status of the line. Is an active line still under your jurisdiction?
Yes, and has been since 2016 when PHMSA actually handed us the pipeline. They took it out of the interstate rule, placed it under intrastate, and then we took over authority at that time. And then Josh and I were both involved in the consent decree.
So the current pipeline, there's abnormalities that have been addressed right now. There's my understanding of the pipeline is there's an inert gas pressurized in the pipeline right now. Is that correct?
Correct.
So the pipeline is free from leaks as it stands today?
It would be free from leaks from putting hazardous liquid into the environment. I mean, if it were to develop a hole or a leak, it would allow nitrogen to release into the atmosphere. The operator would have to give you that specific locations where it would, but as our understanding, it is in nitrogen, and that would be the exposure.
Thank you.
The pipeline is also holding pressure under nitrogen, which would mean that not being nitrogen.
And I can just comment on that. I just think that's good for the public to understand, because I think there's this vision out there that these corroded pipes that are underground and that they would, as soon as any kind of fluid would be in there, that they'd be leaking out. But if it's holding pressure, that seems to me that makes sense that it's intact.
And before liquids would be introduced, the operator would be required to provide us analysis and testing and proof that the line would hold liquids.
Thank you.
Mr. Lavigny.
Mine's for staff. I'm sorry. Thanks again for being here. You answered a lot of really good, tough questions. Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. We're probably not done with you afterwards.
You
no,
more?
right
Okay.
now I am.
Oh,
right now.
We're good.
Yeah, please don't leave.
You're going to lunch. All right. My questions for staff on, again, let's go back to 13, slide 13, if we could, on the staff presentation. In the staff response, the last bullet item says that PPC does have a vested right to restart, and the county does not have authority over construction and operation of the pipeline. So can you kind of explain the vested right to restart? Like, where does that come from, and what actually does that mean?
Mr. Chair and Supervisor Lavigno. So when the county granted its permit originally to construct and operate the pipeline, they gave the operator the authority to operate the line. And in the conditions of approval in the project description, there are some statements that contemplate a disruption in the service, but it doesn't have any specifics about the county granting the authority to restart. There's nothing within the permit itself that says the county has the authority to say yes or no on whether or not the operator is able to restart the line. So it's inherent in the permit that allows them to operate that they could restart the line without having to come actively to the county to ask if they can do that.
Okay, so even in the case of a spill, they still would have the vested right. That's not contemplated, or it's not discussed in the permit.
Correct.
Okay. So then it just becomes a legal matter, I'm assuming, at that point. Somebody has a vested right. We're saying you're not allowed to exercise that right. Then they have legal recourse at that point, I'm assuming. Yeah. Okay. All right. Just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Supervisor Capps.
I'm going to double down on that clarification because I think it's really important, Supervisor Lavigno. So, because I understand the fire marshal would have a chance to review safety plans if there was a restart application, but these are local decisions, these are local people, local damages, local economics, local pollution. Would we get that opportunity, or is this that opportunity? That's a process question that I don't have the answer to.
I think that would be a P&D question, not a fire marshal question.
So I'm going to defer on this one.
So when we were involved in the drafting of the consent decree, there is an ability for the operator to apply to restart. It does not necessarily mean that it will be restarted, right? They would still have to demonstrate, as Chief Hostler noted, to us that it could be operated and hold liquid, right, and do so safely. That is memorialized in the consent decree, that they can submit a restart plan to us. They can do applications as a state waiver, as noted in the staff's presentation. That does not necessarily mean that they are guaranteed to get it restarted, right? So I think that's important to understand, right, is that they have the right to attempt to restart it. They do not have the right just to restart it. Did that help?
It does help, thank you, but why would you put in valves if you're not planning on restarting? I mean, I know that's not for you to answer, but that's potentially for the applicant, but again, you don't need valves if there's no flow. We don't currently have flow.
If you want to establish flow, you would need the valves.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, I think we're ready to go on to the appellant presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
And please don't go anywhere.
Thank you.
I've got my timer here.
Great. Okay. Good morning, Chair Williams and members of the board. My name is Dawn Sestito, and I represent Pacific Pipeline Company, the appellant. With me today are Brian Carlin, Andrew Craig, and Steve Gregg. So I want to start by thanking you and thanking staff for your time and diligence already. And I want to thank the Office of the State Fire Marshal for being here today as well. So we're here today to talk about AB 864. It requires best available technology to reduce the amount of oil released in the event of an oil spill. You heard the fire marshal talk about that. Reduce the volume of the spill. It's required for active pipelines. These pipelines are active. And Chair Williams, this is your bill. And I think we all agree that it's very, very important. It was widely supported. Gaviota Coast Conservancy supported the bill. So did the Environmental Defense Center, the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors, and the Coastal Commission. And there was a question about whether if these safety valves had been on the pipeline, would that have reduced the spill back in 2015? And Chair Williams, you said that it would have. You said that the impact of that 2015 oil spill would have been far less if the pipeline had automatic shutoff valves back then. So the California legislature made the state fire marshal responsible for deciding what best available technology is under AB 864. And here's the statute. You can see the code up there. So best available technology includes, but is not limited to, and it lists things: leak detection technologies, automatic shutoff systems, remote controlled sectionalized block valves, or any combination of these technologies. Includes, but is not limited to. So that means it's a combination of technologies, as you heard, but it doesn't have to require valves. So here's the current pipeline, and these are the valves that are currently on it, the yellow squares and the yellow diamonds. And then on the right, you can see the valves that we're asking you to approve today. They're green, the green squares and the green diamonds, and you can see there's a whole lot more of them, especially down by the coast, to provide that extra protection that was intended by AB 864. And here's some background, a timeline of how we got to where we are today. So note that we asked for permission from the county, Santa Barbara County, back in 2021, and then we're here today. Note also that safety valves have already been approved in San Luis Obispo and Kern County. So now we're going to talk about the Planning Commission's findings. So this is a summary of their denial findings. We've put them into two buckets, and we're going to talk about the first. So this finding relates to the pipeline's coastal development permit, and it incorrectly concludes that the proposed valves are incompatible with the viewshed because certain valves will be visible along the Gaviota coast. So again, here are the valves, but we need to focus on the ones in the coastal zone. So in the coastal zone, there's one check valve and 6 motor-operated valves. And this is the only portion of the pipeline where the coastal development permit applies, and so these are the only valves that are subject to this first finding. So this is a check valve. The Planning Commission should not have denied this one because you can see the check valve is completely underground and it has absolutely no impact on coastal views whatsoever. And as for the 6 motor-operated valves in the coastal zone, an expert analysis confirmed that the valves were carefully sited to minimize visibility in compliance with the Gaviota Coast Plan. And as you can see in that photo, there's already industrial infrastructure along the Gaviota coast. So this expert analysis concluded that no valves would be visible from any public vista point, any recreational location, and at most there would be 4 MOVs visible from Highway 101 for a matter of seconds when driving at a high rate of speed. And 2 of the above-ground valves would not be visible at all. So there's no evidence to the contrary, and this finding cannot stand. So now let's go to the second finding, or the second group of findings. So here, the Planning Commission found that the addition of safety valves to the pipeline would be detrimental to the health, safety, comfort, convenience, and general welfare. But rather than focus on the valves, the Planning Commission looked at the entire pipeline, using assumptions, not evidence, about its condition and safety. You've heard County Council and staff say that you're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to look at the totality of the pipeline. What we're here today is on the valves. And the county indeed is legally preempted from evaluating pipeline safety. That is solely within the jurisdiction of the Office of the State Fire Marshal. So these are the rest of the findings, but they are the same. So what the Planning Commission should have focused on, and what we're asking you to focus on, is the addition of safety valves. As the Fire Marshal explained, if there ever were a pipeline failure, these valves would reduce the spill volume significantly, and that would improve the county's health, safety, comfort, convenience, and general welfare. That was the whole purpose of AB 864, to make pipelines safer. And remember that AB 864 is required for any active pipeline. And what has to be installed is the best available technology. So the technology has to be available. So we know that these safety valves that we're proposing are available in San Luis Obispo and Kern County because they've already been approved. So the question for you today is, will these valves be available in Santa Barbara County? So if you want safety valves on this pipeline, this is your chance to approve them today, to give us permission to put them on. If the appeal is denied and safety valves are not available within Santa Barbara County, PPC will have no choice but to consider other options to comply with AB 864. So this is a chart here, and we got this information on the right from Public Records Act requests. So what this chart shows on the left is the pipeline in question, the one that we're here to talk about. And on the right are 4 other pipelines that we got information about, like I said, from PRA. And what this shows is what technologies were approved by the fire marshal for an AB 864 compliance plan. So the 4 pipelines on the right, you can see the X's. They don't have automatic valve closures and they don't have additional valves. And those AB 864 plans were approved by the fire marshal. So we're proposing to include automatic valve closures and additional valves in addition to advanced leak detection, additional instrumentation, and the existing valves that are there. But if this appeal is not successful, if we don't get permission from the Board of Supervisors to put these valves on, then we'll have to submit an alternate plan to try to comply with AB 864. And we'll have to do that without automatic safety valves in Santa Barbara because they won't be available here. You will have told us, no, you can't put them on. So we'll have to do a risk analysis. We'll have to demonstrate using these other technologies that we can meet the requirements of AB 864. And that alternate plan, if it doesn't include changes to the permit, if it doesn't include physical disturbance like the additional valves being installed, won't require county approval, so we won't have to come back to the Board of Supervisors for that approval. We'll have to get fire marshal approval, of course. So there's already been some questions about restart. As you've heard, restart's not why we're here today. That's not what we're asking for permission for. If you support the valves today, that's not a vote for restart. It's a vote for safety and making sure that this pipeline is as safe as possible if it restarts. As the fire marshal said, the pipelines are going to have to satisfy specific safety criteria before they possibly can be restarted. That's all set forth in a consent decree. And that consent decree is related directly to these lines. So it's specific to these lines. It has specific requirements. It's overseen by the Office of the State Fire Marshal. And we put some of them up on this slide. And they're going to be overseen by the experts in pipeline safety, and those individuals at the Office of the State Fire Marshal are going to ensure that the pipelines are sound if they're ever restarted. Here's a copy of the actual consent decree. There are the signatories to it on the side, including PHMSA and OSFM. It provides a path to restart. It applies to this specific pipeline, a path to restart for this pipeline. That path addresses pipeline integrity concerns, and it was signed by all of these agencies and approved by a federal judge. Before it was signed, Gaviota Coast Conservancy and EDC commented to the judge. And do you know what they said? They said that they demanded automatic valves on any new, replacement, or restarted line. So if this line is ever restarted, they told the judge, they should have automatic safety valves. And that is exactly what we're here today. That's exactly what we're asking you permission to put on the lines. So outside the scope of this proceeding and outside the authority of the county is pipeline integrity. But I want to address a couple of things because the Planning Commission's findings touched on it. So first, after the release in 2015, the ruptured portion of the line was repaired. I think you heard that from the Office of the State Fire Marshal. The lines are filled with nitrogen, which is an inert gas, and they're actively monitored, they're holding pressure, and they have been for years. And again, you heard that from the fire marshal. They're holding pressure, there's no holes in the lines right now. As for cathodic protection, the system remains intact. It's actively monitored and maintained as required by the project description. And those are the requirements there from the project description. So I'm now going to turn to CEQA. So we covered CEQA in detail in our written submission. So I'm going to just address it at a high level here. But we agree with staff that there's no CEQA compliance concerns with installing safety valves. Again, the question that we're here today to talk about. So only one exemption is needed to avoid CEQA review. And CEQA contains a statutory exemption that relates specifically to valves, and it applies to projects that are less than 8 miles in length. It squarely applies here because the individual valves are very small, and altogether, all of the valves are less than 1/4 mile in length. When a statutory exemption applies, the legislature deems the work exempt from CEQA. So it's not a matter of interpretation. Legally, there can be no CEQA review, and the CEQA analysis stops right here. And the state previously said the same thing. So this is during rulemaking for the regulations, and what the state said, there was a question about whether the AB 864 compliance would require additional CEQA review, and the state said no, those would be covered by the 8-mile CEQA exemption and other exemptions to CEQA. But there's more categorical CEQA exemptions that apply here too. So existing facilities, appurtenant structures, and small structures. We discussed these in detail in our submission. And remember, we just need one of these 4 exemptions to apply. And there's not really any serious dispute that the valves fit into these exemptions. The opponents instead point to exceptions to these categorical exemptions. And our letter submission explains why those exceptions do not apply. So again, for CEQA to apply, you would have to deny all 4 exemptions that we discussed. Legally, that would be improper. You can't do that. But even if you did, full CEQA review is not appropriate. So the valves are to be added to a previously approved active pipeline. And so the project review, any project review, has to reflect the baseline conditions that were in the originally approved EIR. And the county doesn't have discretion to apply a different baseline. So the only possibly appropriate environmental review is the addendum that staff already prepared that looked at the incremental impact from valves. And of course, that impact is beneficial because it would substantially reduce the volume of a potential release. The county cannot use this appeal as an excuse to reevaluate the whole pipeline. It has no discretion to disregard the original EIR, which has not expired. That's in fact something the county itself recently argued in court. You can see a quote down there. And there's no changed circumstances that would warrant additional CEQA review. The original EIR addressed the impacts of air emissions. It addressed pipeline corrosion. In fact, it addressed oil spills. It contemplated that there could be oil spills in the original environmental review. And speculative comments can't be considered substantial evidence of any new impacts. So for all of those reasons, we agree with staff's recommendation. We ask the board, please, to uphold PPC's appeal and approve the safety valves. Thank you.
Are there any questions from the board?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. Slide 25, the approved AB 864 retrofit plans.
Yes.
So you identify these pipelines as A, B, C, and D. Is that for any specific reason?
I think we just did that for confidentiality reasons, but they're actually in the papers that are submitted with our submissions.
Gotcha.
So they're in there, but we thought
so the fire marshal
this would be more appropriate.
The fire marshal would be familiar with all 4 of those pipelines?
Oh, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? So normally when the appellant is also the applicant, there is not a counter presentation, only through public comment, but I have granted Mr. Capello 10 minutes to make a presentation.
Mr. Chair, before we move to public comment, could we please take a short break?
Okay.
Thank
well,
you.
we're not going to public comment yet. This is, well, I guess technically it is public comment.
It is.
But this is a good time to indicate our rules have to respect certain limits of time, especially because we have a hearing that is required by the state this afternoon on the Truth Act, and so we do not have time for 3 minutes a pop. So we're going to do a old Joan Hartman trick. which is to incentivize folks who are willing to do 1 minute. That will enable other folks to do 2 minutes. We'll have the 1 minutes first. You can identify yourself either to the clerk ahead of time. That would be very helpful. And then the other, incentive for that is, well, you get to go first. The other incentive is I don't have to further reduce time for the other public speakers. Yes, Jacqueline?
Chair Williams and members of the board. So when we do return from our quick break, I think the easiest that would be for us to identify you is when you come to the podium, just state your name for the record first and last, and that is assuming that you've already submitted a speaker slip to either Leah or myself. So I'll just have you state your name for the record, and when we come back from the break, we'll just have you line up the individuals that want to speak for 1 minute. Thank you.
We're reconvening, and we'll ask our clerk to go through a public comment procedure.
Chair Williams and members of the board, yes, thank you. As noted prior to our break, we are going to take any members of the public who would like to speak for 1 minute and 1 minute only first. So if you are a member of the public and you would like to speak for 1 minute, if you are on Zoom, please use the raised hand feature and we will assume that you are going to speak for 1 minute. If you are in the room, if you can please prepare, we usually do a line down the middle, but I don't want it to get too crowded. So just, if you can just prepare to come up one after the other and state your first and last name so we can cross you off our list. Thank you.
And I received both requests from Mr. Capello, who is the original appellant and represents the original appellants, and from Exxon, who is the applicant, for additional time. I granted them both additional time, and I just want to make sure that both parties don't have any objection to granting both additional time. Seeing none, I'll let Mr. Capello come up and speak for 10 minutes. And I'll close public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Let me make it quite clear. No one's asking you to deny automatic shut-off valves. We're asking you to delay them by getting a full environmental impact report. That's the problem here. You are the last bastion. There is nobody else. I don't know who you're going to have standing when this pipeline spills. I just watched the Maui fire guy say, I should have turned on the alarms. This is the problem right now. Who's the last person standing? And it's going to be a county employee. Because if you don't at least address the issue of full EIR, and that's what the Planning Commission said, that's what you should do. It boggles my mind that oil companies are here saying, if you tell us we can't put in an automatic shut-off valve, we're going to go do something else. That's not what you're telling them. You're saying, no, you're going to put in automatic shut-off valves, but you're going to do a full environmental impact report. There's no way you get around the environmental impact analysis. The Planning Commission noted that. You know, it's interesting, when I was in front of the Planning Commission, John Parkey, he said, you know what this kind of reminds me of? It reminds me of when I had a horse trailer that had 400,000 miles on its tires, and one of the tires blew out, and the other 3 tires were holding air. Well, to tell me that this pipeline is holding air and is active doesn't mean it isn't going to blow, because the next time I put that trailer on the road, one of those other tires is going to blow. That's the problem here. Exxon is not the person that did this to this pipeline. That person is cut and run. That's called Plains. And your own district attorney's office had a jury trial and found them guilty of a felony for feloniously maintaining it. It is a Swiss cheese full of holes. And the state fire marshal, yeah, that's their job to make sure it gets, sure, that's their job. But it's your job as well to make sure the landowners that have this pipeline supposedly on their property are protected as well. And that's my clients. Who are my clients? Let me tell you who they are. I gave you 3 declarations. I could have trotted them all out here with 1-minute pieces of paper, and I told Chairman Williams that I wouldn't do that. My clients are 133 owners of property, including 5 owners of property that have these valve stations on them. Mark Tatrum with 276 acres of large cattle and livestock operation. The Rancho Tejigas, over 3,000 acres with a valve station on it. The Mathis Gaviota Ranch, over 5,000 acres with a valve station on it. I can list you the names of properties over 150 acres. There's another 10 to 15 of them. And here's the list of all of the owners. This is not a Chamber of Commerce issue. These are significant citizens of your districts, particularly you, Mr. Lavanino, and you, Mr. Nelson, particularly so. And you know what they say? Here's what they say. I cooperated back when the 1988 Celeron wanted a pipeline put in. But this is what my easement says, and I'm going to read it to you. It is agreed that all rights and privileges herein granted and granted grantee, that's the oil company, shall automatically end and terminate in the event that grantee or its successor and assigns shall fail to operate and maintain said pipeline after initial startup of operation for a period of 5 consecutive years. It's been 8 years that it hasn't been operated, not 5, 8. Most of my other clients have 3, 4, or 5 years in. So about a third of these clients have automatic terminate. There is no easements on their property. Now, why is that important? You can't put valve stations on their property because those easements have terminated. Does the county mention that? No, the county says, well, there's litigation, and yeah, that's a possibility. But I'm telling you specifically that we will not let them on our land, that we will tie this up in court, that now's the time for this company to do it right, to make sure this pipeline that we know is full of holes is fixed and done right. There's automatic shut-off valves on the pipeline wherever they can. And you know what? There's no rush. What's the rush? Why are we rushing here? Why aren't they doing a full environmental impact report? Now, if you have landowners that I know, listen, I know you know a lot of these ranchers. I know you both know them. And these are good people. And they said, I entered an agreement that says it's automatically terminated. And it's automatically terminated. Automatic is automatic. And for you to say, oh, well, it's active, that's their story now. That's the new word. It's an active pipeline. That's not what the easement says. It says operate, 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 and maintain, which they didn't do. They didn't maintain it. They were found guilty of a felony for failing to maintain it. And by the way, is it nice to put on automatic safety valves to cut the amount of oil that's spilled? How much litigation did you have? Oh, you're still in litigation with Exxon over the trucking permits, aren't you? And why did you deny the trucking permits for Exxon? You didn't, right? But you know what? If that truck spilled, if that truck broke and hit the Cuyama River, Twitchell Reservoir would be full of oil. And that pipeline runs right along there and crosses the Cuyama River in 3 separate areas. That's why you need an environmental impact report. Where are they going to be doing all the repair work? Where are they going to be doing that? Have you asked that question? Have you asked your staff? I'm saying this too, really. If Exxon walks around and says, we got an automatic shut-off valve permit from the county, and that means we have a right to go on your property, that is an inverse condemnation. And you should have a little chat with your county council about that. That they are using the guise of a permit they got from the county for an automatic safety valve as some sort of land right. When they have no land right, that right has expired. So, why do our clients want this safety valve project done with an EIR? They want it done with an EIR because they want to be protected. They don't want the oil spill that would hit the property and then ultimately went in the Pacific Ocean. They don't want the oil spill that's going to destroy their vineyard or their ranch. They don't want it in the Cuyama River. There was a massive oil spill in 2015. Plains filed an application to build a new pipeline. What happened to that, by the way? Well, they've now told you in the reports that they filed, and they filed one in court just the other day, they're not going to build a new pipeline. So if they're not building a new pipeline, they're going to replace the pipeline. And if they're going to replace the pipeline, they're going to be building automatic shut-off valves, new roads. They're going to be repairing the pipeline where there's 80 different anomalies that they have to repair. And they're going to be doing it without any oversight by anybody. Oh, no. State Fire Marshal will be looking at the pipeline, not about the digging, not about the Chumash, not about the birds and the bees and the environment. They don't look at that. He just told you that. You do. They do. And what slays me is your county staff is here making a report when they're the ones that wrote the specific findings of the Planning Commission that says you should be doing an EIR. How do they do that? I don't know how they do that, but that's what they did. The Planning Commission said, no, we don't agree with your staff report. We want findings on the EIR. And they wrote them. How do I know that? I was in the room. I saw it happen. So what's going on here? What's the rush? Exxon? They deserve something important for us? They deserve nothing. Why? They're cutting and running. They sold it. They're taking a $2 billion loss. It's in the public documents. They've sold it to another company that's going to come in here in December. And you don't have nothing to worry about because we're guaranteeing it, they said. Have you looked at the guarantee? I have. You know how much it is? It's $100 million. Sounds like a lot of money? It cost Plains $1 billion to clean up the oil spill. They paid our clients, the fishermen and the property owners that were despoiled with oil, $236 million. $1 billion to deal with an oil spill. And Exxon's giving you a $100 million guarantee? This is about what it's worth. A piece of paper.
Thank you. That is your time.
I could say a lot more, believe me.
I got a question.
Mr. Lavenio.
Thank you. First off, as a former performer myself, dude, I will book you as an opener anytime. That was awesome.
Can I get minimum wage?
Yes. I got a question. Would you indemnify the county, you and your, by the way, I don't have any constituents along there. You got to look at a newer map.
Your Twitchell Reservoir. Your Twitchell Reservoir.
I don't have Twitchell Reservoir.
They're mine now.
But anyways.
Oh.
But
really?
anyways, it's okay. That was one of the
drink the
that was one of the
Reservoir water?
minor problems.
They drink the Twitchell Reservoir water.
Yes, we all do.
Right.
So question is.
No, we don't. No, we don't.
All right.
The Collins do.
Okay.
I guess I'll just ask you one question then, instead of asking a bunch of them. How'd you get here today?
How did I get here today? You know, I'll tell you how I got here today. So in 1960,
I'm not paying you by the minute like your folks do. I'm just asking one simple question.
I drove on the same highway to meet Joseph Centeno, who was a detective in the Santa Maria Police Department. And he and I watched each other's career.
Barry, come on. Let's
and
just
we're
get
in his
to
building.
All
and
right.
he's spinning in his grave with the stories that he's heard in this.
I think you're totally misrepresenting somebody from this hearing room was named after.
Centeno
So
very well.
Okay.
And the truth was something that was important to him.
Well,
very.
I think it left this room quite a while ago, but I guess you're not going to answer the question, but I'll withdraw it.
No, go ahead. Ask the question. I drove.
That's all I need to know.
Okay, let's proceed with the other public comments.
Should I have not driven? I mean,
I'm just curious how you got here.
I drove.
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have 41 requests to speak on this item, and we have a handful of 1-minute requests to speak on Zoom. We are going there first, and then we will return to the Santa Maria hearing room. We'll begin with Nathaniel Williams, to be followed by Irene Cook. Nathaniel?
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Nathaniel Williams. I also have Hector Carvajal in here. We are business agents for Local 250 in Gardena, California. We represent our contractors that do the work for these pipelines. And we are asking that you okay this project to make this a safer, more cleaner, and help your community move forward from this, like the 2015 accident that happened. So that way we can move forward and get this taken care of for you. I just want to say thank you for hearing me out, and we're standing behind ExxonMobil to move forward on this project. Thank you.
We will now go to Irene Cook, to be followed by Catherine Carmichael. Irene?
Yes. At many different hearings, I've listened to endless discussion about mumbo jumbo details and regulatory nitpicking about Exxon's business in our county. We can talk about jurisdiction and authority until the cows come home. But what it all boils down to is literally fiddling while the planet burns. This county has set goals to address the climate crisis. And in 2019, you passed a resolution declaring a climate emergency. But here we are, 4 years later, continuing to do business as usual, spending taxpayer dollars on staff time for yet another issue with Exxon, the company that has lied to the world for 40 years about climate change, that is willing to sacrifice the future of our children and our planet at the altar of corporate greed and profit. So as a grandmother and a taxpayer, I ask you to uphold the Planning Commission's denial of this application, require an EIR, and start taking bold action to address the climate crisis.
Thank you, Irene. That is your time. We will now go to Catherine Carmichael to be followed by Michael Leon. Catherine?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Hi. First of all, I wanted to thank all of you, both electeds and staff. I know that this is a difficult job, so thank you for what you do. I wanted to comment to please deny Exxon's and Plains' request. The use of existing compromised pipeline would pose an extreme risk for future spills due to the massive corrosion and weakening of the pipeline walls. Installing valves will not prevent additional spills, since valves do not remedy external corrosion or prevent additional ruptures from occurring. Also, the valves are not required by AB 864 to reduce the spills because the pipeline is non-operational, so there's no risk of a spill if there's no oil in it. And please, let's keep it this way. Let's not put any more oil into these pipes. Thank you.
We will now go to Michael Leon to be followed by Carol Miller. Michael?
Do we have audio?
Yes, please proceed.
On behalf of Get Oil Out and its members, I'm Michael Lyons, board president. In case of this existing aged and corroded pipeline would pose an imminent risk of repeat spills. Repeat spills mean more damage to our sensitive and productive coastal resources and the local economy these resources support. Upgrading the valves on an already failed pipeline assures no one that a future leak or spill will not occur. Thank you.
We will now go to Carol Miller to be followed by Michael Meredith. Carol?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Yes, hi. I'm a native Santa Barbaran and a small business owner. I just wanted to say that it seems to me like Exxon is operating in a time warp. I believe that you, the supervisors, exist in 2023. If you were to do a risk-benefit analysis of this, you'd see the benefit would be Lahaina. The risk is a repeat of the 2015 oil spill. They have obviously very good lawyers who can tell you how many angels dance on the head of a pin, but I believe that your staff and you can make a counter, give them a counter number, and I'm not going to pretend that I know how that's done, but just want to say, please continue existing in the present and do the right thing. Thank you.
We will now go to Michael Meredith to be followed by McCall Lynch. Michael?
Hello, am I on?
Yes, you are. If you could just speak loud and clear, thank you.
I urge denial of this appeal. The sole purpose for reviving the pipeline is to be able to revive offshore oil drilling, and we have heard the company threaten if these valves were not approved, they would still restart the pipeline, possibly with less safety. We have local, regional, national goals for reduction of greenhouse gases, which are not being met. This is going totally the wrong direction. You have good reasons that you can legally deny this. I urge that you do.
And
Thank
we
you.
will now go to Michael Lynch, who is our final 1-minute request to speak on Zoom. Then we will return to Santa Maria. Michael Lynch.
This is Michael Lynch. I request that you do not approve this. AB 864 states necessary requirements, but that doesn't mean that that's sufficient. I don't believe that a 48% reduction is sufficient, and certainly not sufficient to make it not necessary to get an EIR update. I totally agree with Mr. Capello that we need a new EIR. Especially because electric shutoffs will not work if there's no energy. Even if there's a backup generator, will it kick in soon enough? All these things affect the EIR. So please require that to be done first. Thank you.
We will now return to Santa Maria for any members of the public who would like to speak for 1 minute. And if you would like to do so, if you can please, in a slow and orderly fashion, proceed to the podium one at a time. And if you can form a line, if you can't stand for an extended period of time, just come up when available. And if you can please state your name first and last for the record.
Right. My name is Joshua Stewart. Thank you, board members, for considering this today. As a conserved native Santa Barbara County resident, I urge you to grant Pacific Pipeline their appeal of automating, adding, and replacing valves, because it can only lead to better protection of the environment. Santa Barbara County has 414,000 registered vehicles, of which 84,000 are trucks. Few people in this county are giving up their vehicles. According to the Census Bureau data, 144,000 workers in Santa Barbara County average a 20-minute commute to work 5 days a week. The public transportation system available in Santa Barbara County is inadequate to support eliminating cars. The clean air buses don't go everywhere and are still not clean on the inside. This county, like it or not, is as reliant on fossil fuels as every other county in California. Pretty please, with sugar on top, vote to grant the appeal and allow Pacific Pipeline Company access to the best available control technology to automate and upgrade their pipeline.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jerry Rounds from Santa Ynez, and what seems to me what's going on here is that we've got Lucy holding the football for Charlie Brown, and she pulls it away at the last minute. I don't think that's fair. I was rescuing birds in 1968 from the oil spill. I take people up to the National Petroleum Reserve, go backpacking for long trips. We use oil to get there. We use oil on our tents. We use oil on our boots. We use oil everywhere. And to borrow an analogy from John Muir, if we do something here, it affects the worldwide here. And shutting down oil here, which is what this is all about, affects the well-being of people throughout the world. Cheap energy has improved the lives of billions of people, and I think not allowing or recognizing our dependence upon oil is NIMBYism, and I think that is immoral. Thank you. Thank you.
Supervisors, I'm Tevin Schmidt, the watershed scientist for the Wichita-Chumash Foundation. We support the Planning Commission's decision to deny the project. The project does not meet any of the requirements of the CEQA exemptions in which the applicant seeks to avoid environmental review. The restart of oil transportation through lines 901 and 903 poses an immense risk for cultural resources, the environment, economy, and residents of Santa Barbara County. Even with the proposed safety valves in place, isolated segments of pipeline that experience ruptures could still spill hundreds of thousands of gallons of oil onto the coast, rivers, and our communities. An oil spill caused by these pipelines is inevitable, with both pipelines exhibiting dozens of anomalies of 50 to 74% external metal loss from corrosion. Pipelines also transverse the San Ynez and Sisquoc rivers, which host important recovery habitats for southern steelhead, California red-legged frog, two distinct populations of California tiger salamander, and southwestern willow flycatcher. We urge you to uphold the Planning Commission's decision and deny the project outright. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and fellow board members. My name is Kathy Vreeland. I'm here on behalf of the Buellton Chamber of Commerce. I'd like to express our support for the county's staff recommendation to approve this project and allow Pacific Pipeline to install safety valves along the pipeline. A vote against this appeal will send a loud message to the business community that the county does not support existing ordinances which allow businesses in this county to function properly, nor would you be following state and federal laws that allow businesses with existing investments to maintain their assets. This all creates uncertainty in the business community. Our county needs to start allowing companies from all industries to have some assurance they can do business here. We need to do a better job attracting all kinds of businesses, especially those that provide higher paying jobs. Again, your vote to approve Pacific Pipeline's installation of safety valves will show you care about the residents and businesses in this county and that you can follow the existing laws that allow for this project to move forward. Thank you again for your time and consideration today.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Hertz Ramirez, and I'm here on behalf of the thousands of men and women that work for the Laborers International Union of North America, Local 220. Just a point of privilege, we are the proud owners of a building right down the street from here at 1158 Bettereve Avenue, so we ask you to come by and visit whenever you like. But we need investments. We need investments in the community to provide good paying jobs for working people, and this project is one of them. We believe not only is it good and environmentally friendly to provide these valves to make sure that the project is done safely, but Pacific Petroleum has also committed to use union labor on the project, and you know, a skilled and trained workforce is probably the best way to get this project done the correct way. So we ask you that you approve this project as presented. Thank you.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Danny Zaragoza, and I am the Secretary Treasurer for Laborers Local 220. We represent over 2,300 hardworking men and women that actually are going to live in the county that this project is going to take place, which is Santa Barbara, San Luis Obispo, and Kern counties. We are hoping that the board will approve the project. The new valves will enhance and improve the safety of the pipeline in our county. Furthermore, Pacific Pipeline has agreed to using experienced local union labor for the projects. These jobs will provide middle-class income or higher. Also, too, will provide health care for their families and give hardworking men and women the ability to save for their future. Laino Local 220 agrees with the county staff's analysis and recommendation to approve the project. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Leah Breitman. I'm from beautiful Lompoc. I'm sorry that you have to make this choice. I'm sorry that we'll all never get the 2 hours of our life back that we've spent. All because, these poor oil suits, they didn't get their way. Because the fossil fuel industry, these oil suits, they had a choice over 50 years ago. They knew that their product was faulty, that it would screw up the planet. And these greedy expletives, they chose profit over us. They continue to choose profit over us. So if they were smart, they probably could have found a more lethal, non-lethal product 50 years ago. They could have made money off of it, but they didn't. So just in case you have only been watching conservative media, it's the hottest year on the planet. There are bigger storms, hurricanes, right? The Alps are crumbling. The Alps are crumbling. So glaciers are disappearing, and regardless of what some people say, Lahaina wouldn't have burned without climate change. So yeah, Steve, you can vote no on this project. And trust me, these suits are going to be back. They're going to be back in like an hour. So please, please choose to make it harder on these guys. not easier.
Thank you. That is your time.
And I drove here in a Prius.
Let the record show that she flipped me off when she said that.
And if that
I will just intervene
On an
as
asphalt
chair
road, by the way. Thank you.
That intervene in that our rules do not provide for those types of symbols, nor do they provide for clapping or booing or things. If somebody says something that you really agree with, you can go like this. That's our practice. Okay.
And if that concludes all requests to speak for 1 minute, it appears that we might have one additional speaker for 1 minute, Jonathan Ullman. I see your hand is raised. Oh, that was for 1 minute. So we will go, okay, we'll go back to Zoom for Jonathan for 1 minute.
I'm sorry. I pre-raised my hand for the 3 minute.
Jonathan, there is no 3 minutes. There's only 2 minutes or 1 minute. So you can.
Okay,
we'll go in order with the 2 minutes of the folks who signed up, Madam Clerk.
Okay. I'll lower my hand.
Chair Williams and members of the board, we will return to Zoom with Grant Bigsby to be followed by Anna Eisenberg. Grant?
Hi, I'm a Coastal California real estate broker and a founding member of the Business Alliance for Protecting the Pacific Coast. We have over 8,100 businesses, the majority in California. Our membership consists of visitors bureaus, chambers of commerce, realtors associations, a variety of fishing and surfing associations, restaurateurs, hoteliers, outdoor retailers of all stripes. We all agree that offshore oil and gas is bad for business. Our California coastal economy has over $54.3 billion in economic activity, and it supports over 654,000 jobs. Your decision today is a lot more than approving a valve replacement. You are deciding whether or not to give a new car to a group of teenagers who've continually crashed their car multiple times. If you give them this new car, they will find a way to get the keys and crash again. The appellant's representative herself today said the pipeline has no leaks, quote, right now, end quote. Generally speaking, pipelines don't leak until they do. And in your own mission statement as the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors, you say, we deliver exceptional services so all can enjoy a safe, healthy, and prosperous life. That's all of us. We are pro-business, but sometimes we have to make a choice between what types of jobs to support. BAPAC asks that you deny the appeal. The economic and environmental downside of a restart to the Santa Barbara coast is too great. It's time to turn the page on offshore oil and gas development. Thank you.
We will now go to Anna Eisenberg to be followed by Mia DiCostanzo. Anna?
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Thank you for letting me comment via Zoom as I did not drive to the hearing today. My name is Anna Eisenberg, and I'm an advocacy co-chair of UCSB's Environmental Affairs Board. Thank you all for your time and your careful consideration of this issue. I urge you to uphold the Planning Commission's decision against the pipeline valve project. As an out-of-state UCSB student, I've been incredibly lucky to experience the unique natural beauty the Santa Barbara area has to offer. But with the increasing threat of climate catastrophe, it's becoming less and less clear what our future in these outdoor spaces will look like. As demonstrated by the events of the 2015 Refugio oil spill, the current state of the pipeline is highly uncertain and likely very dangerous. Its further use could threaten the valuable ecosystems, landscapes, and human lives that rely on a healthy environment. The addition of valves to the pipeline is simply not enough to ensure it will operate safely, and this piecemeal approach is a deliberate attempt to use state law to avoid developing a fully comprehensive plan. Because the most recent EIR was produced nearly 40 years ago, it fails to consider many critical factors, including but not limited to this catastrophic oil spill and the current condition of the pipeline. In this age of expanded scientific knowledge and intensifying environmental challenges, we have a unique opportunity to ensure that our infrastructure is designed with the most current and complete information in mind. Our future depends on the measures we take to preserve our environment right now. This essential work begins today by upholding the Planning Commission's decision and preventing the applicant from restarting this outdated and unreliable pipeline without informed oversight. Again, I urge you to uphold the previous decision and support the property owner's appeal. Thank you so much for your time.
We will now go to Mia Di Costanzo to be followed by Jennifer Stein. Mia?
Hello, my name is Mia Di Costanzo, and I'm a student at UCSB and a part of the advocacy team within the Environmental Affairs Board on campus. The county supervisors should uphold the existing decision against the installation of valves along the pipeline. The applicants have deliberately split what should be a comprehensive restart plan into piecemeal issues based on technicalities, creating confusion over who owns the pipeline, who will operate it, and if that final operator is capable of maintaining a line that is already past its planned lifespan. In the midst of a worldwide attempt to transition away from fossil fuels, we implore the county supervisors to use their vote in favor of a more sustainable future, meaning one that does not rely on outdated and failing technology as a source of energy. Moreover, all marine life, human safety, and the quality of the ocean will be at risk if these valves are installed along the pipeline. Not to mention the fact that the local fishing industry, which brings millions of dollars and job opportunities into the local Santa Barbara community each year, would suffer when oil inevitably spills from the outdated infrastructure in place as it did following the spill in 2015. Furthermore, it is important to recognize the intrinsic value that nature holds, and that is our responsibility to protect our environment whenever it may come under threat. Our region has already been impacted by a wildfire and a hurricane in the same week, and yet the fossil fuel industry continues to pollute our environment and threaten our climate. We ask you to stand with us and the Planning Commission to vote to support our oceans, environment, and safety against this proposal. Thank you.
We will now go to Jennifer Stein to be followed by Robin Bizio. Jennifer? Jennifer, it appears you might not be connected to a microphone. I am trying to allow you to talk. Oh, there you
Hi,
go.
sorry, am I here now?
Please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Jen Stein, and I'm an advocacy chair for UCSB's Environmental Affairs Board. Thank you for taking the time to carefully consider this issue. I urge you to uphold the Planning Commission's decision against the pipeline valve project. It is very clear that the only reason the Pacific Pipeline Company is working so hard to get these valves approved is because they are planning to restart the pipeline as is without further county oversight. It would be a waste of time and money to install valves on a non-operational pipeline that was not intended to be reactivated. Sable Offshore Corporation, the company planning to buy and operate this pipeline, stated in an investor presentation filed with the SEC that they plan to be operational by January 2024. That is 4 months from now, giving Exxon and Sable no time to fully repair the old corroded line. We have heard that the pipeline is currently holding pressure despite this corrosion, but do we really believe it will continue to do so for the next 40 years? This process is being conducted one piece at a time through multiple companies: Plains All American, Pacific Pipeline Company, Exxon, Sable. It is unclear who will have ownership, who will operate it, and who will be held accountable. Exxon does not want to retain outright ownership because they don't want to be held accountable when another spill inevitably happens, so entirely new entities have been created to absorb the liability. The county should demand a comprehensive plan from the final operating company before making a decision that conflicts with the Planning Commission. How can we approve this valve project if we don't even know who is going to be responsible for it and how they will operate? Once again, I strongly urge you to uphold the Planning Commission's decision against the pipeline valve project. Thank you so much for your time.
And unfortunately, it appears Robin has logged off of Zoom, so we are going to Sharon Broberg to be followed by Jonathan Ullman. Sharon? And Sharon, please proceed. Oh. Sharon, you are very quiet. If you can move a little bit closer to your microphone and speak loud and clear.
Okay, is that better?
That is a little bit better, yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm a business owner in Santa Barbara, and I urge you to deny this project. Replacing valves is a quick fix we cannot afford. The pipeline is outdated, corroded, and dangerous. Others have or will go into detail much more specifically about what's going on with the pipeline. I'm also concerned about the transfer of ownership and the likelihood that Sables will not be able to cover any future spills or decommissioning costs. Thank you.
We will now go to Jonathan Ullman, who is our final speaker on Zoom, and then we'll return to Santa Maria with Janet Blevins. Jonathan?
Hi, how's this?
We can hear you. Please
Okay.
proceed.
Great, thank you. My name is Jonathan Ullman. I'm the director of the Santa Barbara Ventura Sierra Club chapter. Just as Barry has clients, I am representing my client today, which is one Miss Leah Ullman, my daughter. I'll get back to her in a moment and why she's relevant. But first, I want to say that the multi-billion-dollar Exxon Oil Company is not looking out for this community. It's looking out for its corporate profits. The only ones who can stop this are the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. The Exxon is the main contributor of carbon dioxide in Santa Barbara County. By allowing this pipeline to restart, you are setting off a carbon bomb. I'm dropping off my daughter, Leah Ullman, today at FSU, Florida State University. This week, it's been 100+ degrees here every day in Tallahassee. It's not supposed to be this hot, even in Florida. The students are drenched, walking from building to building. I have no other recourse but to ask for those who have power to utilize their power to stop climate change, because we cannot continue on this way. And I'm representing my client, Leah Ullman. Santa Barbara Board of Supervisors, unlike in Florida, where the governor doesn't believe in climate change, you do, and you can back up your values, which you've stated on many occasions, with action. Reject Exxon's appeal. Santa Barbarans, Californians, and the world are watching, so is the national press. You've received hundreds of comments opposing this appeal. The residents of this community are opposed, and the world is burning up. So the question now is, what will you do?
Thank you. That is your time. We will now return to Santa Maria with Janet Blevins, to be followed by Andy Caldwell. Janet?
I had this made about 12 years ago. I was hoping I'd never need to use it again, but I am using it again. Exxon Corporation lies and lies and lies. 40 years ago, they knew exactly where our climate would be right now. They predicted it 40 years ago. They knew it exactly. Their predictions are perfect. And we are going to trust them? Never. Never, never can we trust Exxon, because they lie. And rather than teach the public and improve their processes and try to come up with some sort of energy that would not kill us, they decided to continue to lie about what they knew and what our climate would be like in the year 2023. I started fighting oil in this county years ago when my granddaughter wasn't even alive yet. And when I went to the county page, they had nothing but offshore oil on the map. Nothing but offshore oil on the map. But I knew that there were hundreds of oil wells in the North County on land. There was not a map that existed for that until I raised all kinds of cane at the county, and then they produced a map. Thank you. I cannot believe that in the year 2023, with temperature bombs dropping all over us, with over 100 million trees in our state dead from beetles and extreme temperature and fire and all the other ways that we are ruining our climate. Please do the responsible thing and do not place valves on the pipeline, which would the only purpose would be to restart the pipeline.
Thank you. That is your time.
Thank you.
We will now go to Andy Caldwell, to be followed by Dustin Hoyseth. Andy?
Chair Williams, members of the board, I'm confused. Is this a public hearing or a hostage negotiation? Think about it. Supervisor Williams, you sponsored the bill with Hannah Beth Jackson that requires these valves to be placed in these lines. The Environmental Defense Center and Gaviota Coast Conservancy demanded that the safety valves be included. So we have a state law, we have an exemption from CEQA, and we're going to be the only county that denies them. That's Twilight Zone material. Supervisor Williams, you have demonstrated to me and our members, and by the way, between San Luis Obispo and Santa Barbara, we have a couple thousand members that are supporting this project that own most all of the land on the Central Coast. And the fact of the matter is you've said you'd be practical. You'd be a practical environmentalist that doesn't just say no. The startup of the plant's not before you today. You should not even be able to talk about that in your deliberations or findings. What's before you today is whether the state mandate that you authored will be enforced by not denying them the permit, but by requiring them to put those valves in. That's the law, and you wrote it. What are you going to do? You know, the bottom line here is this is all about safety, and the large number of the valves are in that coastal zone, which is where we want them to be. Because, you know, the fact of the matter is, and nobody wants to talk about this, if you want to talk real air pollution, let's talk about the oil seeps. And what happens that drilling reduces those seeps. This actually could be a net air quality benefit. And we all know that, but again, it's not in the record. Why is that? Please do the right thing and vote in accordance with the law you sponsored. Thank you.
We will now go to Dustin Hoyseth, to be followed by Seth Steiner. Dustin?
Hello, Chair Williams and members of the board. My name is Dustin Hoyseth with the Santa Barbara South Coast Chamber of Commerce, with business members from Goleta to Carpinteria. I just want to clarify in an earlier comment that this is not a Chamber of Commerce issue. As a Chamber staff member, I take my responsibility to represent local business interests seriously, and to me, this is not an oil issue. It is a business issue, which makes it a Chamber of Commerce issue. I'm here today to talk about consistency and an equitable process. The Chamber and local businesses place a great value on consistency from our government. To maintain a thriving business community, it is important that businesses go into these processes knowing that if they comply with federal, state, and local regulations, they will be treated fairly, and that local jurisdictions will strive to maintain consistency with federal and state regulations. Today's decision to approve or deny the pipeline valve upgrade project will highlight the county's stance on consistency and an equitable process. I'm going to skip ahead to save some time. The Chamber is concerned about the message denial of this project would send to businesses within the county, as well as businesses considering new operations here. The investment that has been made into the process to arrive at today's meeting has not been insignificant. Other businesses may feel apprehensive about operating here if the county's process appears to lack objectivity and impartiality. Approval of the pipeline valve project appears to be the best option for Santa Barbara County going forward in terms of transparency, objectivity, and consistency. Potentially denying this project on the grounds of not supporting oil flowing through the pipeline is not within the parameters of this discussion. Please approve the pipeline valve upgrade project in the interest of maintaining a consistent and equitable process. Thank you all for your time.
We will now go to Seth Steiner to be followed by Marisa Sullivan. Seth?
Thank you. Chairman Williams, Board, before I launch into my 6:23 a.m. prepared remarks, I'd like to say something that came up earlier today. It seems that the staff and the applicant talked about a 48% potential reduction in the maximum spill or leak. It's puzzling and not comforting to talk about percents when what we're really interested in is it 48% of 10,000 gallons, 100,000 gallons, 1 million gallons, 10 million gallons. That would be more pertinent. This old pipeline has neither been fully inspected nor repaired since its big spill, and it's not needed for energy independence. The long list of Exxon's disastrous accidents continues to grow wherever it operates and regardless of its assurances. Will my wife and I ever again be able to walk on Refugio Beach without getting Exxon tar on our feet? This company always finds ways to avoid responsibility for full cleanup and full restoration. Its slick, legal maneuvers leave us and our environment to pay. Exxon's proven deceit in lying for decades about its role in climate change exposes it as fundamentally untrustworthy. And it continues to try to subvert our local and national carbon goals. Uphold the Planning Commission's decision and don't be party to another catastrophic spill. Thank you.
We will now go to Marisa Sullivan to be followed by Larry Bishop. Marisa?
I think I said good morning when I first wrote this, but now we're in the afternoon. So good afternoon, supervisors and the rest of the people I share this land and time with at this time today. My name is Marisa Sullivan. I am the vice chair currently for the Coastal Band of the Chumash Nation. We are composed of close to 2,500 people, and our ancestral territory was the, I believe, you have to excuse me right now, I'm a little nervous, but Malibu, going north up to what is the San Luis Obispo, out to the Channel Islands and inland into the Kern area. So this kind of thing directly affects our people. There are other Chumash people besides who I represent, so I want to make that clear. I was listening earlier, and I can appreciate the resolutions that were passed by the supervisors at the beginning of the meeting, including the one for the city of Lompoc, which had a few sentences acknowledging that the Chumash people were here for over 10,000 years. Sometimes we don't even get that, so that was kind of nice. We also heard about the efforts put out by the fire departments and first responders and the beautiful community of people that pulled together in the recent happenings of the fire that they all had to respond to. You acknowledge the League of Women Voters that continue to provide a voice for women historically. You acknowledge the mothers who breastfeed their babies. And in the spirit of hope, I would like to have us think about the future in the present of the hope of all those the nursing mothers who've actually gone home now, but that the world that they've brought their babies into will be the one that they'll be able to survive in, given that we've reached a point in our time that the effects of global warming have passed and we're well into global boiling, as I heard not too long ago.
Thank you. That is your time.
So please remember that there's what gets decided in this room right now has a long-term effect for such as the babies that we saw earlier. That's what I would like to say. Thank you all.
We will now go to Larry Bishop to be followed by Brady Bradshaw. Larry?
Good afternoon. I'm Larry Bishop. I drove here in an electric vehicle today. Am a retired hazardous materials specialist with the county. Our county produces plenty of climate-killing oil right now. Please deny the Exxon and Valve project appeal to restart the use of their deteriorated oil pipelines. This pipeline passes within 2 blocks of my house in Honhoniata, what we settlers call Buellton, and has already been the source of an intentional large gas release at midnight in our neighborhood over 5 years ago. By this release by Pacific Petroleum Services was sickening and kept our families and many other neighbors awake all night. Exxon and its partners have failed to legally monitor and maintain these pipelines for the last 35 years, leading to the 2015 Refugio deadly oil release. This valve project is in direct opposition to the goals of our climate action plan and will delay the county's efforts to reduce atmospheric carbon. Exxon knew since the 1970s our fossil fuel industry causes deadly worldwide damage to our climate. They knew the burning of their product causes massive death and destruction worldwide and continues. Knowing this now, why on earth would you allow Exxon to increase their unsafe production of fossil fuels? Thank you.
We will now go to Brady Bradshaw to be followed by Julie Henze. Brady.
Thank you, Chair Williams and Supervisors. My name is Brady Bradshaw. I'm a campaigner with the Center for Biological Diversity. I'm here to ask that the board denies Exxon's appeal. Regarding how I got here today, I'd like to thank Exxon for leading a successful climate misinformation campaign for much longer than I've been alive, successfully delaying and stopping alternatives to oil and gas, and creating conditions where we've all been forced to remain reliant on oil and gas until now. Regarding the valve upgrades, I don't think the valves should be called safety valves. Would a seatbelt help somebody in a car that's sinking into a lake? In both cases, these things provide only a false sense of security. Approval of this permit would likely terminate the county's oversight of a highly dangerous pipeline proposal that would impact Santa Barbara for decades. We need to consider what will happen again when this same pipeline is filled with the same heated oil, not nitrogen gas, 8 years after rupturing. We need to consider that the current approval process may not protect us from another spill. The valve installation project will lead to the production of oil on a currently non-operational and highly compromised pipeline. You are not obligated by AB 864 to help Exxon piecemeal their way to another disaster. And it's insulting to the people of this county that Exxon assumes that they are entitled to risk another spill. We know that corrosion happens over time, and this is especially true for subsea sections of pipeline. One offshore study shows that after 20 years, the probability of failure increases by 10% to 100% per year. The offshore platforms are now over 50 years old. And so this kind of failure risk has already been increasing for over 30 years and culminated in one terrible spill already. And the inability of the pipeline to operate safely is detailed in the PHMSA report. The impacts resulting from the valve installations and subsequent restart are the county's concern, and the county has the moral obligation to deny the project that could even possibly contribute to the restart of a pipeline that is tragically proven to be highly dangerous. Please support the Planning Commission's well-informed decision to deny the valve installation project and do not allow Exxon to get away with this deceptive piecemealing of a highly dangerous project. Thank you.
We will now go to Julie Henze to be followed by Katie Davis. Julie?
Hi, I'm Julie Henze. I live 2 hours south of here, got up early and carpooled with other people to get here. I did the best I could. My husband can remember as a child sitting at the dining room table with 5 older siblings and 2 parents, all smoking. We know now that was an unhealthy environment. We know now that whole industry is wrong. We know now how much money they have made off of our health, and they did it legally. So what is the bigger picture here? I can't help but feel like we're talking about a cigarette factory that's in compliance and wants to do all the right things. But so what? Where does this lead us? You know where it leads us. It's death by 1,000 cuts, and they will tell you that there's no danger here, but we are headed on a path that we may not come back from unless you have the courage to take one step in the right direction. We have a choice here. So I ask you to think about the future of our planet. I ask you to think about your children, other children. I ask you to think about my husband who had to sit there and with no choice because it was legal for his parents to sit there and blow smoke in his face. Things change. It's time we make decisions to support a healthy future. Thank you.
We will now go to Katie Davis, to be followed by Judy Birch. Katie?
Katie Davis, and I came up here from Goleta in my electric car because I remember that awful, devastating oil spill and the stench and the dead animals, and it's the summer without a beach because they were closed, and so to remember that. I want to point out that it was the position of this county and the state of California that this line 901-903 should not be restarted and should be abandoned. Our county district attorney and the state attorney for California went to immense trouble and expense to convict Plains for causing the Refugio oil spill. And they asked the judge during sentencing to prohibit restarting 901-903 as a condition of parole. The only reason the judge didn't do that because he said there's no way to jail a corporation, so there's no way to enforce that provision. But that was what this county and the state of California wanted because they knew that pipeline was unsafe. And Exxon knew that the pipeline was unsafe. That's why they applied to truck oil. That's why they've applied for a new pipeline. That's why they are creating this separate, limited liability blank check company to actually run it so they can avoid liability because they know it's unsafe. The original pipeline EIR was certified in 1985. If you were to approve this project, you would have to rely on that EIR. You would have to find that restarting this corroded pipeline is the safest alternative it was thought to be back in 1986. You would have to find that there are no changed circumstances in the last 38 years. That's what Exxon just said, no changed circumstances. But we have climate change. We have the changed circumstance that there's 40 to 50-year-old platforms that were designed to last 25 years that you would be restarting. So you cannot rely on that old EIR. And I want to point out how unpopular offshore oil is. 72% of Californians, nearly everyone, oppose offshore oil. 90 jurisdictions along the Pacific coast have passed resolutions opposing offshore oil. And it's bad for business. Republican states like Florida have refused to allow offshore oil. It is not worth the risk. Thank you.
That is your time. Thank you. We will now go to Judy Birch, to be followed by Jane Baxter. Judy?
Hello, everybody. I am not as good a speaker as everybody that's been up here, but I'm going to try because I want to support what I believe in. I don't trust Exxon and a lot of oil companies for good reason. I'm thinking back to the Exxon Valdez. One thing there, the iceberg monitoring radar was broken over a year before that happened, and they knew it, and they did nothing about it, just like they knew about climate change, and they didn't do anything about that and lied to us. And they never made people whole from that. The salmon fishermen that paid $300,000 for a salmon signer's permit had to sell in 1994 for $47,000. They lost. They spent $300,000 and they only got $47,000 when they sold the permit. So they don't make people whole after it, and they haven't done. I mean, it's been 2 decades that they've been still fighting what they were supposed to pay. And as far as this pipeline, it can't be made safe because it's corroded, and putting a nice, pretty, shiny valve on a corroded pipeline doesn't do any good anyway. So I know they said you can't disapprove of the valves, but you can. And that's our only chance to stop the eventual pipeline that they're going to try to start up. Thank you.
We will now go to Jane Baxter to be followed by Ken Huff. Jane?
Thanks for the opportunity to present my views. I support the Planning Commission's decision and urge you to decline this project. I'm concerned with unaddressed inland impacts from restoring the pipeline flow. I'm one representative of the nearly 2,000 businesses and residents that depend on the Santa Maria groundwater basin for my water supply. And I realize that neither pipeline 901 or 3 traverse my groundwater basin, but the knee bone is connected to the hip bone, as they say, and any restart flow will flow over the Santa Maria groundwater basin. Approving valves leading to the increased possibility of restarting the pipeline flow without further study would put Santa Maria Valley groundwater at a higher risk. The Santa Maria groundwater issues have changed dramatically since 1986 when the EIR was written, and then even then inadequately addressed the ancillary impacts of the project on the Santa Maria groundwater basin. This issue needs to be readdressed in a new EIR that addressed changed circumstances in the inland impacts. Thank you for your attention.
We will now go to Ken Huff to be followed by Anna Citron. Ken?
Good afternoon, Chair Williams and members. Ken Huff with the Santa Barbara County Action Network. And we are represented by Environmental Defense Center on this topic. And so I draw your attention. Hopefully you've all read the letter that has all of our logos at the top of it. And so I'm not going to try to repeat any of that. But since that was written and I read it and agreed to sign it, I've read the staff report in detail. And pretty quickly in the staff report, you get to the summary, which is that their staff's recommending that this be granted. And then you go on to read all the appeal issue numbers 1 through 8. And it was a short summary here today, and they're in great length in the report. So the staff, it seemed to me, made a very clear case that the Planning Commission was well within its bounds to do what they did. And so it leaves it that it's your choice. You can deny it or not deny it. I urge you to deny it for all the reasons that are in our letter. I'd like to add to what Jane Baxter just said. She and I have worked on Santa Maria groundwater basin issues for a number of years. And in addition to this pipeline goes over our groundwater basin, and it goes up the Cuyama River. Like Mr. Capello said, there's 3 crossings of the river. And the other big spill that we had was 3 or 4 years ago when a truck tipped over and spilled 4,000 gallons of crude into the river. So this would, restarting a pipeline that is so corroded and has these risks, it could be a lot worse in the Cuyama River than one truck. Thank you for your time.
We will now go to Anna Citron to be followed by Doug Kern.
Good afternoon, Chair Williams and Supervisors. Anna Citron, the Law Office of Mark Chatillo, representing the Gaviota Coast Conservancy. I carpooled today in an electric vehicle. Double points. We are urging you to uphold the Planning Commission's denial of this project. The Commission's denial findings correctly recognize that the valves would be installed on the existing compromised pipeline to enable its resumed use, risking more frequent oil spills. What is the project here? That question keeps coming up. The project is an amendment to the final development plan and conditional use permit that authorized the construction and operation of the entire pipeline system. In evaluating this amendment, looking at how the actual pipeline would operate with the valves installed is required. It's not just allowed, it's required. So looking at this in isolation as though the existing line did not exist is just, that's not the right way to look at this. The Planning Commission's denial finding that the project would be detrimental to the health, safety, comfort, convenience, general welfare is squarely within the county's discretionary land use authority. Expert reports, including the PHMSA report, the original EIR for this system, the final damage assessment, provide substantial evidence detailing the pipeline's vulnerability to external corrosion and future ruptures, and the environmental damage that can occur when external corrosion is unchecked. By contrast here, we have no substantial evidence showing that the pipeline is safe to use with the proposed valves in place. The county has not been provided with the risk analysis that supposedly underpins this entire project. The county's not been provided with the safety audits that exist. PPC has said they're not required to provide those. And to be clear, the county's 1985 EIR assumes an effective liner system and cathodic protection system to protect from external corrosion and did not address the risks and impacts associated with accidental releases when corrosion under insulation has thinned the pipeline wall and rendered cathodic protection ineffective at preventing additional external corrosion.
Thank you. That is your time.
Okay, thank you.
We will now go to Doug Kern to be followed by Linda Kropp. Doug?
Chair Williams, honorable supervisors. My name is Doug Kern. Today I stand before you not just as the executive director of the Gaviota Coast Conservancy, but as an unwavering advocate for the preservation of our environment. Gaviota Coast, with its captivating landscapes and delicate ecosystems, serves as a sanctuary that must be safeguarded for the well-being of future generations. Our natural resources should be treated as invaluable assets, be passed down with their value unimpaired. History has taught us a somber lesson about the consequences of neglecting our environment. The origins of Earth Day emerged from the aftermath of the Santa Barbara oil spill, a stark reminder that our planet's well-being requires constant attention. We bear the responsibility to ensure a healthy legacy for generations that follow us. The impending revival of the Refugio oil pipeline excuse me, presents a test of our dedication to these principles. As stewards of this land, during a period of human-induced climate change, we stand at a pivotal juncture, a choice that echoes the convictions of leaders who have championed environmental conservation. We must prioritize careful consideration of the potential consequences, protecting intricate ecosystems, biodiversity, and the inspiration the Gaviota Coast provides. I urge you to champion the cause of recognizing this Gaviota Coast and the rest of Santa Barbara County as a shared asset, an embodiment of our values and commitment to future generations. Let us honor the legacy of our past leaders by becoming steadfast advocates of environmental protection. Deny the project.
Thank you. That is your time.
Thanks very much.
We will now go to Linda Kropp to be followed by April Zhang, who is our final speaker. Linda?
Thank you, and it's good afternoon now. I'm with the Environmental Defense Center representing EDC, Santa Barbara County Action Network, and Get Oil Out, and we urge the board to uphold the Planning Commission decision and deny the appeal. PPC proposes to install valves on a damaged pipeline that spilled approximately 450,000 gallons of oil along 150 miles of California coast. The pipeline remains heavily corroded and has not been repaired. Installing valves will not prevent another oil spill in the pipeline. It's like putting lipstick on a pig. The valves won't fix the pipeline. They won't prevent a spill. They'll merely tell us that a spill has already happened. The staff report states that the applicant is not proposing to restart the pipeline as part of this request, but the sole purpose of the application is to allow restart of the pipeline. The applicant needs to show the Office of the State Fire Marshal that the pipeline includes best available technology before the state will consider its restart request. If the applicant was not considering a restart of the pipeline, this whole proposal wouldn't be before your board. The report also states that PPC has a vested right to operate the pipeline. However, there is no vested right to operate a pipeline that doesn't comply with its permit conditions, and this pipeline doesn't because it does not have an effective cathodic protection system that will prevent a spill. That's why a waiver would be required. Finally, we don't believe that this project is exempt from CEQA, but I'm not going to go into that because we're hoping you deny the project and then CEQA doesn't even apply. In closing, the Planning Commission correctly denied the project, noting the inherent risks of another spill. At most, the valves would only reduce the size, not the likelihood of a spill. A spill half the size of the 2015 spill would still devastate our coast, our economies, and our communities. Thank you for your attention.
We will now go to April Zhang, who is our final speaker.
Good afternoon. For the last time, hopefully, I carpooled today in a hybrid car. Dear Santa Barbara County of Supervisors, Board of Supervisors, my name is April Zhang. I am an intern at EDC and a current undergraduate student at University of California, Santa Barbara. I'm asking the board today to please uphold the Planning Commission's decision to deny the proposed valve project. The Planning Commission correctly found that even with the installation of the new valves, there is still a risk of oil spill due to the degradation of the pipeline's integrity that has occurred since it was commissioned in 1994. The insufficient integrity, inadequate inspection intervals, lack of repairs, as well as both internal and external corrosions, made the risk of an oil spill higher than what was previously approved. According to the failure investigation report by PHMSA, Plains' cathodic protection system is insufficient to protect thermally insulated underground coastal steel pipeline systems, such as Line 901 and Line 903. The external corrosion, which the cathodic protection failed to protect the pipelines against, was identified as the proximate or direct cause of the oil release. Not only did Plains not identify this as a risk-driving threat in their integrity management program, they failed to perform suitable analysis of the excavated corrosion anomalies. Plains' field measurements of corrosion anomalies were inconsistent with the inline inspection data, and in both times where such inconsistencies were revealed, Plains did not consult the inline inspection vendor to resolve these inconsistencies. It is a combination of the problematic design, insufficient maintenance, and poor monitoring that led to the internal and external corrosion of the pipelines. To this day, these problems have yet to be solved. I urge you to not bring us one step closer to restarting the pipeline that brought the community so much pain and suffering in the past. For the health, safety, comfort, and general welfare of over 400,000 students and residents like me and like everyone else in this room, I strongly urge that the board deny the valve installation project.
That is your time. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Are there any, before we go back to staff and the applicant, is there any questions from the board in advance of that? Questions to staff or the applicant?
Chair Williams.
Supervisor Capps.
I was hoping to ask staff a couple questions of context. I understand that back in 2017, Plains Pipeline, they did have plans to replace the line. What happened to that, briefly?
Mr. Chair and Supervisor Capps. So in 2017, the former owner, Plains, did submit a permit application to construct a replacement pipeline or a new pipeline. We have been processing that application since 2017. We are currently finishing up the EIR, and that permit remains in process.
Okay, thank you. And you mentioned EIR. That's been brought up a few times from speakers. And for this project, why wasn't a full EIR done? I understand that the full EIR was 30 plus years ago. Is that accurate? And wouldn't it be ideal to have a full environmental impact report on something this massive and with this kind of history and this kind of implications?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Capps, so when we reviewed this application, and again, it's for the installation of the valves, we looked to see what, this project is just that, the installation of the valves and where they're placed. And so we looked at that and identified that the areas where the valves were going to be placed could be, the environmental review could be completed with what we did was an addendum to the original EIR. We felt that the project impacts associated with what's being proposed today could be covered under an addendum. And we also, what they call stacked environmental documents, and we prepared several notice of exemptions, which would also apply to the proposed projects as far as existing facilities, small facilities. So it was several environmental documents that we prepared. We did not feel that there was a need to do another EIR or subsequent EIR based on what was the proposal before us, and that's the installation of 16 valves in several locations.
Again, the valves to be utilized would mean that there'd be oil flow. So you didn't look at what the current environmental impacts would be for current flow. That was not what you looked at.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Capps, no, we did not look at the flow of the entire pipeline. The project before us was the installation of 16 valves in the pipeline.
So the environmental impact that's on the record about flow that would put the valves of use is over 30 years old. Is that accurate?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Capps, yes, the EIR, the original EIR that was prepared was I think approved in 1985.
Thank you.
One last response. And then in response to the application that we received to replace the pipeline, staff has been working with a consultant to prepare a new EIR, another EIR that would evaluate the impacts of a new line, which is located in some areas, different locations. So that's a completely different environmental impact report in response to a separate application.
Because the belief for that is that if oil would be flowing through the pipeline through this exact area, you would desire a full environmental impact report. Is that why it's on the new replacement potential?
So, Mr. Chair and Supervisor Capps, the scope of environmental review depends on the project description. So if someone is proposing a brand new pipeline that runs 120 miles, staff is going to prepare an EIR for that project.
Thank you.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. First question of clarification is actually for the State Fire Marshal. Sorry to get you up there.
See, I knew you, one of us would want you back up here.
Yeah. Thank you, gentlemen. Point of clarification on the presentation by PPC had a list of, I think it was slide 25. I don't know if we can bring that up, but it was the one with the different check marks for the different pipelines, and they had identified those A, B, C, and D, and that there might have been possibly pipelines that have been approved without additional valves. Was that an accurate depiction?
I think that the proper statement would be
no additional valves added.
Okay.
So I believe there was a 20-inch pipeline on there. That line already has existing valves spaced a certain distance apart. It was part of, and I don't have the numbers, but I'm going by size because I did not see the report. But with my knowledge of the systems of the state, that particular pipeline has 32 block valves and I think some additional check valves, or check valves, that are remotely operated and also can be closed automatically. Also, the operator or the controller, which is the person that operates the pipeline, has the ability to close them and isolate. So it was already segmentized, which is what I believe Pacific Pipeline is offering with their block valves, is to segmentize, to minimize the longer sections of pipe. Does that answer your question?
I think so. I guess I'm trying to understand, is it possible for this pipeline without these valves to move forward? It seems like there's been other AB 864 pipelines that may have. So I'm just kind of trying to wrap my brain around if they came back to you with a proposal using whatever is feasible to them, right? If this board shuts off one of those options for them, and they came back with a menu of ways to improve safety on that with what was feasible to them, there might be a possibility that there could be a plan approved.
No, let me. So as we stated earlier, every pipeline is unique.
Absolutely.
Every system is unique, so we must look at each one individually. Should the board choose to deny the application, the operator then at that time would have the ability to resubmit a proposal to us for a new risk analysis. Then we would be charged with reviewing it. I can't offer you a comment at this time without looking at all the data to say whether we would approve it or disapprove it, but that is going to be entirely in the operator's realm at that point.
And excuse me, I mentioned earlier in response to, I can't remember which supervisor, or if it was a chair's question, but I mentioned that valves would be required, right? That is looking at this current submitted risk analysis, right? So, pending an alternative approach from the operator, looking at this particular risk analysis, it calls for the use of valves to meet best available technology requirements. There may be an alternative approach which they could submit, down the road, assuming there's something that comes to fruition out of this hearing today.
Right.
So,
It's all hypothetical at this point because we're dealing with this risk analysis right now.
Yeah, if that was the case, I'd be picking the right numbers for the lotto.
Right.
So,
Yes.
thank you.
Right. So thank you. The other question to do with that was there's been a discussion of a waiver. And what I thought I heard is that a waiver only improves safety. It's not it has to have that requirement. Was that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And I don't love the term waiver, but it's in statute.
Okay.
So PHMSA offers special permits. The state offers state waivers. That process and actually involves PHMSA as well. The operator would provide us an application. They provide us proposals of how to address, I've heard several statements about corrosion under insulated pipelines, which we know is a problem. But we've learned from that lesson, and now we know how to address it from our side. I'll let the operator address from their side. But in that waiver process, we work with the operator and PHMSA to develop and document specific engineering standards and practices and safety processes to address those issues, and also require additional requirements that may be outside of code that we can't apply in code, but we can go to a higher level in the state waiver process.
And to be clear, just because a project proponent or operator, anybody applies for a state waiver, it is not guaranteed, right? They must prove that they can operate this pipeline safely to us. So it is not essentially somebody says, here's a state waiver, I'm good, right?
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And to clarify, I think there was a public commenter that said that we were the last person standing in the way, or the last organization, the county and county employee, last person in the way of opening up this pipeline safely. My understanding, that's you. right, or your office? That would be the last person standing
Um,
to that, not this board. Ultimately,
that-
right, there's a plan that'll be presented to you. You guys will evaluate that, and if that point and the company decides to move forward that investment.
I think the best response I can give to you is it depends.
Okay.
I would love to give you a very specific answer. Ultimately, the Office of the State Fire Marshal has the final say whether the operator can start the pipeline.
Okay.
That is under our authority. But that's after requirements are met. I think on a local level, in regards to permitting and this process, that's where your leadership is.
Great.
But as for the actual physical operation of the pipeline, that's where our authority is.
So before it's restarted, there'll be a safety plan that you would approve.
Safety, operations, inspections, verification, there's a long list of laundry that must be met under the legal consent decree, under state statute, federal statute, and inspections, construction. There's a huge list of things that my office, or our office, must perform prior to accepting a restart request.
So I've heard it characterized as piecemealing, but it's really a process, and this is one of the pieces in that process.
This is a step in the process to ensure safety.
Okay, thank you. I have a question for staff, but if they're still up here, I don't know if any other supervisors. Okay.
Go ahead with your question.
Okay, and thank you very much for answering those questions. Question for planning staff. Somewhat unusual this time around, where we actually had a planning commission recommendation, but staff held firm on your staff recommendation. Originally, they went to the zoning administrator. Can you kind of talk us through how you guys came up with that? That is irregular, and I think it'd be helpful for us to understand why you chose to bring forward your initial recommendation to the board.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Nelson. So it is not common that the department would vary from the Planning Commission recommendation. It has happened on occasion during my time as a director here in the department. We do that when we believe that the recommendation that was originally made is consistent with the law and provisions of our code and any requirements. And in this case, based really, I think grounded in the state law, is where we came from in deciding to make that determination.
Thank you.
Okay, we still have a 5-minute appellant rebuttal response, and then staff comments to conclude.
And Chair Williams, members of the board, we are carrying over the remaining time.
That's right.
Which I believe was a total of 10 minutes, 30 seconds I had?
Yes.
Okay.
And are you going to put that up so I can see it? Thank you. You could leave the timer up. Great.
Did you
I
have an additional presentation as well, or?
No, I will ask at some point, though, that you can just put it up now, slide 24. Great, thank you. Okay. So again, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. So the appeal before you today is about the addition of safety valves in AB 864 compliance. Most of the public comment that we heard that opposed installation of the valves focused on concerns about restart. But that is outside the scope of this hearing, as staff has confirmed. And it is completely preempted under state statutes, federal statutes, case law, and a settlement agreement that was entered some time ago. If there are concerns about pipeline safety, pipeline integrity, cathodic protection, or restart, those issues cannot legally support denial of the valves today. They are governed by the consent decree. they will be addressed by the fire marshal. You just heard the fire marshal tell you this long list of things that their office will ensure: safety, integrity, inspections. They will review all the data. They will review the pipeline. They are the experts in pipeline safety with sole authority to evaluate the safety of these lines. PPC will not apply to restart the lines unless PPC is confident in their integrity. And the fire marshal is not going to allow them to be restarted unless he is confident in their integrity. You heard directly from the fire marshal this morning that the lines are holding inert gas, that they have no holes. So Mr. Capello's statement and other statements from the public to the contrary, those are false. They have no evidence. They can't be given any weight, no weight by this board, because they are speculation. You heard it from the expert who analyzes, who governs, and looks at pipeline safety in this state. And he said that the lines are holding inert gas. So the Planning Commission made two groups of findings to deny the valves, and we showed you today that those findings were wrong. On viewshed, only 4 valves are visible in the coastal zones, and just for a matter of seconds from a highway. The findings about health and safety are inaccurate. No one can seriously dispute that these safety valves are going to do anything other than enhance public safety by reducing potential spill volumes. Again, you heard that directly from the fire marshal. And it's the fire marshal. We heard a little bit about risk assessment. People concerned the risk assessment wasn't turned in. It wasn't turned in because this board doesn't determine what the best available technology is under the state law. It's the fire marshal that does. The fire marshal got the risk assessment. And as he explained this morning in his presentation, they did a thorough analysis, probably a more thorough analysis than any of their pipeline is what he told us. Mr. Capello said this morning that the Planning Commission ordered an EIR. Well, that's just a blatant misrepresentation. That is not what happened below. You have the findings. No EIR was ordered. The Planning Commission denied the valves. To order an EIR now, you would have to ignore the 8-mile exemption and the other 3 categorical exemptions under CEQA. Mr. Capello didn't address those. No one else addressed them. They squarely apply here. They were actually contemplated by the state when this very statute was passed. And if you require a whole new environmental review anytime somebody wants to do a safety upgrade to a large piece of infrastructure, do you know what you're doing as a board of supervisors? You're telling people not to make those upgrades. Is that what you want to incentivize? No safety upgrades? You also can't ignore the environmental baseline from the prior environmental review. And that baseline was a pipeline with oil flowing through it. That is the environmental baseline. So even if there was any kind of environmental review, it would be the addendum that staff already prepared that focuses on the valves and the valves alone. So we're here today because these pipelines are active. Mr. Capello made a joke. That's not a word that we made up. It's not something we're using now for the first time. You heard the fire marshal say pipelines in the state can be active or they can be abandoned. These lines are not abandoned. We have to comply with state law. It's the state law, Chair, that you wrote. We have to comply with it. Mr. Capello also talked extensively about land rights, and that's a complete non-issue. The zoning administrator added a condition. So before we begin any construction, we're going to have to prove that we have the land rights to proceed. PPC will do that. That's a complete non-issue. As for Sable, so Sable does not own these lines right now. Sable is a completely separate company from PPC. It's a completely separate company from ExxonMobil. Right now, PPC owns these lines, and that's why we're here today. There is a pending transaction, and if that transaction closes, Sable will have to come here and they will have to seek permission to transfer ownership and operatorship of the lines. That will come through its own process through the county, and it may come to you. But we're here today because no matter who owns the lines, whether it's PPC, whether it's Sable, whether it's some other entity, these valves should be installed. And you, the Board of Supervisors, can ensure that they will be installed no matter who owns the lines. And you can do that by voting for the valves today. So all we're asking for today is approval to comply with the law that you wrote, Chair Williams, for this very pipeline. You heard Mr. Capello. No one here is stating we don't want safety valves. In fact, EDC, the Gaviota Coast Conservancy, the Board of Supervisors all supported this law that you wrote, Mr. Chair. It's your law, and I hope that you will stand up for it today. The proposal's already been approved by the fire marshal. Safety valves are available. They will be installed in San Luis Obispo and Kern counties. If you make them available, if you make them available today, they will also be installed in Santa Barbara County. But if the appeal is denied, if you say no, then we're going to have to attempt to comply with AB 864 in some other way. You heard the fire marshal. We have a right to submit an alternate plan. And what will happen, what the fire marshal has to evaluate in looking at our plan, of course it has to evaluate the risk assessment, but it also has to look at what technology is available for use by the operator. That's quoted on page 4 of our submission. It's 19 Cal Code of Regs 2110. What technology is available for use by the operator? So if you vote no for valves today, if you say no valves, that technology is not available for use under the statute. It is legally unavailable. And so PPC will submit an alternate plan, and it will not contain safety valves in Santa Barbara. It will have valves in Kern and San Luis Obispo. It already has some safety valves, and those valves will be automated. PPC will automate those regardless. But if you want the additional safety valves, the plan that the fire marshal has already approved, vote for them today. If you agree with us that safety valves are important and that they should be installed in Santa Barbara County, uphold the appeal and approve them. It's hard to believe, actually, that anybody wouldn't want these safety valves on this pipeline, the very pipeline that spurred AB 864. As the fire marshal said, and this is a quote, "This is a step in the process to ensure safety." A step in the process to ensure safety. Supervisor Capps, you asked about restart. It's legally improper to consider restart and deny valves on that basis. If you want to know what you can do to ensure the safety of these lines, let us put in the valves. Approve them. That will make the line safer. And voting in favor of the valves today is the only way for the county to ensure that safety valves get installed here in Santa Barbara. If PPC has to come back with an alternate plan, it will be because you said valves aren't available. So that plan will not include valves in Santa Barbara County. It will include other types of technology, and that technology will not require approval from the county. So that means that will be an analysis that's done between PPC and the fire marshal, and you will not have another opportunity to review it. So we are asking you, please, let us install the valves. Let us do the best thing for this pipeline. Let us make it safer. Let us uphold, Chair Williams, the law that you wrote, that this board supported, that EDC, that GCC, that they all supported at the time. Let us put in the valves. Thank you.
Then we go to staff. Are there any comments that have been made today that you feel like you need to correct or comment on?
Mr. Chair, staff has no response to the comments. We're available if you do have any more questions, but we do not have any responses.
Then it is to the board. Don't all jump up at once. Mr. Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. I've got to say the highlight for me today was Barry Capello. I'm kind of a Santa Barbara County political and history buff, and actually get to see you in person was exciting. You're great in Citizen Macaw, and I'm sorry.
Come on,
Anna.
are
Sorry,
you,
Anna, but Mark doesn't hold a candle
You're
to
just
Barry.
going to make his ego bigger, man. Come on.
It was good. It was entertaining. But I do think we came back down to it's about maintenance. That was one of Barry's points, and I do think that what I heard from fire marshal, what I've heard from planning staff, is that this is an attempt to maintain that line, these valves. I think that what we have here today is a very narrowly focused requirement that in the board. We may not like it. We may want additional powers here to have local control. I mean, we're all going through that right now with the housing element, right? There's certain things that we can't ignore and certain things that we can't. I mean, we are limited at the end of the day to our purview. And right now, our purview is these valves. And I don't want PPC to propose an alternative plan that doesn't include valves. I think that they've done their due diligence here and they proposed their best effort of what they believe is legally available to them to bring to us. You know, a big portion of this is in Supervisor Hartman's district, but a large portion of this is in my district. And those valves don't necessarily have to apply. My understanding of the AB 864, those weren't a requirement. That was PPC deciding that they wanted to do this inland as well with staff's recommendation. Thank you, staff, for pushing for that. So, you know, today, I'm going to vote to uphold the appeal. I don't see how we deny this appeal unless our goal of this board is to obstruct the vested rights of the PPC. Our own staff kept constant with their original recommendation that is, as stated by planning staff, grounded in state law. We may not like it. We may not wish it could be something different, but I believe that's what we have to do up here on the board. It's not always pleasant. There's a lot of projects I vote for that I don't always like. You know, we have a lot of cannabis projects, for example. Not a big fan of cannabis, but it's a legal pathway that they've gone through. I believe that we need to operate within our discretion, and our discretion here is very focused on these valves. And so at this point, unless I'm persuaded otherwise by my colleagues, I'm leaning towards denying the appeal, or sorry, upholding the appeal.
Supervisor Capps.
I'll follow with a counter perspective, with due respect to Supervisor Nelson. I want to thank Chair Williams for the legislation that, of course, drew so much support from this community after that devastation. I can only imagine what it would have been like to be an elected leader with that tragedy happening that had such devastation. And of course, you want to do what you can to put in remedies. And of course, safety valves is logical. So thank you. And I know he puts, I think, intentionally trying to jam you here. And I just want to acknowledge that elephant in the room because, of course, you're doing the right thing. I'm sure the board was supportive at the time, as was Senator Jackson. I want to thank the Planning Commission, too, because I know this was 2 days of hearings, and they really took a tough look. They objected to the fact that there wasn't a full EIR. That's something that I share. I don't understand that. I'm still learning processes, but I don't understand why there wouldn't be a full EIR on something this important. And I want to thank our advocates and our constituents who, you know, this is by far the most number of emails and calls we've gotten since my time on the board. Because this is what Santa Barbara cares about, Santa Barbara County, not just certain districts where the pipeline touches, but the coastline that I represent, the islands that I represent, all the way from Gaviota Coast down to East Beach. This is who we are, and I appreciate our constituents seeing the big picture here. I respect that we're being asked to talk about valves, but it defies logic for me that you would need safety valves if you don't restart. And with due respect, it's not improper for me to look at the big picture. It's actually my job to look at the big picture. I was elected to look at the big picture, and the big picture is climate change. It's a reliance on fossil fuels. It's a direction that we're headed in the wrong direction. 9 years of the hottest temperatures on Earth recorded. Mass climate events continue to happen, and yet we're being asked to say a thumbs up or thumbs down on a myopic piece of this. Well, I say no to that. I appreciate the analogy about seatbelts. Of course, we're all for seatbelts, but you wouldn't put seatbelts on a car that had been in a massive crash because the driver was criminally liable. I mean, so I am tasked with representing my district. I am tasked with looking for the future. And for me, this is about restarting. This is about putting oil back in that pipeline and having safety valves for that use And that is not something I can stand behind, and so I'm voting to deny.
Mr. Lavinier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, what a great meeting to come back to after vacation. Start off with oil, then we have cannabis, and we're closing out with immigration. Awesome. Hopefully you guys all stay for the next 2 hearings as well. And I also have to say that this was my first Mr. Capello performance, and I'm a big fan. Didn't agree with hardly anything you said, but it was awesome. So, and I know, looking out in the audience, I've been here a long time now, so some of the faces are very familiar. And I appreciate your advocacy for whatever side you're on, that you're here in this room, spending your hours, for something that you're really passionate about. And I think I have maybe matured on this issue a little bit, where I think I can now point to a pretty long litany of issues, of votes that I have supporting transitioning to cleaner energy. But it's a transition. And that's what always seems to get lost here, is that when we come to these hearings, it's don't ship it, don't truck it, don't pipeline it, but I still want to use it. Or maybe you don't want to use it, but the vast majority of people in Santa Barbara County are using and basically addicted to this product, which is petroleum. So some of us, apparently a huge majority of people drove today an electric vehicle. My hat's off to you. Awesome. Appreciate that. 770 pounds of that car is plastic, which is made from petrochemicals. So as much as we like to try to divorce ourselves from this product, we still use it a hell of a lot. And I have grandkids, and I think something somebody said today really stuck with me, where it said, and I think the argument was, let's quit thinking like it's the 1950s. We're in 2023. Let's live in the year we're in. The reality is, we're not in 2050 either, or 2060 or 2070, when we are going to hopefully have been transitioned out of petroleum and be on greener energy. So it always comes back to me that for us to be intellectually honest with ourselves, that we still use this product. And what is the most environmentally superior way to use that product? It's not to get it from somewhere else. We always in this county want to talk about that we are the leaders in the environmental community. Santa Barbara is special. The facts don't really back that up. I mean, we talk the biggest game of any other county I've ever seen. The reality is, I just looked at this because Supervisor Williams has been talking about this a lot at APCD and SBCAG. So I did some homework. Electric vehicle usage per 1,000 residents in counties. You know who we beat? Fresno, Shasta, San Bernardino. Those kind of counties. We are ranked 21st among California's counties of electrical vehicle usage. So we're not transitioning. We talk about it. We hate Exxon. We hate oil companies. We don't want to do anything with them, but we use their product. So I look at this as what we're supposed to be discussing today. And I understand why you look at the big picture. But the reality is sometimes, as Supervisor Nelson said, our jobs are to work inside of a legal framework that makes it very difficult for us to make the decision that maybe our emotions want us to. So I feel like what we're trying to do, or that constituents would like us to do, is kind of put Exxon in this catch-22. Is that, hey, we don't want to talk about restarting the line, but you sure as heck can't put in these safety valves, and so to make it more difficult. So I see it's kind of a little bit of a political game. The way I see this political game playing out, though, is the problem with games is you can win or lose. And the way I see us winning, actually, is to get in a protracted, decades-long legal battle because they're not going to go away. This isn't Larry's oil company down the street. This is Exxon. And they have a lot of resources. And whether you like it or not, they do have a vested right to that product. And maybe we can push this, hurdle in front of them. But my worst case scenario is this, 2 worst case scenarios. The best case scenario is we get into this long, protracted legal battle and we spend county resources defending our decision. Resources that we spend usually providing social services, mental health services, housing for the homeless, those types of things. So we have very limited resources, and I don't want to spend it in a legal battle with Exxon. Worst case scenarios, we don't install the valves. Exxon puts in another application. Somehow it gets signed off by the fire marshal, doesn't come back to us. We get another spill, and it's not just an environmental disaster then. It's a huge public relations disaster that we could have prevented. So I totally get the thinking on the other side. I understand. And I really want to say thank you to our planning staff, because it's not easy to stand up to the 200, 300 emails and a lot of talk in the community. But the reality is, it is the legally defensible right thing to do. And so I know that's not easy to do as staff, so we appreciate where you went on this. And even though it may or may not be what I would like to do, I would definitely be voting to uphold the appeal.
Well, you could probably imagine I felt a little bit for those presentations like every bit of additional time I granted both parties was mostly feel like I was a little bug, or if you like me, a butterfly being pinned to the wall on my legislation. But I'm still proud of Assembly Bill 864 and the safety improvements it's made to oil pipelines around the state, and that think of the ecosystems and the people that won't lose as much property or as much environmental impact from future spills. And I still support automatic shut-off valves, with what we call them colloquially. And so that was probably a good strategic point to pin me down on that. And I would feel foolish if if we denied this and Exxon gets an alternative plan approved at State Fire Marshal without automatic shutoff valves. That would make me feel very foolish. But I do not believe that is entirely clear. Because this is a unique case, because it's hard for the State Fire Marshal to crystal ball everything, because there just hasn't been a case like this. And so I don't think they've been evasive with any of our questions. I think they've tried to be as clear as possible, but the confluence of all this is that it's still about as clear as mud. And I cannot, I just think that there are changed circumstances that warrant a broader understanding of the impacts of the project. I do question the claims of exemption from the applicant. And I cannot remove this decision from the context of the damage that's being made to the world, and that is as clear as the color of the sky to me, nor what damage has been made to our community. I do appreciate, and this is where I will depart from the. So I think it's not a surprise that I will not be supporting a motion to uphold the appeal. Here's where we switch over to Das's soapbox, because I really appreciate the inconsistencies that Mr. Lavanino has pointed out. We are not on track to make sufficient emissions reductions in this county. even if the San Ynez unit does not go restart. We need to make better decisions as a community, and to back up our ideals with our pocketbook and our action. And because of that, I want to appreciate every person who called in or zoomed in. But we need to exceed, or took a EV, especially those that are carpooled. We need to exceed 100,000 EVs in this county in the next 6.5 years for us to meet our share of the emissions reductions that this state needs to do. That is an intimidating figure, but one that I hope we will all find a way to embrace and make happen. So I wish anybody luck who wishes to make a motion, but I'll entertain motions at this point. Mr. Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. I want to just say thank you to my colleagues too. I think it's a good conversation. I think we all are looking at the big picture. I think for me though, it comes down to the tools that I have in working on that big picture. And because of that, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to adopt staff's recommendations and uphold the appeal of the Planning Commission and approve the project.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
There is a motion and a second. Supervisor Capps. We'll do a roll call. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Capps?
No.
Supervisor Nelson?
Aye.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Aye.
And Chair Williams?
No.
Motion fails.
So motion fails. We could go make the other motion. I suppose we should, just out of form.
Yes.
I think it probably will fail as well. So would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I would like to make the motion to uphold the Planning Commission's denial. I believe that's the right terminology.
That's right.
Yes. Yes.
I will second that.
And Chair Williams, members of the board, that would be to deny the appeal and deny the project.
That's right.
Thank you.
Why don't we do a roll call on that just for form's sake?
Supervisor Capps?
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson?
No.
Supervisor Lavanino?
No.
And Chair Williams?
Aye.
Motion fails.
How about we bring somebody from the audience up to break the tie?
Well, that would be taking that would be interesting.
Barry?
My understanding, and I feel free to be corrected by County Council, what this means is that the Board of Supervisors is unable to take action. That is not a denial. It's close to a denial, but it is not a denial. It is a unique circumstance where the Board of Supervisors is unable to take action.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I'll just add that the government code requires that for the board to take any action, there must be a majority of all the members. So there must always be 3 votes to take an action. So with a 2-2 tied vote, this is no action by the board, so it neither affirms nor reverses the Planning Commission's decision.
Hope that's clear to everybody. If just for public information, I suppose that is similar to a denial, though it is, my understanding is it also does not carry with it the, I guess prejudice would be the right term that a denial would have, meaning the applicant could apply in less than the year for another application. So normally a denial would prohibit the applicant from applying for a year, and this lack of action would not carry with it that provision.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, you're correct. It is not a denial. It's also not an approval. So that means that the applicant could try again and do another application. Your board also has the option of continuing the item if you think that that would lead to a different decision. If not, then I think that that would be the end of the item today, but it may be back before you in the future if the applicant chooses to come back.
Okay. Everybody ready for a closed session? Can we get a preview for closed session?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, in closed session today, the board is scheduled to consider 4 items of existing litigation. Galdamez versus County of Santa Barbara, Anderson versus County of Santa Barbara, Community Association for Modoc Preserve and versus County of Santa Barbara, and UDCAL versus County of Santa Barbara. These are all 4 Santa Barbara Superior Court cases. And the board is also scheduled to consider labor negotiations for the employee organization Santa Barbara County Deputy Sheriff's Association. The agency designated representatives are CEO Mona Miyasato and Human Resources Director Maria Elena de Guevara. And our time estimate is 1 hour and 15 minutes.
Okay. Well, we will thank you all to the public for coming and for speaking. And we will be back just before 3 o'clock. We're reconvening the meeting of August 22nd, 2023. Will County Council please report from closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the board met in closed session on 4 items of existing litigation, all in Santa Barbara Superior Court: Galdamez versus County of Santa Barbara, Anderson versus the county, Community Association for the Modoc Preserve versus the county, and UDCO versus the county. And the board also met with labor negotiators for the Santa Barbara County Deputy Sheriff's Association as the employee organization, and the board took no reportable action.
Thank you. We'll go to departmental item number 3.
Chair Williams and members of the board, departmental item number 3 is from the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding amendments to the Cannabis Business Licensing Fee Ordinance.
Good afternoon, Chair Williams and members of the board. Brittany Oderman. I am the Deputy CEO and I oversee the Cannabis Business Licensing Division in our office. Today I'm before you to bring a business license fee ordinance amendment. This is in response to our May 16th ordinance amendment where we adjusted fees to cover the cost of processing business licenses. At that time, we looked at staff costs and the indirect cost rates that kind of keep the lights on for those offices where that staff works. And the board asked me to return with an amendment that would include the fees to recover the cost for our membership in the California Cannabis Authority and access to their data analytics platform that we use to ensure compliance with our cannabis licensing program. Since adoption of the fees, they've been adjusted, like I said, to reflect changes in salaries and benefits. These fees currently cover initial applications, compliance, and renewal. And so today we're just looking at an additional fee to cover the cost of that membership. The methodology we use to establish the fee structure is we are looking to generate approximately $280,000 to recover the cost for the use of the platform for fiscal year 23-24. And you'll notice that's a reduction to the cost we've been paying in the past. Starting in 21-22, we entered into agreement to pay $500,000 annually for access to that platform using an algorithm where they look at the amount of data that's being transferred, and due to the number and types of licenses that we had in our county and the revenue that we were generating, that fee was commensurate with that. Over time, as you know, our revenues have gone down. Some of the state licenses that are being held in our county have gone down, and so we started negotiations with the CCA several months ago to lower that cost. And then with this direction on May 16th to come back to recover the fee, those conversations progressed, and we got to this point where we looked at a way that we could calculate, come up with an amount that we would pay the CCA and at the same time apply to the licensees so that we were recovering that cost 100%. And so the way we did that is fees are calculated by applying a 3% flat rate to the state fee charged for renewing a state cannabis business license. So our operators are required to hold state business licenses. In many cases, they have several because they cover acreage areas. And so many of our licensees have, 60 to 100 state licenses, and each of those licenses are charged a state renewal fee. And we would charge that 3% rate to each of the licenses that they hold. So any operator with an active state license at the beginning of each quarter will be billed that 3% for the type and license that they hold. And the cost of the operator will vary based on that number, according to the fee schedules that are included in your in the staff report that we presented and in attachment A of the board letter. We worked with the CCA, like I said, to lower the cost of access to the data, so that's a win there. To date, we were paying $500,000 a year, but this amendment would add fees to the licensing program to recover our cost, and that would be transferred onto all of the operators throughout the county in a way that we think is equitable, since it is directly tied to the number and type of licenses that they hold. So a small operator will only pay for that. If they hold one state license, they'll pay 3% on that state license versus someone who holds multiple licenses. Our staff will invoice each operator with active state licenses quarterly, as shown in the fee schedule, and that will be effective for the second quarter. So at the end of September, we'll start sending out those bills should this ordinance pass, and then the savings to our operations and the impact to the tax revenue will be evaluated with our quarterly budget update that is coming to you, is scheduled for September 12th. And with that, I'll just summarize our recommended actions today. You are considering the first reading of the ordinance amendment. We're amending Ordinance 5181, which establishes the cannabis business license fee. Read the title and waive further reading of the ordinance in full, and set a hearing on the administrative agenda for next week on August 29th to consider the second reading and the secret determination. Thank you, and I am available for questions.
Looks like there's some takers for questions. Supervisor Hartman?
Yes, well done on renegotiating the CCA fee, almost by half. That's really tremendous. My question has to do with who actually then pays the 3%. And in the staff report, it says anybody with an active license from the state or anybody who is reporting transactions under the metric track and trace system. So who isn't paying? Can you help me understand that a little better?
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman, through the chair. That actually captures all of our operators. And the reason is we do still have a couple operators that hold state licenses that haven't made it all the way through our process to hold county business licenses. And since this fee is tied to the state licenses, and because we want to ensure that every current operator is paying their fair share of this, since this is the data that we're looking at to ensure compliance, it's all of the operators. And the differentiation with the active has to do with we're getting information from the state weekly on active licenses, and people are sometimes in process of renewing, and they may show as non-active during that point, but we would cross-reference that with the transfers in the system, and we would ensure that they get billed for those licenses that are in process.
So everybody has that 3% charge?
That's correct.
Supervisor Lavanillo.
Thank you. Brittany, I've been hearing about some legislation that might be proposed by Assemblyman Hart or has been. Can you kind of dabble on that a little bit?
Thank you, Supervisor Lavanino, through the chair. We mentioned this in the past, and it is still in the works. Assemblymember Hart has some legislation, AB 687. It proposes to actually engage the CCA to distribute their data and the platform to all of the jurisdictions in California at no cost to those jurisdictions. There's some other things associated with the bill, but that's the gist of it. It obviously has a price tag because that's not free. And so it is in suspense file right now at the Senate or the Appropriations Committee. We've heard that the governor's office will likely veto because the Department of Cannabis Control has come out opposing.
Okay.
At the same time, and I mentioned this in the staff report, the Department of Cannabis Control has unveiled to us access to metric called Metric Viewer. It's brand new, but they've been very quick to register our users. We have staff actually at a training in North Hollywood today for the second set. We're very encouraged by Metric Viewer and what it's doing. We think the timing of all of this is interesting, and we're excited, and we're hopeful that potentially this cost to our county to get access to the data will go away potentially next year, depending on what we decide to do with our membership. Right now, the systems are very complementary. We're looking at Metric Viewer, and we're trying to download the data. It doesn't do the same analytics, but we're working with the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office and their database, and they've developed some code to sort of routinely download information. And so once we get that all worked out, I think we'll be in a really good place. So the state is now meeting us, where we wanted to be 5 years ago.
Right. Where they promised we would be 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. Thank you, Brittany. as we potentially move towards maybe a different tax scheme, how does that impact our relationship with CCA moving forward?
Thank you, Supervisor Nelson. I don't think it would necessarily change our relationship with CCA. Having access to the data is important no matter your tax structure, given just because you're monitoring at the license level and the license indicate area, for example, or if we were looking at, I know you, Supervisor Nelson, have mentioned some other creative solutions like weight. I mean, those things are recorded in metric, and so I don't think that would change our relationship. I think we would still need some access, whether we get it through that membership in the CCA or if we got it through Metric Viewer in the future.
Okay, thank you. And just to piggyback on that, just for my benefit, maybe the public, where are we at with considering another tax amendment potentially? What's the current timeline?
Thank you, Supervisor Nelson. We are in preliminary review of all the other jurisdictions and how they're taxing. I have been working with the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office to start to collect, because they looked at a lot of data in the past, putting that together. I've started conversations with stakeholders. So I've met with the various groups in our North and South County. They sort of have different interests to understand how this would affect them and what some of their ideas are. Some of them operate in other counties, and so they've seen firsthand how things work related to various tax structures. So we anticipate being able to bring something back to you before the end of the year so that we could further the conversation if we were going to consider something, because as you know, any change we make to the tax structure would have to go back on the ballot. And so we're not looking at a March 2024. We are looking more at November.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I just want to see if there's any public comment, because I don't have a question. I just want to move to comment.
Chair Williams, members of the board, we have no requests to speak on this item.
Well, I just want to thank you for your work with the authority. That's really going to save us some money. The combination of these two moves. You know, I want to highlight that we still don't always know that all departments that are involved in permitting, are using permit revenue to do that 100%. So I just want to encourage that part of this effort is that nobody who's doing anything with permitting should be using general fund money to do permitting, because it's recoverable. And so, I hope the departments involved, recognize that's not the intent of our ordinance is to use general fund money to pay for permitting. Our intention is to use permit revenue to pay for permitting. Supervisor Cap.
Chair Williams, just a quick comment. I want to thank Ms. Oderman. You already answered my questions, and I agree that full cost recovery is an important principle, and so therefore I'm happy to see this development and appreciate the work.
Supervisor Avenue.
Better explain my no vote. So I thought $500,000 was too much for what we were getting for it. I still think 280 is too much, but I appreciate the fact that you brought it down. And I don't think we get enough bang for the buck on this, but I'm glad to see that this might be the last year we're doing this. Thank you.
Okay, can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
This is for staff recommendation. Motion by Nelson, second by Hartman. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed?
No.
Okay. I'm just going to turn over things to Mr. Lavinino for a moment.
All right. Madam Clerk, can we please read department item number 4 into the record?
Yes. Vice Chair Lavanino and members of the board, departmental item number 4 is from the Sheriff Coroner's Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the annual Truth Act report and community forum. And I would like to note, before we get going on staff's presentation, we do have interpreter services here in person in Santa Maria. Carlos Saracedo is here to translate anyone in person that needs translation from Spanish to English during public comment on this item, and we do have translation services for any members of the public who want to speak on Zoom that need interpreters there. And in addition, we do have devices for translation services that Carlos will explain in Spanish now.
Correct. I'm going to do now the Spanish interpretation. Good afternoon. Buenas tardes. Para aquellos que estén presentes y prefieren escuchar toda esta presentación en español, tenemos allá Natalia. Si por favor, Natalia, puedes levantar la mano. Tenemos los equipos inalámbricos, es decir, usted puede colocarse los audífonos y yo voy a estar allí haciendo la interpretación simultánea al español de todo lo que se diga durante esta presentación. Luego, cuando desean hablar y se presentan aquí para dar su opinión, lo pueden hacer en español y yo voy a hacer la interpretación consecutiva del español al inglés y viceversa. I think I got it all, but if anybody has any questions, let me know. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos.
All right, I think Under Sheriff Bonner is going to be presenting.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. I'm going to try to figure out how to communicate with one of these things in front of me again. But anyhow, on behalf of Sheriff Brown, I want to thank you for hosting this community forum today to discuss the United States Immigration and Custom Enforcement access to persons within our Santa Barbara County jail system. I'm joined here today by Chief Deputy Wazalewski and Sergeant Eric Alexander, who will assist me in providing information and answering questions. Today's meeting is being held in compliance with the California Government Code requirements and serves several purposes. The first is to allow the Sheriff's Office to report out on various topics, including our current policies and practices relating to ICE access to persons in the jail system. Number two, instances in which we have received requests for information from ICE and how we handled those requests. And number three, instances in which ICE took custody of individuals after they were released from Sheriff's Office custody. Another purpose for today's meeting is to provide our community members and our policymakers with an opportunity to provide feedback and suggestions for consideration by Sheriff Brown and our team. I do want to point out that immigration enforcement is an incredibly charged subject matter with strong voices on both sides of the equation. However, Sheriff Brown and our entire Sheriff's Office team want to be perfectly clear. We do not enforce federal immigration law, and we are committed to properly applying the rule of law as it relates to the Trust, Truth, and Values Act, and ultimately finding the right balance in protecting our overall communities as well as individuals within those communities. I want to take a quick moment to point out that of the 10,000-ish bookings and over 5,500 releases that occurred within our system last year, there were only 2 individuals who were taken into custody by ICE once they were released from Sheriff's Office custody. With that said, we are still committed to listening to our community members and our policymakers, and we will continue to evaluate our policies and procedures. Just this year, we collaborated with the Public Defender's Office to fix an error within our criminal violation lists that were used by our team members, and to enhance our ability to notify the individual's attorneys of record should we receive a request from ICE. We truly appreciate the feedback and suggestions we receive. And one more. Yep, that's it. All right, so just going to touch on these 3 acts here. The Trust Act became law in 2014. and it prohibits law enforcement from detaining non-citizens pursuant to an immigration hold or detainer beyond the time that they would otherwise be released from criminal custody. Of note, the Sheriff's Office does not detain anyone for immigration violations and does not hold anyone in our custody based upon an ICE request. The Truth Act became law in 2017 and requires that undocumented immigrants be provided with information should ICE want to speak with them while they are in our custody. It also requires that local law enforcement disclose ICE access to undocumented persons who are in local custody in 4 ways. First, prior to allowing ICE to interview the individual, the local law enforcement agency must provide a written consent form that explains the purposes of the interview and that the individual may decline the interview. Number 2, the Truth Act requires that local law enforcement agencies provide ICE with notification that if a local law enforcement agency provides ICE with a notification of the individual's release date and time, then the local law enforcement agency must also provide the same notification to the individual and their attorney or permitted designee. Number 3, the local legislative body must hold a community forum annually if local law enforcement allows ICE access to any individual, and that is why we are here today. And lastly, any records that are maintained by the law enforcement agency relating to this topic are subject to the Public Records Act. And finally, the Values Act, SB 54, it became law in 2018 and provides additional information prohibiting the use of state and local law enforcement resources in conducting immigration enforcement. And with that, I'm going to turn this over to Sergeant Alexander, who will share specific information about our policies, our procedures, as they relate to the Trust, Truth, and Values Act and our 2022 data.
I'm Sergeant Alexander. I'll be narrating. Thank you. Sergeant Alexander. I'll be narrating the remainder of this presentation. The Sheriff's Office does not conduct any immigration enforcement. Our policy is a comprehensive document that directs the actions of custody deputies and custody records personnel as it relates to compliance with the Truth Act. Our policy outlines what forms must be provided to inmates, under what circumstances, and how ICE interviews are to be conducted, and how ICE access requests are to be handled under the law. ICE access means access to an inmate by ICE for the purposes of civil immigration enforcement, including when an individual is stopped with or without their consent, arrested, detained, or otherwise held under the control of local law enforcement agency, including all the following. Number 1, responding to an ICE hold, notification, or transfer request. Number 2, providing notification to ICE in advance of the public that an individual is being or will be released at a certain date and time through data sharing or otherwise. Number 3, providing ICE non-publicly available information regarding release dates, home addresses, or work addresses, whether through computer databases, jail logs, or otherwise. Number 4, allowing ICE to interview an individual in the jail. Number 5, providing ICE information regarding dates and times of probation or parole check-ins. Potential ICE notification begins with the arrest of an individual who is booked into one of our facilities. Part of the booking process includes fingerprinting all arrestees to confirm their identity. Fingerprints are submitted to the Department of Justice and the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Department of Justice forwards fingerprints to ICE to be compared to their records for identity confirmation. If a fingerprint match is made in the ICE database, the record is reviewed by ICE, and they may submit a request for additional information on the inmate to our Custody Records Bureau via fax. If a request from ICE is received by custody records staff, the inmate's pending cases, as well as criminal history, are reviewed by custody records staff for any criminal convictions that would be exceptions to the Trust Act. If an exception is present, then custody records staff may notify ICE via email. If there are no exceptions to the Trust Act, no response is sent to ICE, and the request for information is added to the inmate's file. If exceptions to the Trust Act exist, custody records staff will provide the inmate with a consent form to be interviewed by ICE. The purpose of the interview, and that the interview is voluntary. The form also identifies the inmate. The form also notifies the inmate that allowable exceptions of the Trust Act are present in their criminal history, which allow us to share their release date with ICE officials. If an attorney of record is known, they or their designee are also notified. Moving forward, the Santa Barbara County Probation Office will also be notified as well. Once an inmate is sentenced or a release date is known and the inmate record is flagged for ICE notification, custody records staff will provide an email notification to ICE of the pending release date, as well as written notification to the inmate. Inmates are not held beyond the time that they otherwise would be released from criminal custody. If ICE sends an officer to one of our facilities to rearrest an inmate who is being released from our custody, we will provide a secure location for them to safely rearrest the subject on an ICE hold or detainer, and that's upon release from the Sheriff's Office custody. If ICE does not send an officer to rearrest an inmate before they are processed or released by jail staff, the suspect or the subject is released from the facility into their own care as a time-served release. From 2021 to 2022, there was an increase in requests from ICE, which was 39 versus 101. There was a significant decrease in the number of individuals that ICE rearrested in 2022, which was 2, compared to 2021, which was 6, which accounted for less than 1% of the overall releases from jail. Calendar year 2022 saw an over 67% decrease in ICE rearrests. A note on ICE data and reporting. Task force activity related to California Government Code 7284.6, parenthetical C, parenthetical 1, states, if a California law enforcement agency chooses to participate in a joint law enforcement task force for which a California law enforcement agency has agreed to dedicate personnel or resources on an ongoing basis, it shall submit a report annually to the Department of Justice as specified by the Attorney General. Santa Barbara Sheriff's Office does not participate in joint law enforcement task forces for immigration purposes. Accordingly, this data is represented as 0 task force arrests when reporting to the state of California. The document for reporting this information is shown on this slide. When compared with the requests outlined in California Government Code 7283.1, parenthetical D, the differing information is the result of an incorrect correlation between 2 data sets. For 2022, Santa Barbara has reported 0 arrests as a result of joint task forces regarding immigration. However, there have been 2 rearrests, which followed a time-served release by ICE officers. And that concludes the presentation.
Any questions from the board? We'll go to public comment. How many speakers do we have?
Chair Williams and members of the board, we currently have 20 requests to speak on this item.
We'll ask folks to try to keep it to 2 minutes. Otherwise, we have an hour of public comment. But I'm not going to cut you off quickly, so say what you have to say.
And I would, Chair Williams, members of the board, I would just like to clarify for those that will have their comments translated, they would get double that time. So if Carlos can explain that they would get 4 minutes for translation.
Para aquellos que van a expresarse en español, van a tener el doble de tiempo para permitir tiempo para la interpretación. Eso es vía Zoom y también personalmente. Hablen, pausen, hablen, pausen, hablen, pausen. Gracias.
Thank you, Carlos. And with that, we will begin on Zoom with Juan Carlos, to be followed by Lisa Dinacos. Juan.
Buenas tardes.
Oh, Juan, you know what? Is there any way you can get closer to your microphone? You're very quiet.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Mi nombre es Juan Carlos Díaz.
My name is Juan Carlos Díaz.
Soy abogador comunitario de la organización comunitaria del proyecto Mixteco Indígena.
¿Podría repetirlo, por favor, porque se escucha muy, muy bajito?
Soy abogador comunitario del proyecto Mixteco Indígena.
¿Soy qué otra vez?
Abogador comunitario.
Yeah, he's a community advocate.
De la organización del proyecto Mixteco Indígena.
Of the organization, ¿cómo es el nombre de la organización?
Proyecto Mixteco Indígena.
Can somebody give me the name? Proyecto Mixteco Indígena. Thank you. For the Proyecto Mixteco Indígena. Adelante, señor.
Le estoy pidiendo a la oficina del alguacil y a la mesa de supervisores de formalizar una política para finalizar todas las transferencias y notificaciones a ICE.
I would like to have the Board of Supervisors to create a policy so that the Sheriff's Department will stop with all notifications or verifications with ICE.
Las familias y comunidades del condado de Santa Bárbara
The families and the communities in the county of Santa Barbara,
deben reunirse con sus seres queridos.
they must be gathered as beloved people, our beloved people, considered as such.
No ser doblemente castigados y sujetos a las prácticas abusivas de detención
I
y
am really having
deportación de
difficulty.
ICE.
I don't know if you can hear, but I'm having difficulty hearing you. Can you repeat that again, please?
Las familias y las comunidades
The
del
families and the
condado
communities
no deben ser doblemente castigados
that must not be investigated
y sujetos a las prácticas abusivas de detención
and
y deportación.
subjected y sujetos a qué?
Detención y deportación de ICE.
And subjected to detention and deportation.
Maribel Ortiz.
Maribel Ortiz.
De la comunidad de San Martín Peras.
Of the community.
San Martín Peras.
Martín Peras. I'm having. Could we get the tech to give me some earphones or something, because I'm having difficulty with the sound.
Chair Williams and members of the board, I did just ask CSB TV if they can turn up the volume.
Well, that would break. Or give me a pair of earphones so that I can really hear them.
Okay, if they can, I will have
That'll
them
be
do
great.
that as
Thank
well.
you so much. There is some echo, and I cannot get the whole everything.
¿Puedo seguir?
Un momento, estamos tratando de ver si podemos escucharlo mejor, porque usted viene a través de los parlantes que están arriba y el sonido hace eco, entonces yo no puedo escuchar exactamente lo que dice y quiero escuchar exactamente lo que dice. I've just explained to him that his voice is coming with a little bit of an echo. I want to make sure to understand everything he's saying so that I can interpret everything he's saying.
I think you've got to do your best possible until we can.
Okay. Adelante, continúe, por favor.
Sí, Maribel Ortiz de la comunidad de San Martín Peras
Maribel Ortiz of the community of Martín Peras.
me dio su permiso de compartir su historia.
She also gave me permission for me to share her story.
Con el fin de poner el fin a la separación de las familias
To be able to
de
end
ICE.
with the separation of families
por parte de ICE.
on behalf of ICE.
Ella tenía un primo
She
con
had a
hijos
cousin.
y esposa. Con hijos y esposa.
And his wife.
Él un día fue a pedir trabajo en un rancho de fresas.
He went to try to get a job at a strawberry ranch.
En ese entonces él iba de pasajero
And at that time, he was just a passenger
con otra persona, pero no pudieron conseguir el trabajo.
with another person, but they couldn't get the job.
Al no conseguir el trabajo se fueron de vuelta.
When they couldn't get the job, they turned around.
Al retirarse,
And upon leaving,
la mira los paró en la calle fuera del campo,
immigration stopped them outside the field.
como si ya los estuvieran esperando
It was
y se
just
los
like
llevaron.
they were expecting them or waiting for them.
Y se los llevaron a los dos.
They took them, both of them.
De este caso nunca se supo del por qué se lo llevaron.
On this case, we never knew why they were taken away.
En otro caso, a un tío de Maribel Ortiz,
Another case, an uncle of Maribel Ortiz,
que vivía solo y rentaba un cuarto,
he was living alone and he was renting a room.
así como se lo contó la rentera
And
a la
that's
que
the
él
way,
rentaba.
that's what the renter told. Go ahead, adelante.
Que el ICE llegaron a su casa y se lo llevaron,
ICE came to her house and they took him away.
pero tampoco se supo por qué.
And nobody ever knew why.
Lo que sí se sabe es que estas dos personas
What really is known is that these two people,
solo vienen con un propósito.
they just come with one purpose.
Trabajaron honradamente para proveer a sus
To
familias
honestly work to provide for their families.
y contribuir a nuestra sociedad.
And just contribute to our society.
Lo último que ella agregó es lo siguiente.
And the last thing that she said was as follows.
Tienen que dejar de transferir y notificar al ICE
You must stop transferring and notifying ICE
sobre las personas inmigrantes encarceladas.
about the immigrant people that is in jail.
Los inmigrantes tenemos derechos de estar con nuestras familias.
We immigrants have the right to remain with our families.
También tenemos derecho de tener algo que nos proteja.
And we need the right, or to have the right, something that protects us.
Thank
Y
you,
estar-
Carlos.
Thank
That is
you.
his time.
Su tiempo acabó, señor. Gracias.
Gracias.
We will remain on Zoom for Liza Dinakos to be followed by Cressida Silvers. Liza? Oh, looks like we might have lost Liza. We will now go to Cressida Silvers to be followed by Frank Rodriguez. Cressida?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to make a public comment. My name is Cressida Silvers, and I live and work here in Santa Barbara County, and along with my husband, we're raising our children here. I'm speaking today to urge you to end all transfers and notifications to ICE and to make that county policy. The inhumanity and the abuse of ICE is well documented. The legal and civil rights abuses, physical and sexual abuses, separation and neglect of children. It is not difficult to find a neighbor, a coworker, a schoolmate, a loved one whose family has experienced the lifelong reverberations of that inhumanity and abuse firsthand. ICE's policies and practices disproportionately target brown and black individuals and communities, doubling down on the immense harm our justice system already inflicts based on race. I commend the board for efforts to address these inequities in your hearings on the criminal justice system and racial inequity, your resolution on racism as a public health threat, and your support of the Racial Equity Fund, among other measures. Creating a county policy to end cooperation with ICE is a concrete action that would give substance to your expressed intentions towards racial equity. And it would help restore the humanity and trust that cooperation with ICE has taken from us. The low number of ICE transfers reported already shows collaborating with them is not necessary. Please make it official and absolute. Insist on transparency and accountability from the sheriff, and ensure our compliance with the criminal justice reforms of the California Values Act. Thanks very much.
We will now go to Frank Rodriguez to be followed by Barbara Parme. Frank?
Hello, Board of Supervisors, Chair Williams and Board of Supervisors. Frank Rodriguez with Cause. Being able to plan out one's life is essential to have stability. That is why at Cause, we call for the stability of tenants in their homes so that they're able to plan out their life years and decades ahead, not just weeks and months. Safety nets are essential to support families during emergencies that they can face once or multiple times in their life. These societal safety nets include the relationship of Santa Barbara County residents with the Santa Barbara County Jail. As I brought up before, the first emergency my family faced was the deportation of my 20-year-old uncle from the county jail. This was the first major crack that, especially emotionally, ripped my family's network into pieces, allowing for the following emergencies like the housing crisis to push dozens of family members, including my father, to Texas and Mexico. ICE transfers inflict double punishment for immigrants, and the county should treat immigrant residents the same as all other residents. We are here today because of the work of immigrant rights advocates to strengthen state law for transparency and accountability. We understand that these efforts, resulting in the Trust, Truth, and Values Act, was against the will of the State Sheriff's Association, and that is why we feel it is imperative to ensure we have true transparency and checks on the sheriff's proactiveness to entangle our local county resources with ICE. We have further doubts of true transparency when year after year we are left with the wordplay of transfer and pickup as a reason to not report to the California State Attorney's General Office that we still see false reporting in their numbers. It causes fear that ICE is picking up folks that are not being reported. This not only holds the county legally liable, but shatters a trust that should be a societal safety net when our communities face an emergency. We appreciate hearing about the collaboration with the Public Defender's Office and hope that continues to be built upon. And lastly, we continue to push the work of 805 Immigrant with the hope that the County Board of Supervisors also gets proactive. We're able to, such as to provide a justice fund to support immigrant community members who are not afforded a lawyer in an immigration court, and support the great work of the Immigrant Legal Defense Center, of MECOP, of Importa, 805 and DocuFund, and other resources to ensure that our undocumented community residents also have the societal safety nets they deserve.
Thank you, Frank. And we will now go to Barbara Parme to be followed by Jennifer Ortiz. Barbara? And Barbara, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can please unmute yourself to provide your comments. Barbara, if you can please unmute yourself. We'll come back to you momentarily. We will now go to Jennifer Ortiz to be followed by Kim Pascage. Jennifer?
Hello, Board of Supervisors. Hello?
Hi, we can hear you now. Thank you, Jennifer.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. My name is Jennifer Ortiz. I'm here with 805 on DocuFund, and I'm here to ask that the Sheriff's Office needs to stop all transfers, communication, and notifications to ICE when local police and sheriffs act as the deportation agents that undermines the trust and confidence in law enforcement, making our immigrant community in Santa Barbara County feel unsafe. People are less likely to report crime when victims and witnesses fear they may be deported when they come in contact with law enforcement. We know that true freedom and security are not possible for any of us until everyone, including our immigrant family members, co-workers, and neighbors, can work, live, and build a community without fear of racial profiling, wrongful arrest, or deportation. Santa Barbara County families and communities should be reunited with their loved ones, not punished twice and subjected to ICE abusive detention
and deportation practices. So today I ask that the Sheriff's Office stops all communication and collaboration with ICE. Thank you.
We will now go to Kim Pascage to be followed by Willie Lubka. Kim?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Great. Hello, Board of Supervisors. We continue to stand in firm support of the Truth Act, which provides crucial protections for our immigrant community members held in California's jails. The Sheriff's Office must uphold due process for immigrants held in local jails by giving them both the right to know when ICE requests to interview them to gauge eligibility for deportation and the right to say no via a written consent form to those interview requests. This will protect immigrants from coercion and intimidation by ICE in California jails. In the past, data from the California Department of Justice shows that Santa Barbara County has voluntarily handed community members to ICE who are eligible for release. Collaborating with ICE is a risk to public safety. ICE is notorious for perpetuating intense harm against community of colors. These ICE transfers inflict double punishment for immigrants. The county should treat immigrant residents the same as all other residents, no better or worse. We also know that the financial impact for SB County is overwhelming when SB County Sheriff Office cooperates with ICE. The people who are transferred to ICE are usually members of families and communities. They often are breadwinners who leave behind U.S. citizen children, spouses, parents, and others who rely on them for financial and emotional support. Once they are gone, they must tap into local resources, and this puts stress on our community. Thank you for holding the Truth Act Forum. It is important for transparency purposes and for the public to understand how the policy plays out and impacts our local community. The sheriff mentioned that 2 people were transferred this year to ICE. That is 2 transfers too many. We want to see that number at 0. Thank you.
We will now go to Willie Lumpka to be followed by Alondra Mendoza. Willie?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. If you can speak loud and clear and near your microphone, that would be much appreciated.
Good afternoon. My name is Willie Luca. I'm with Buen Vecino, a local community group. Buen Vecino means good neighbor. We are members of the 805 Immigrant Coalition. There is no legal obligation for local jurisdictions to use their resources to assist with immigration enforcement. Responding to requests from ICE about individuals in custody is a voluntary, non-compulsory practice. Many sheriff's departments in California have chosen not to assist in immigration enforcement as Santa Barbara does. Those counties do not have to hold Truth Act forums. In Alameda, here's a sample from their policy. The Alameda County Sheriff's Office shall have a 0 contact policy with immigration officials, except when a criminal warrant has been signed by a judge. Agency members will not use resources, including but not limited to personnel, facilities, or equipment to assist or facilitate federal immigration enforcement operations. The purpose of this policy is to ensure the agency's resources are used to promote public safety and maintain trust and cooperation within our communities. Our policy is designed to prioritize the safety and well-being of everyone in our communities, regardless of their immigration status. Many other counties have similar policies, and there is solid research on the effects of these policies. The data shows that when local law enforcement focuses on keeping communities safe rather than assisting in federal immigration enforcement efforts, communities are safer. I would urge Santa Barbara to follow the lead of these other counties, to access the research, to show the data that backs up what I've just shared. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share.
We will now go to Alondra Mendoza to be followed by Barbara Parme. Alondra?
Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. My name is Alondra Mendoza, and I'm a community advocate with the Mixteco Indígena Community Organizing Project. Today, I would like to share a story in representation of the numerous immigrant families who live and work across the Central Coast in the agricultural industry to provide for their families. Earlier this year, an indigenous Mixteco community member was deported to Mexico due to ICE. This individual lived in Oregon many years ago and had a deportation order. When this person decided to go to get his driver's license in California, he soon was found at his address by ICE. They arrested him and immediately deported him to Mexico. He left behind his entire family, his wife, and 4 children. Now the mother is the sole breadwinner of the house. The oldest son is now starting to work to help his mother cover their home expenses and basic needs. They do not have plans to move back to Mexico to reunite with their father because the oldest child is looking forward to pursuing college and to set the example for his 3 younger brothers to seek higher education. It is unfair that our community members and their families are being torn apart by ICE. All of his children deserve to have their father here in California so that he has an opportunity to provide and care for them, as well as to give them the social, emotional support that every child needs from their parents. With that said, mixed status families deserve to stay and have an opportunity to achieve the American dream. Thank you.
We will now go to Barbara Parme, return to Barbara Parme before we come to Santa Maria with Brooke Lotz. Barbara?
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you. Please proceed.
I just simply wanted to say that the Truth Act is important and we need to have 0 number of immigrants picked up by ICE after being in the county jail. This is destroying family lives that don't deserve to be destroyed, and our children, our young students are affected by this. Everyone's affected by this. We do not feel safe. This community does not feel safe. And we should follow the lead of the counties that are not communicating with ICE. Thank you very much.
We will now return to Santa Maria with Brooke Lotz to be followed by Vanessa Turan. Brooke?
Hello, Chair. Hello, Board. Thank you for holding this forum today. My name is Brooke Lotz. I'm an immigration attorney and a Santa Barbara resident. I, for years, worked with the Mixteco Indígena Community Organizing Project as their immigration attorney. And I was present last year at the Truth Act Forum, and I have many questions that I did not hear addressed today from last year. Among them, last year we discussed the difference between a pickup and a transfer, and the sheriff's office at that time did not have a clear definition. Today I also heard the introduction of the term rearrest, which I think may sort of relate to this pickup transfer thing, but I'm not entirely sure. The sheriff's office did indicate that they have changed their policy, but I would like to know how that has changed. What was the policy last year as opposed to this year? For true transparency, just the restating of whatever is written down is not super helpful as an attorney. Another question that I have is, I heard that the policy regarding the notification of attorneys has changed, but I'm not entirely clear how. So I do remember that last year there was a question about how folks who had been arrested indicated whether they had an attorney or not to the sheriff's office, and if they were unsure of whether they had an attorney, that there was then the despite an ICE notification, then there would be no attorney notified. But what the law says is that if ICE is notified, then an attorney shall be notified. So if you can't do both, then you cannot do one under SB 54. Another thing I had a question about was I did not see, I did hear about the 2 pickup transfers, rearrests, and it's unclear to me if these were in violation of SB 54 or if not, because we don't know what the offenses were. I know last year there were multiple offenses listed. We knew what the person who had been picked up had been arrested for. This year we don't have that information. And I believe, unless I'm incorrect, Sheriff's Office, because it just said the 2 transfers, right? We did not list the actual. They were? Okay.
Sorry, that is your time. Thank you.
just note, I think those questions are the same questions the public defender had, and that we'll get into that later after public comment.
We will now go to Vanessa Turan to be followed by Leo Ortega. Vanessa?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. Vanessa Teran, Policy Director with the Mixteco Indígena Community Organizing Project. Yesterday, I was called by one of my former Indigenous youth leaders who is now an adult, married, and has 2 children, a 4-year-old and a child, an infant. She called me because she needed to speak to someone who she could trust. Dismayed, I was informed that her husband was detained by ICE and that she needed support so that her husband was not separated from her family and children. Her husband was stopped by a law enforcement officer while he was on his way to shop for food to feed his family, but never returned home. He then called to say he had been picked up and transferred to ICE. He is now without any legal and language access support in a detention facility in Adelanto, California. He also has a medical heart condition where his heart can cause damage to his well-being without access to his medication. But there has been no advice on his right within the immigration system. I spent last night calling the detention center and various lines to support our community member with language access and depositing money in order for him to have access to food and phone calls to call his wife and children. That individual did nothing wrong, but was simply pulled over, arrested, and detained for being brown and undocumented. He will not be there for his daughter's first day of school this week, as she's about to enter kindergarten, a moment that embeds deeply into our core memories. This is heartbreaking. Who is to tell this child that her father was taken away from her? Our families migrate from region to region and are cruelly racially profiled and harassed and intimidated by our law enforcement. We very well know that the sheriff has the power to update the policy on ICE transfers and notifications to end this practice, or that you as Board of Supervisors can pass legislation to ensure no county resources go towards funneling more residents to ICE, where they're separated from their family and community. Because of this and endless stories, I respectfully urge you to formalize a policy to end all transfers and notifications to ICE today. Thank you.
I just ask you, what jurisdiction did that case happen in?
So the family lives in Oxnard, and they also, the husband works in construction in LA, but he was living and working here, and so he's a Ventura County resident, and they migrate between Santa Barbara County, across the state, depending on work. The mother, the wife right now, is a field worker in the strawberry fields.
But he was picked up in Ventura County?
Yes, so it could happen anywhere. Thank you.
We will now go to Leo Ortega to be followed by Saul Martinez. Leo?
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Leo Ortega. I'm part of the Mixtec Indigenous Migrant Community, and as well, I'm a youth program coordinator with the Mixteco Indígena Community Organizing Project in Santa Barbara County, specifically in Santa Maria. I urge the Sheriff's Office and the Board of Supervisors to formalize a policy to end all transfers and notifications to ICE. Santa Barbara County families and communities should be reunited with their loved ones, not doubly punished and subjected to ICE abusive detentions and deportation practices. Coming from the migrant indigenous community, we face many barriers by policies that marginalize our community. When I was 8 years old, my father was incarcerated at the Santa Barbara County Jail for several months for driving without a driver's license, something that's very hard for many indigenous communities living here in Santa Maria. After hearing his release date, I was excited to see him again, but unfortunately, that was not the case. The Santa Barbara County Jail transferred my father to ICE. Broken to hear the news as a little kid, I thought about how life would be. Not having my father around was difficult, especially for my mother, who only speaks Mixteco with little to no Spanish and English. And I witnessed the discrimination that my mother faced wishing for my father's presence. She navigated services independently. As struggled at school, teachers had a hard time communicating with my mother because of her indigenous language. Because of my overwhelming experience, I built distrust from local law enforcement due to linguistic, cultural barriers, and racist practices. Experiences like mine still exist within the migrant indigenous youth that I work with here in Santa Maria. I believe no indigenous migrant family should go through family separation by ICE. The transfer and notification to ICE need to stop in order to protect migrant indigenous families and ensure family unity. Just a reminder for you all that we're in stolen land, we're on Chumash land. So hope you keep in mind of those indigenous families that are affected by this. Thank you.
We will now go to Saul Martinez to be followed by Francisca Camarillo. Saul?
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors, Sheriff's Office. My name is Saul Martinez. I am the Immigration Outreach Specialist and Education with MyCop in Santa Barbara County and San Luis Obispo County. I'm here to ask the Board of Supervisors and the Sheriff's Office to formalize a policy to end all transfers and notifications to ICE. Many counties in our state have already adopted this policy. With ICE, Santa Barbara County should be one of them. We have many immigrants here that put food on our tables, and we should stand up for them. Santa Barbara County families and communities should have the right to be united with their loved ones instead of going through a process of separation. Our children should have the right to grow up with both of their parents and to live without fear that someday mom or dad might not come back home. On many of my outreach and education events, I see that the word immigration itself causes discomfort, causes fear within the community. Even if they haven't done anything wrong, the fear and they're still afraid that someday they might be pulled over or detained, arrested, and deported and separated from their families. I respectfully ask you, the Board of Supervisors and the Sheriff's Office, to adopt a policy of non-cooperation with ICE. Thank you.
And Madam Clerk, I will close the roll for public comment, but please proceed.
We will now go to Francisca Camarillo to be followed by Raul Oliveira, who will require interpretive services. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Francisca Camarillo, and I'm a Tequio community organizer with Mixteco Indígena Community Organizing Project here in Santa Barbara County. Just as some of my compañeros had mentioned, because of the practices that the collaboration between the sheriff sending information of the inmates to ICE, due to this, the families are vulnerable to separation, and children with disabilities and other health conditions that require medications are the most affected. If the parents are not there, children are left without the care, the support, and the attention that they need to survive. Children need their parents to support them in going to the doctor's appointments, taking their medication, and attending school. When a parent is separated due to ICE, they don't know if they will be able to see their children again. Who will take care of them when they are gone? They don't know if ICE will be waiting at the court or outside of the jail when they are released, even though they already served the time. Being undocumented in this community, this country, is already a sentence that doesn't value their humanity, but does value their labor through their working hands that feed our city, our state, our nation, and other countries around the world. They have to live perfectly and not commit any crime, cross a red light, or even jaywalk. Others commit higher crimes than this and never have to even think about being separated from their families. Again, our families face these consequences by serving their time, and additional to that, the extreme fear of family separation due to the deportation. Working with indigenous youth, I hear these stories from the youth who are fearful that someday their parents will face the criminal justice system and that their parents will be taken away by ICE. However, they are against this cooperation. More than 25 indigenous Tequio youth could not join us today, but they urged the Sheriff's Office and Board of Supervisors to form a policy to end all of the transfers and notifications to ICE. Thank you.
We will now go to Raul Oliveira to be followed by Karen Howenstein, excuse me.
Hola, buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon to everyone. Hello.
Mi nombre es Raúl Olivera.
My name is Raúl Olivera.
Shiki yo nya Santa Maria nya kandu yo bashi kan shindo bichin sha nya ko nya shandu tu ba shindu sha chinyo andura ko yu bi hata andu ko nya nya kashindu dando yu bichin to be nya shendio sha to bashi in ubi uni thago gundi tiempo inandu na que engaño bashi kada chini yo nya tina guana shinara ba nya na handindo sha nya ka. Mi nombre es Raúl Olivera, soy residente de Santa María y coordinador del programa de entrenamiento para trabajadores agrícolas con la organización Proyecto Mixteco Indígena.
My name is Raúl Olivera, and I am an advocate for the organization and community of workers in the Proyecto Indígena Mixteco in the county of Santa Bárbara.
El alguacil ha estado cooperando con ICE de las personas con delitos menores simples lo que viola la ley estatal y no ha sido transparente en proporcionar suficiente información para...
Yeah, the officers of the sheriff have been violating the law by giving information to ICE, and it's not complying with the persons that may have committed small, simple crimes.
Para permitir que las comunidades sepan si su cooperación es legal. Por ejemplo, en el año 2020, un miembro de la comunidad fue deportado dejando a su niña recién nacida y su esposa junto a sus 2 hijos.
For instance, in the year 2020, a person was deported, leaving their wife and the kids. Adelante.
La historia se repite una y otra vez.
And
¿Hasta
the
cuándo
history
se acabará esta
continues
injusticia?
Repeating, and when would this injustice be over?
¿La transferencia de ICE inflige doble castigo a los inmigrantes?
The transference to ICE, it inflicts twice the pain on the immigrants.
El condado debe de tratar a los residentes inmigrantes de la misma manera que a todos los demás residentes, ni mejor ni peor.
The county should treat all residents of the county like everybody else, no worse, no better.
Yeti Shabindo, gracias.
Thank you. And I should, the interpreter speaking, Mr. Oliveira expressed most of his thoughts in the Mixteco language, but I'm not a Mixteco interpreter, so he did the interpretation himself into Spanish, and I did the interpretation into English. Thank you.
We will now go to Karen Howenstein, and then we're going to return to Zoom with Maria Salguero. Karen?
Hello, good afternoon. I would like to remind our County Board of Supervisors about the lives of Marilyn Ferris and Marlon Brumfield. I knew Marlon Brumfield personally, and my family was integral in the reasons why he sought higher education and inclusion in the Army. When we talk about community safety and the rule of law and following the laws that have been placed in our communities to protect all of the honest citizens in our communities from criminals, we need to be very careful when we're lumping everybody into groups. Because we know now that the people who murdered our friends, Marilyn Ferris and Marlon Brumfield, they were in our communities as illegal immigrants, and they were wanted in other countries for things like murder. And that was known by ICE. And the individuals who murdered our friends, Marilyn Ferris and Marlon Brumfield, had numerous contacts with law enforcement in our community before they committed their crimes of taking the lives of our friends. So we need to be very careful about this whole information thing. And we're never going to communicate about criminals. Well, we need to communicate about criminals. There's tens of thousands of people coming across the border, and we don't know who they are. I mean, what are we going to be doing?
Thank you.
Thank
That is
you.
your time. We will now return to Zoom with Maria Salguero, who is our final speaker on this item. Maria?
Hello, my name is Maria Salguero. I'm an immigration attorney for the Santa Barbara County Immigrant Legal Defense Center, and I'm here to urge the County Board of Supervisors to end all collusion between local law enforcement and ICE, and to end all transfers and notifications to ICE. The collusion really enables the double punishment, as some have mentioned, of undocumented folks who oftentimes are arrested for minor offenses, but yet have to endure harsher consequences in comparison to non-undocumented counterparts. And for the same reasons that others have mentioned about lumping folks together, I urge the County Board of Supervisors to end racist practices, because in fact, immigrants have been lumped together and are assumed to be criminals, murderers, rapists, but in reality, we are hardworking folks who are here and contribute to the community in positive and prosperous ways. And oftentimes, as some have mentioned, these arrests occur on minor offenses that truly do not merit the consequences that undocumented folks have to endure, not only at the criminal level, but having to be transferred to immigration detention centers. And that is all I have to say. Thank you so much for your time.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Is there any follow-up from any of this public comment that the Sheriff's Department wishes to make?
Thank you, Chair Williams. I do want to point out a couple of things. When we're talking about the Truth Act, Trust Act, we're not talking about minor crime. We're not talking about vehicle code violations or jaywalking. These are serious, significant crimes, either current with being held to answer on those current crimes, and or they have serious, significant criminal history in the past 15 years or 5 years with certain wobblers, but it is not minor crime. And nobody from the Sheriff's Office or any other local law enforcement agency goes out and seeks to enforce immigration. We are out in the community. We are protecting the community by applying California criminal law. We make arrests when that is appropriate, and only then, if they meet the criteria, once in our custody and ICE has requested information, will we cooperate by providing them information about the time of release. As it relates to the quote-unquote transfer versus release, that has came up repeatedly, and the reason why it has come up repeatedly is the Department of Justice, California Department of Justice, and or the law has not made it clear what is a transfer. We, within the Sheriff's Office, do know what a transfer is. That is when we, before allowing somebody out of our custody, physically take that person while restrained and hand them over to California Department of Corrections and or another law enforcement agency. In this case, that's not what we're doing. We are releasing the person from our custody. And if ICE isn't there, they're walking down the road, and we're not going to stop them. By contrast, if I am transferring them to the California Department of Corrections, I'm holding them. They are restrained in handcuffs until California Department of Corrections comes and gets them. So again, the underlying problem is actually that the state has not been clear as to what they want, as to what qualifies as a transfer, what does not. However, each and every year, to include this year, we are transparent about it. We will come here and we will tell you every single time that we have shared information with ICE, and every single time that ICE has came and picked somebody up. We're absolutely open about it, and we always have been and will be. And the other question came up about what had changed regarding our policy, and specifically that related to domestic violence battery. In years past, domestic violence battery was a wobbler. It would have qualified. It does not anymore. And we discovered that, unfortunately, after the fact, and have changed our policy that now we do not share any information if it is a purely misdemeanor domestic violence battery. That's all I have on my notes for items I want to talk about.
Supervisor Nelson, then Supervisor Hartman.
Yes, I have just a quick question from Under Sheriff Bonner. So I'm looking at the list of the different charges. I've seen 101 inmates. So is that 101 inmates over the last year that were undocumented in the jail?
Those are 101 inmates that we have received a request from ICE on. Some of them, we did not cooperate and provide any information whatsoever. As Sergeant Alexander, we basically filed away their request.
Do we know how many additional undocumented immigrants that would be?
I'll defer to Chief Wazlewski, but I don't believe we
range?
specifically know that.
We're not allowed to ask. So we don't know?
No.
How do we know that these ones are?
We're notified ICE.
Okay. Right. Thank you for that clarification.
Supervisor Hartman.
Could you clarify the policy on how you notify attorneys?
Yeah, so if a inmate identifies and says, my attorney is so-and-so, obviously that goes without saying, we're going to notify that attorney. What we have worked with the public defender on is, in many instances, they don't know who their attorney is. And so what we are looking at is going back into and obtaining additional information from court documents that we receive and proactively trying to identify who their attorney is. Hopefully that is going to identify, for the most part, an attorney who we can communicate with. However, it is still possible that if they don't tell us who their attorney is, we won't know.
Supervisor Lavanillo.
Thank you. And I want to thank everybody that came today, and especially for our translator. Awesome job. So something just seems like two different stories that I'm trying to reconcile. And it's the advocates with the stories of the people that come to them. And it sounds like the person's just walking down the street and gets picked up or gets caught in a driver's license issue, which is very understandable, and then gets hauled away by ICE. Okay, so maybe, how do we get the data for all ICE activity in Santa Barbara County? I mean, are they out there on their own, or is it only through our jail? How are these stories coming to be, and what other agencies are dealing with this?
So what occurs within the jail is 100% reflective of what we have shared here.
So it's
However, the reality is if you see ICE out in the community, it says police on the back of their gear. And so the reality is somebody may take that and think, oh, the police.
But if there's a Truth Act form put out by the state that requires every sheriff to come and have a public meeting, where's the requirement? I mean, that seems like that would be the first requirement. ICE needs to come in and have an open forum and say, these are our numbers, this is who we arrested, what they were wanted for. That would make way more sense to me than the local sheriff that has two people coming in having a hearing.
It would make our life a lot easier, but I haven't quite found the local agency that's been able to force the federal government to report.
Okay. I guess that's the disconnect, is we don't have the ability to force ICE to hold the hearing that then would explain why everybody, because and I appreciate the lady who talked about brought the other side of the issue too, because there is there is another side to this also, that if you look at some of these charges that people were arrested for, they're very serious. And I think many residents of these communities, whether they are documented or undocumented, that live in the same neighborhoods, if you ask them, they'd be very happy that you kept some of these people in jail. So there's a lot of sexual assault, things with a minor, And I understand advocate's position that you should not be punished twice. I get that as well. It's a very interesting situation, but it just seems like we're putting a lot of focus on a situation and asking for change and while somebody says too many, there's 2 people here, but you came up with like 6 or 7 examples already of people that just happen to be caught up in the ICE net. And so I'd be very interested to hear from our federal counterpart, who happens to be a former colleague of ours, about maybe getting some data from ICE Direct so that we could get a little bit more, peel the onion away a little bit more.
Supervisor Cap.
Thank you, and thanks to all of those folks who came here. I did want to just clarify, and Under Sheriff Bonner, you did speak to it, but this sort of double jeopardy. Can you just, again, walk me through what happens? Because you're hearing these stories from the community that.
Sure. So, I mean, double jeopardy is a legal term, right?
Yeah.
That is that you are charged or convicted twice for the same crime. We're using this in a different context.
Yes.
in that in addition to, being arrested for the commission of a crime here in our community, that they are then subject to the potential for ICE to come and pick them up and deport them. That's the concept of double jeopardy, but it's truly not, it isn't true legal double jeopardy per se.
Thank you. And this call to not cooperate with ICE, what would that look like? I just want to get a better understanding.
So there are other counties that 100% the person could be a mass murderer. We won't cooperate. We do exactly what we do for all the lower level stuff. They just file it away. That's what it would look like, potentially. I mean, that's an extreme example of it, and that's why when I spoke about it, this is really about finding balance, right? Obviously, I don't think any of us wants, if a mass murderer is in our community, to not communicate. At the same point, if somebody has committed a very minor violation, jaywalking or something like that has come up, yes, we don't want them to, get deported over something like that. But again, I think that's why I really wanted to point out, this truly is about listening, and it's about finding that right balance.
And again, this is my first Truth Act hearing, have changes been made in these years that you've come here and you've listened and you've heard these stories? I'm hopeful that the answer would be yes to that.
So the changes that have been made have been finding the areas where
sure.
we didn't get it right and we need to make it right. We need to fix it. And we will absolutely do that. The reality is, again, with 101, and even with the number of people that we did share information, there were only 2. Mm-hmm. And I think that really kind of lends in toward that right balance. That this isn't something where every single person who meets criteria is being picked up. That's not the case.
Thank you. I just want to acknowledge the courage of even folks coming and talking about their stories, even to here in this space. I was on the school board when there was change in administration with the Trump administration, and the fear of people stopped showing up for appointments, neighborhood clinics. I mean, it was just meals that were provided for free to kids were not being utilized. And so I just want to thank you. And I'm educated. I'd love that list of questions from one of the lawyers because I would love to. I'll connect with you after this is over, but I would like to better understand both your questions and the answers. Thank you.
And if we can, I think it bears worth saying again, we do not enforce immigration law. Local law enforcement does not arrest people for immigration violations, period.
Thank you.
And I will just to add maybe to that the request to have a policy to not cooperate with ICE, the Board of Supervisors could, pass that resolution, but it would be not at all enforceable because the sheriff's office, the sheriff is separately elected, and we cannot control their operations. As much as occasionally I would like that, but we cannot do that. However, We appreciate that the sheriff's office has worked with our deputy CEO, Tanya Heitman, and the public defender's office to address some of the questions that came out of last year's Truth Act Forum. So I think this process has created some improvements. We've seen a shrinkage in the number of pickups and transfers. And thank you for explaining those two terms again. I would just want to thank Tanya for doing that work. And I would just want, I don't know who wants to say something, but one of you talk about what have been some of the issues in the last year that you guys have resolved, and are there any unresolved issues out of it? Because I'm trying to get to the attorney's question earlier, because I think some of those were related to that.
Sure, I don't know if we want to have Lemaire come up, but
sure,
absolutely. For they brought to us the attention about the domestic violence battery. Absolutely brought it to us. We absolutely needed to change our policies as it related to that. Trying to find ways of enhancing the ability to get the attorney of record notified, again, has come down to discussion, and that's still an open discussion. It could be further refined in years to come. We think we are working on a system where we're going to do a proactive mining of information, but it is an area that we can improve on.
And I would agree, and I've appreciated being able to be at the table with the Sheriff's Department and talk through these issues. The notification issue for attorneys is still one we really need to work on, and something that I hope isn't a year's process, is something that happens sooner rather than later. The public defenders are appointed to the large majority of people who are going to be in the jails. So most of the notification will come to our office one way or the other. There is difficulty with different languages. There's a difficulty with different interpretation. In fact, we saw an issue with interpretation today here. And one of the phrases that was used is a very specific legal term, when translated from Spanish to English, became minor charge when it should have been misdemeanor. We have lots of those issues, and so these are things that we're still working on. And I appreciate there's been open communication, and I have no reason to believe there won't continue to be. But immigration is a very ever-changing and very specialized area of the law. In fact, I brought two of our immigration specialists, Holly Cooper and Onyx Starrett, who work with our office on these issues and have a great amount of work. Even with Holly Cooper is a professor at UC Davis, has worked with our office and helped with consultation. Onyx Starrett has been working with us for the last about 7 or 8 months, because these issues are so specialized and changing. And that's one of the areas that we are hoping, because the earlier we are notified, the earlier we can say, hey, there's a mistake. Some of the stories that we are hearing, some of the people who are being separated from their families, may happen because of a mistake, not because of a mass murderer that is in our midst, but because of somebody who got charged incorrectly, who got charged with something that with a little bit of work, we realized that's not what that should have been. The earlier we're involved, the earlier that we can get everyone involved and resolve it so that it doesn't land on your doorstep down the road.
We just appreciate, number one, that this is a new process that has come out of this once a year hearing process, and that we have Tanya representing the CEO's office, and of course Lemaire representing the public defender, and that y'all in the Sheriff's Department hasn't told us to go pound sand and has taken some of the suggestions. That's good. We appreciate all of that, because it means that those suggestions that the public make can have an avenue for being discussed and possibly implemented. And to me, that's the really what this hearing process should create. Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, just one last comment. I heard that there's a lot of fear in the community. And I think that, that's something that it's important that can come out of this meeting here, is they really get the numbers out there so that, people realize what exactly is going on out there. I did a little bit of research. According to the Migrant Policy Institute, which is informed by the U.S. Census, there's about 44,000 undocumented immigrants in Santa Barbara County. We're talking about 100 that were called out, so that's about 2 out of every 1,000. And only from that 100, that was only 2 people. So it's only 1 out of 22,000 that are actually being moving on through ICE, through our county and the Sheriff's Department. So I hope these things are few and far between, and that these things are being done in a more judicious way, that it doesn't inspire fear in the community, that people in the community can continue to access resources that are important, as well as interact with law enforcement, because interacting with law enforcement is a real key to making sure that there's not additional crimes being perpetrated in the community, because they're fearful to report those to law enforcement officers. So I think whatever we can do, maybe through this process, to reduce that concern, I think is a benefit overall.
Okay, any other comments? Yeah, it's a receive and file. We need a motion to receive and file.
I'll make that motion. Receive and file the
Second.
Truth Act report.
There is a motion by Lavanino, a second by Hartman.
That's items A through C. Supervisor Hartman, you okay with that?
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you. We are adjourned to Tuesday, August 29th in Santa Maria. Yeah, Bob's finally getting his wish.